that? What the fuck is that? How about now? That's OBS. That's all it was. It just wasn't connected. Unreal. That's OBS. That's all it was. It just wasn't connected. All right, we're good. I appreciate you, Greg. I really do, man. That was I would have just went on and on. Yeah. Well, I noticed it here. It was like trying to solve the problem without being. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I got a lot of things going on right now. I can hear me like 80 times now. Um, yeah. I ended up um, without trying to be a an IT guy. There's a lot of things. It's like, okay, what part of this is not picking up? Like, all right, it's plugged in. I got power. So is it the mic or is it OBS? And I knew. Oh, well, I figured it was OBS because OBS does this all the time. Like, this is why I always say, I think it's cool, but people that like aiding, yeah, exactly, troubleshooting. It's like, okay, all right, we got power. Now it's probably OBS, and then if I can figure out if I go through all the things on OBS, then is it the mic? But so that's like this is a prime example of why people like, I think it's cool that they use OBS, no big deal. But like people like Aiden Ross or like uh, Kai, so like people that have millions of dollars and they don't want to pay $30 a month for a service that you don't have to worry about stuff like that, right? Like where your settings just aren't going to get messed up. Like that's why I always wonder. I'm like, why do they not just pay for a service? Because I know how OBS is. I know how it is. It can just be a disaster at times. It randomly just this is what I mean. Like when my camera doesn't work, it's not my camera. It's just OBS doesn't want to pick it up and hold it up there. And anyway, let's keep it moving. Um, so I was saying how yesterday we got big moves in the yen and the dollar, um, and we didn't see it in the equity market. All right. Normally, when you see a decent move like this, and second, take notice of this because this is where the volatility is going to be. All right. For anybody that's new, how do you play currency market in equities? You have UUP. All right. UUP is a way that you can have some exposure, without physically going to the Forex, um, without, having to go make a Forex account and do all that fun stuff. Learn the language of pips, the different types of currencies. So I wanted to bring this up this morning was to pay attention to, you're seeing kind of what we thought we were going to get about a year ago. And this is all it is. It just takes time. There's a lot going on between Japan raising rates, CPI just starting. I also was mentioning how before the CPI, we were saying going into the CPI number that we thought that it would be the next number. We would see a little jump in this number, which we did, but it's the next number because energy really started about 3 weeks ago, maybe about 4 weeks ago. I mean, it's just been gradually, but the real ride of this trend has been the past two and a half, maybe 3 weeks. So I would expect next CPI, and that's why I was saying to pretty much when inflation expectations come out, go look at the forecast and the consensus and see how far above the rate of change that the CPI numbers came in this month, or for last month, I guess you would say. The CPI numbers we just got, and see what the expectations and the forecast is for next month. Because it happened at the end of last month going into this month, so I don't know if energy just kind of stays here. If that's going to like show the numbers like not so high because it like half of it was last month and then the other half was the beginning of this month, so you have that little bit of separation from month to month. But either way, it's like, here is my thing. I think the Fed has common sense. They say this for a reason. They cannot control what happens in the Middle East. There's only so many things that they can control. They have maximum employment. For the most part, they have price stability. They don't. I feel like they do not have to worry about prices going berserk like they did before because China is open, and I feel that they feel that was their biggest problem. Was China just stayed closed for a year and a half while everyone else was opening up, and China wasn't about it, and that caused a lot of issues. So with that being said, there is still a lag effect. And the fact that we knew we were going to get these talks about, okay, no rate hikes, more rate hikes, obviously they're not going to give us rate hikes. Something crazy would have to happen. I don't see them giving us rate hikes because they could just hold it for longer. I also don't expect them to do that because you heard Powell mention in the last FOMC meeting balance sheet reduction coming to an end. And that number right now, the Fed's balance sheet is coming to that pivot high where we would expect them to start at that six, like to stop around that 6.5 trillion. I read you guys yesterday the FOMC minutes where they had talked about it and how they could actually run the balance sheet off and still take money from here, put it over there, and take that money from there, put it over here. That's pretty much, in my eyes, I'm not a banker. I don't. The stuff can get really intertwined between the Treasury General account and what the Fed does. But in the most part, you guys would have to go back and read the FOMC minutes if you haven't read them. Go ahead and do whatever research you need to do. But seriously feel like they will be cutting because they know that there's a lag effect. I feel like they would much rather keep employment where it is, keep employment there, and not cause a recession. Powell said in the FOMC minutes, they just do what they can and that's it. That's what he was saying. He's like, guys, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm human too. I don't know. There's a lot of things going on between, around the world. But I seriously do think that they're still going to give us some rate cuts possibly at the end of the year, depending on what happens. Again, you got to remember, whatever happens in the Middle East, they can't control that. That's not their problem. Is what that means. That's not our fault. Okay, they will be accommodated if need be, but I seriously feel like these numbers, they would probably say, okay, these numbers, we see energy going, let's give it 2 to 3 months. Let's see what happens because it feels like things are kind of de-escalating, kind of, unless Iran sends that stuff over and continues to get worse. There was talks about shutting down the Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz, or Hormuz, whatever it's called. But anyway, I seriously think that they would much rather not throw the economy into a recession. I think that they know that there's that lag effect, and it will be coming. And they don't want to be cutting when shit's going down. Then that means that they were too late. Then they're going to get crap for being too late. Just like they held for too long, then it's going to be they held for, they kept rates down for too long. But anyway, I digress. So that's just my opinion. I think, where we're at now, it's like, unless prices go crazy or start to uptrend, in my opinion, guys, I'm going to be honest, I think that, we need a pullback. Like, I think that the Fed won't do it because they legally, it's kind of been mentioned. I know Paul Volcker has done it, but I feel like we do need these pullbacks because the longer we just keep going, this is more and more generations getting priced out of things and making it harder for the next generation to be able to own homes, and things of that nature and have families and be able to live the American dream the way it was once lived. And those pullbacks allow for that. Okay. There's a reason why salaries have not continued to keep up with school, healthcare, housing, and everything. That everything is just going higher. That salary rate is just flatlining. It's coming down right now, actually. But there are also a lot of different ways to make money. This isn't a political thing. I'm not making it political. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I think, if we can get these pullbacks, it allows us to be able to buy assets, at lower prices, obviously. But it gives you that gradual trend. If you just keep ripping and ripping higher, and how is anybody going to keep up? Because I can tell you right now, their paychecks are not doing the same. Their paychecks are not ripping higher, and they can only work so many hours. So let's go right into it. Let's get it, guys. Huge past couple weeks. I've been really happy with myself. January was wonderful. February was like sluggish. I think I was down very small, flat in February. March was mediocre. And then the end of March, And then going into April, just bang, bang, everything. ARM, we said the other day, we're taking that short right off the bell. Been reading these markets to a T, man. I missed that BABA trade yesterday, and it was actually really surprising that I wanted to go short BABA in the morning off of this pre-market level just for a small trade, just base hit, get some money in the pocket. This move from here to the 100-day, and that's what I was that was the trade was, hey, let's see if we can pull back to the 100-day, find a little support, which is this blue box right here. Guys, that trade right there, what was that? 74.90, 75 to 74, a dollar move. The 73 puts is the what I called out. They went 100% in 10 minutes from VWAP to 100 to the 100-day. I think they went from like 20 cents. It was like a 20-cent bid, 22-cent ask, to 42 cents. It was like 42-cent bid, 46-cent ask. I was like, holy cow! I just didn't realize that. I didn't look at the delta and see. I'm like, that it would have paid like that. I would have expected the 35 to maybe 50%. On that trade. And again, that's not from pre-market lows. All right, that's not from pre-market lows. That's from VWAP to the 100-day. Look, nothing is saved, so I have to go back and resave everything. All right, so let's go into the watch list. We've been watching Tesla. I missed the 180, the high 170, 180 rejection. For the short, you guys know I wanted to put that swing trade on, but I need my entry to be correct because that's how we make money, right? You got to get your entry. It makes it easier on you because when you get the entry, you get the follow through. You can take some off, take half off, take a quarter off, whatever you need to do, and stuff profits. Stuff the money in your pocket, and then you're like, okay, I can just let this thing ride to the level. Maybe have some orders out there, throw out some limit orders. It all depends for me. You guys will see me limit. Sometimes I limit order in the majority of the time, like Tesla. If we're bouncing into an area, or Alibaba, for instance. That was the move right there, just from VWAP to the 100-day. I couldn't believe it was 100%. But and that's all we were looking for was a pullback to that 100-day to see if it held. But helping, getting your entries right so that, you can, just makes the trade easier because once you get the follow through, you're in the green. Worst case scenario, I mean, even on a break even, you cut it break even, you still got that quarter or half profit, you still got that small piece, which should help keep you, not just comfortable in the trade, but it will help keep you profitable, right? And that's the name of the game. I don't know. I've been really glad to be able to, the analysis that we've been going over and giving has been just spot on. All right, so JP Morgan banks, we are starting earnings. We have some news. I'm going to go over futures levels. I think we all pretty much already know them. I'm kind of curious here if we are going to get a little bit lower, a shot lower on the S&Ps. What is going on, man? So I don't know what happened, but I woke up this morning and like everything was off. Sometimes I put my computer on sleep or like just keep it on through the night. Sometimes, but yesterday something happened. I don't know. And everything was messed up. But we're holding here. I would look for a pushback to the 20-day in the SPY. Now the ES, we're pulling right into the 50-day. Look, we have data. We have initial jobless claims. What if we get this PPI number, comes in line a little bit hot, but then we have initial jobless claims drop back down, right? Like we're starting to make some headway on jobless claims, right? The labor market is starting to soften. That's what the Fed has been talking about. To be able to cool demand, we gotta be, kind of soften up the labor market a little bit, and we'll see if we make some headway. We didn't really have any weather from what I remember this week into last week to, you know, snowstorms, storms and stuff can tend to, cause the initial jobless claims to tick up a little bit depending on, what it is that you do for a living. People that work outside, farming, just, So, we'll see what that number is. Let's go to see what the expectations are real quick, and we'll take it right back to the charts and go through a game plan. If you guys have tickers, throw them in the chat, spam them. Robinhood, Square, all price target. They have price target upgrades. I haven't seen Robinhood yet. I know Square got an upgrade. We'll get into that, but so initial jobless claims. So previously was 221. All right, the consensus is 215, 218. So they are expecting a pullback. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes in at 210. In that area below the consensus and forecast. The market's going to be like, inflation's staying here. You get back into that low 200 mark, shit. It's higher for longer. All right. Use your CME Fed rate tool to give you the probabilities on rate hikes. I think right now their probability is 1 or 2 or 3 still. December. Okay, so they're back and forth on it. Okay. They're back and forth on 3 to 2. See, it all depends on how they want to do it. Who's to say they just don't do 1 at the end for half of a percent? So, but anyway, 475 to 5 to 5 to 525. Yeah, so it looks like there's the percentage that they have right now, 67%, we'll call it 68% chance that we get 2 rate hikes. 68% chance. That's just above a break even, or that's just about 50%. Guys, I'm telling you, man. I've brought up the data. I've showed you guys between GDP rate hike cycles and the 12 to, we'll say 18-month lag. We'll say 22 months because of the $7 trillion plus the other trillion, just all the money that they're spending. I feel like, it's taking time for this stuff to run out. And if they just keep it up, I think they will over-tighten. But in my opinion, I think an over-tightening will be okay. That's the last time I'm going to say it. Because it will give where, the first thing of avoiding things of that nature is knowing about it, right? For anybody that doesn't care, because they don't teach these things in school, that's, they should, all right? It creates opportunity, and it creates stability is what it creates. So I personally think we need these pullbacks from time to time. All right, so the ES, you're looking for that. What is today's Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. So that deep pullback. Look at that pullback from last Thursday. That's nuts, isn't it? Oh, we also have a 30-year bond auction as well. We have a 30-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. So if you get some volatility, just like you got that 10-year note, I think you could get some volatility then, possibly. So, and there is news with Amazon and stuff. All right, so if we continue to hold these levels, I'm going to look for a bounce back to the 20-day. Me personally, I think, the market, we might get a little more downside, but I'm expecting a somewhat of a bounce back between today and tomorrow. Just a bounce back. You'll have to look at the data to see what we have next week coming up to kind of like portray what could or could not happen. We could do that right now so we kind of have an idea because it is Thursday. You got 2 more days left. So, okay, look at this. Retail sales. We have retail sales Monday. That's so funny. This is why, because it felt like something was setting up. Like, what do we do after this? Like, well, retail sales is probably it. So if you don't know this, non-farm payrolls, retail sales, and industrial production is the second indicator to a recession outside of 2 negative quarters of GDP. Um, and then you have China GDP growth. So next week seems to be, man, inflation rate for the other countries. You'll get a look into the other countries next week on whether they're going to, I think they're following Powell's lead on this balance of trade on Tuesday. Looks like next week's another action-packed week. We don't have much data ourselves, but we don't have an FOMC meeting either. Continuous, so that's just jobless claims. Yeah, we don't have much other than retail sales on Monday. So let's see. Let's see if we pick a direction and take it. Don't be surprised if we pull back. Test highs. Let's do it. Let's get into the markets. Got that stuff out of the way. So, I'm watching last Thursday and yesterday's low. All right. If we break, then, you have this previous. I have to go look on the daily chart, but, and again, we always talk about using our indicators. Honestly, man, 515, 515, 512. I don't know. Let's see here. So here's what I did on the SPY. I measured the move down. So that's a 1.3% day. It is Thursday if we start going down. Let's just go right to the SPY unless you guys want me to do the indexes. So this is where this looks like it takes us, right? If you see this bear flag here that we put in, right? If you see this bear flag we put in, it looks like it takes us right down, right? It looks like it takes us right down to, even though I've already done it, if I put this up here, just like the last one, where does that take us? Okay, that takes us right to that previous support level. All right, takes us right to that level there. All right, that level is going to be 505. And here's what I want you guys to take notice of. 2022 during the bear market. Now, I'm not going to be able to show you guys every single Thursday, but I can show you that the days in which we sold off like crazy were on Thursdays. What happened last Thursday? For instance, what happened last Thursday? So if we start to get some downside, pay attention to Thursdays, right? The rally up was like Monday. What was it, like Monday going into like Thursday, Friday? It's usually mixed, but see if you see a tendency for the next 6 weeks. Take notice to the days that move, okay? Take notice of the days that move and see what days they are. Is it a Monday? Is it a Thursday? Okay. Now, obviously, on a Wednesday, if you have a Fed meeting, the market's going to get volatile. All right. But last Thursday, we had a nice big move. If we're going to get some downside here, I would expect the SPY to pull back to the 20-day. Again, we have to see what the initial jobless claims are going to come in at. So that's what I'm going to wait for. I'm just going to go through individual stocks real quick. But 515, what is that? 510? Oh no, 505. Damn, that's a big move. I don't think we get there today into tomorrow. There's no way. Well, that's 1.7%. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We are below the last Fed meeting. This was our last Fed meeting down over here, this blue marker. So yeah. Usually the live streams aren't this boring, so I do apologize. All right. We seem to get this sell-off, and then they're able to hold it, and we get the bounce back. If we bounce back, look for 516. I would look for 516. Yesterday's that second pivot low from Tuesday. All right, that higher low. I'd be looking for 516. We get up to 516, then you look for your short. If we get that. Forever Shorts, what's up? How you doing this morning? All right, let's go into the Qs, the IWM. Let's use the indicators of the indexes to help. If you're a person who trades the index, make sure you have the volume and that, it looks like it's going to give you a move, give you momentum. You don't want to get in the chop. If you're new, it takes time to like you're not going to know it because it's hard to say that we can or can't predict the future, but sometimes you can get a feel whether or not you should be in something or not. Instinctively, how many times have you said, has your inner self said go short or go long now, and you're just like not clicking, not doing nothing, and then it just goes, and you're like, why didn't I go? I told myself to. I don't. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm by myself on that one. I've done it a few times, where it's like, all right, bang, right now, and then you just don't. You don't react. You don't do anything. Sometimes you want to wait. So I don't know. There's all kinds of different things. I don't know. But I don't want to go down that route. So again, I want to stay focused here. We've had such a killer 2 to 3 weeks, man. Just so look, the IWM is already below yesterday's low, and this is what I'm talking about. Okay, the Qs are still sitting up here. Is that above yesterday's? So above the 50-day, but just shy of yesterday's close. Let's go to the SPY. So the SPY is following the IWM. I guess the Dow is down there right there leading the IWM lower. No. So the IWM is fairly weak today. I would look to see if we get upside, which one is leading us up. I would imagine it would be the Qs. All right. You never know. It could be the Dow, or it could be the Qs, or it could be the IWM. But I think right now, I would look, and that's going to help you with, you know what? The SPY still might. No, see, the Qs are up here. All right. So, yeah. If we do get a bounce back, looking at maybe technology, because I know Amazon has some news this morning. We'll go through that now. No, man, I trade live right here. I've been thinking about it. The volume indicator, Greg, that's all that is. All right, this is just showing you a consolidation area, right? You see how you have all this price action right here? Like without this, like I don't even need it. I have it up. You really don't even need it because I don't need that chart right there to tell me that is right where, that's the heart of it right there, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And what? We don't have much going on up here, and we don't have very much going on down there like we do at 518 to 520. And that's all it is. It's a volume profile. Guys, so for anybody that's new here, I've been doing this for over 10 years. And, when we go through some of these trades, if you go through some of my videos, if you're new, you're not going to notice things like that. Like if I pull up an hourly chart and I take it off, if I were to take this off, I could pretty much give you the value area high and low of the month and the middle range, right? Because you can see here, buyers and sellers have been at 520 in this area here from 519, 519 to 520. So that's your area what they call a value area, I guess. It's like that's where the stock has sat there and spent the most time being bought and sold, right? So, and this also shows you now what this is. This is for the month. So you see how there's this blue bar here? That is showing you that there's a lot of buyers and sellers, which you can see here how there's a lot of, you spent the most time there. So if you were to get up in that area, you're going to have a harder time to just, if you want to go to the upside of this 518, 520, it's going to give you a tough time because there's a lot of buyers and there's a lot of sellers there. And you get there, you'll get into some chop, right? So if we do get up there today, which is the 20-day moving average, that's where we sat at. Exactly, a consolidation area. And why is it a consolidation area? Because there's a lot of orders that are stacked there between buyers and sellers. So once you get up there, it's like, okay, we're going to be buying. The sellers will step in, and then the buyers will step in. Because why? You have the 20-day moving average right there. And that's exactly it. It's a consolidation area. Pretty much. Where has the SPY, in this case, the SPY, spent the most of its time? Where is all that volume and, whether it's to both sides, right? Buying and selling. So, yeah. That's like if I go to a chart, but that's all that is. Like if I go to, I can put in the high and the low, and you can do that by looking at also, the volume but knowing where the stock spent the most time, low, middle, and high. And that chart there, it's I don't know why I still have it there. I just have it to have it in case somebody else wants to use it and look at it. So I look, and you can use these for places to, targets, right? Like I said, if we bounce, we should be able to get back to that 20-day. If the market is going to go down, in my opinion, I think we need to go back, hit that 20-day. If we're going to get a period of like a month, 2 month, 3 month downside, which I don't think we will, we could. I just think in order to solidify we're not going higher for quite some time, you want to bounce back, hit that 20-day moving average, and then reject it. All right, something like this over time, right? Right. We just slowly grind up there. We get there. It consolidates for a little bit, and then you start pulling it back. We're in the summertime, you know what I mean? And then you just kind of like stay flat, figure stuff out. I still think you remember last summer how summer times are usually boring, right? It's usually like just dead. The volume is really low. Last summer, the past couple of summers, they've been great, because we have in this is the best time to be in the markets. It really is, because you're going on this transitional period where you have countries like Japan doing things. You have market news from stocks. You have currencies between the Fed trying to get inflation under control, rate hikes to stopping the rate hikes. It's just there's a lot. So the COVID trade, in my opinion, is still on. Right. This is all because of COVID, in my opinion, which is creating. It's still to this day, 4 years later, creating opportunity because they're trying to get out of COVID. Right, they're trying to get out of all that money that they spent. They created inflation. But yeah, okay. So it's 7 o'clock. We got some time here. That's what I would look for, though. I am going to look for that 20-day moving average on the SPY, the Qs, possibly. Now watch the IWM. If the IWM just keeps grinding lower, I would imagine the overall markets would grind lower or just stay flat. I'm going to be watching 516 or 515. Yesterday's pivot high, you could see up there, we had a little bit of trouble. If we are able to hold it up, I got to be honest, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I want to see us try to grind back to the 100-day moving average. I do. I want to see if we can try to get there. I want to see if we can get back up to like 517, 517, 518, excuse me. I think if we can get a small little pullback, kind of test these lows again, I think we could bring some buyers in and try to get a little bit of a bounce and try to get a bounce going into earnings. All right, we'll see what the jobless claims brings. Again, I will say this, 830, if the jobless claims get right back underneath 210,000 and we're in that low 200 mark, higher for longer, the market's going to pull back. All right, I'm going to say that right now because we're making progress, and then the net progress shows all that good that was done was weather. Even though companies are continuously coming out saying that they're going to lay off, we haven't really seen it. All right, it feels like we're starting, but yesterday. So let's go into the market. Let me go over the Qs real quick. I'm sorry, the QQQ. So Citi downgrades Robinhood. That's something we're going to get into as well. All right, so Robinhood is a downgrade. I didn't know what the upgrade or downgrade was on Robinhood. So Square got an upgrade this morning by two different analysts. Robinhood has a downgrade by Citi. Now, when you get these upgrades and downgrades, you want to look at who's giving the upgrade and the downgrade, because that's going to play a role in if it moves or if it doesn't move, kind of. An institution like Citi, Robinhood might take a hit. It may not take the hit until like tomorrow or Monday, once everyone's forgot about it, and then it sells off. Prime example, Boeing. Okay, the day that Boeing moved, and I had mentioned this on the live stream because we trade live right here. Bank of America came out and downgraded Boeing the same day that Tesla reported earnings the night before. So everybody's looking at Tesla. Everybody's talking about Tesla, wanting to trade Tesla. Here, Bank of America, and I said it. I'm like, look, Bank of America is handing you a gift because they know people are going to be on Tesla. This is your chance. And what did Boeing do? Huge downside trade that day. Because the herd went elsewhere. Sorry, I didn't see the comments. Oh no, hold on. Why is the live chat not on? That's crazy. So here we go. Let's see. Being a 10-year trading, you would say volatility is at an all-time high? No. No. No, 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 no. You want to see volatility? You don't see volatility until you see $300 for dailies. Well, dailies, I would say like 250, 300, right? SPY puts are really cheap. I would say there is opportunity. I would not say that volatility is at an all-time high. Volatility right now is actually, I'm not going to say volatility is low because look at, like, I'm looking at the Qs right now. Look at this candle. Look at that. So you had a nice range here, and I want to see if the buyers step back in. I said this yesterday on the live stream, and sorry, Greg, that I just got your message here. I don't know why the live was not on, the live chat, but I think the longer we sit here and we don't make any progress, the more you have to think about the downside. Just like, prior, right? This is peak volatility, guys. All right. The SPY put in a $20 move off that October low back in 2022. I went long 3 times in one day. The SPY, $20 in one day. Imagine that. $20. $20. So you guys can see here how, like, you'll see how we consolidate. Man, see, the Qs don't really show it. But if you look at the SPY, you'll see that we have catalyst and we just sit there for like a week and a half, right? And we just consolidate. I don't know. I mean, you could look at it both ways. Because the longer you consolidate, your indicators are going to get a little bit more, it's going to pull the indicators back. It's going to create buy signals. But yeah, I would say that the opportunity is at an all-time high. You have upgrades, downgrades. There's just a lot going on. I would say the opportunity is at an all-time high if you know what you're doing and can capitalize on it. All right. I mean, guys, just look at the pre-market watch list. I'll do another video this weekend. Literally, we've just been I've been really happy with the watch list. We've been putting ourselves in the right place. We've given the right stuff, but we'll get into that today. So the Qs, you're bouncing here at this. So this red box will be your 50-day moving average. Let's see if we pull it back just a little bit and then we try to bounce. I would ultimately like to see if we could get a bounce here. Oh, come on. All right. So on the Qs, my level is going to be 441 on a bounce. Okay. The downside, which would probably take us down here to 430. But if we were to measure this bear flag, all right, you were to measure that flag, where do you think it takes you? Right? Where do you think it takes you? Isn't that funny how it lines right up with that low 430 area? We might be heading there. All right. I don't know where let's see where the 100-day moving average is now. We're still a ways away from it. So let's go into it. I think volatility could pick back up. Now, see, when I see volatility, I don't know. Like I said, it all depends on how I could answer that question. Part of me could say yes, and part of me could say no. Because, volatility can really eat somebody up. All right? Because what happens is when you get into the bear markets like we had in 2022 and before, and anybody that has not experienced it, I didn't go through 2008. All right. Yeah, I've had 2018, 2017, 2018, 2019. The minor pullbacks, and you know, so 2022, I really had to like hone in, like, hey, this isn't something that's going to, be over in a month or two. All right. You can really get ate up if you don't know what you're doing. Why is that? Because no, number one, you're going to be paying a lot more for your, if you're, especially if you're an options trader, you're paying a lot more for premium to get short. Second, you have to be able to withstand, and really get your entries kind of correct and keep a somewhat of a tight stop, somewhat. You need to give it room. Like there should be an area where if it goes past that and the way that it reacts, okay, the plan isn't working. I got to get out of this thing. Even if it consolidates, maybe it's not moving. And you're like, man, it's been 15, 20 minutes. This thing is still right where we opened up. I'm getting out. I'm not going to sit here and burn premium. I think, volatility is like 2022, and that is, that can really eat somebody. It'll hurt somebody. It puts you out the game if you don't know what you're doing, because you're going to pay 3 to 4 times more than usual, and you still have to account for the fact that you may not make as much. You'll have those days where you'll get the follow through, but you're paying a lot more, and you need to be able to withstand those bounce backs, or however you're playing it. You can really get hurt. I know a lot of people got hurt in 2022. All right, let's get in the game. All right, so yesterday we had 520 and above, a hold and above 520 yesterday. Test the highs. We said 518, 516, pullbacks on the SPY yesterday. Pretty much came out. So look, yesterday, so we were already short going into the number yesterday. We were long and short. So what we did was, here in chat, all right, Apple, okay? We ended up going long Apple right here, guys. So going into the CPI number yesterday, we got long right there, all right? We took profits. I took profits, okay, right there. I said, guys, I'm putting on a hedge. So I put on a hedge in CPI. My goal was to be able to just have some skin in the game, and worst case scenario, I come out with like a break even. All right. So what I did was I got long Apple right down there. We all did. I called it out. This, that, the third, and took profits going into on the rip above VWAP. Once you just rip through VWAP like that, and you see how long that candle is. If you don't take profits on a move like this, you're just asking to lose money. I'm not saying you guys do that, but a move like that and a rip and a run like that, right? If it's paying you, take it, because it's not yours until you take it. So I took profits there. Pulls back, bounces, going into the close. All right, I went long a half of that position size in UVXY calls. So we got the $7 or the $7.50 UVXY calls. Okay, we paid. Are you serious? Hold up, yo! Is anybody still in UVXY calls? No. There's no way, bro. Stop it. Hold on. This is not real. Is this real? Did a new contract start or something? Hold on here. This has to be a whatchamacallit, guys, because we got the 750s for 12 cents, and we sold them a little. It was like 20 cents. You could have got out between 18 to 22 cents, or better, depending on your broker and everything. This will go back to 15 by Monday, bro. Yes, exactly. Bro. Yeah, I know this. Bro, hold on. Out of all days, why did the issuer know when to do a reverse split? Why drag it in so long? So City Girl's wet dream became. Okay. Um, I just wanted to see here. Yeah, I took my tonight castle. What's happening? Yeah. Some of your surprises are psychic. Um, yeah, that's what I figured it was. I figured that's what it was. It's a reverse split. That's what UVXY does. So I'd have to do the math on this. Um, so that was our trade, guys. So anybody that's still here, I'm sorry for not moving along. So we bought the 750s, 750 or the $7. Yeah, the $7 is what it was because the UVXY was trading at like six something. It was at like 630, $6 or something. So what this does, right? So real quick, what this does before we go into the charts and the news, this allows us, right? We put on the Apple long, and we were able to get that upside move. All right, you have to know how to put these on. You can't just put them on at the same time. You can because the job is to sometimes traders want to lose money on the hedge, right? That means that they made money on the other. But in this case, Apple rips, and I'm like, guys, take profit. The profit is paying for damn near most of the UVXY trade. UVXY is going to give us double the volatility, right? So if we do come in with some downside, we can put less money for the same gain. So we go long Apple, we take a quarter to half of the position size, and we're going to get double the exposure, but we're going to pay less. Okay, so we entered these at six something. Yeah, see, it was 670, and then we come in today. It was 20 cents in the money. So I'm logging into my account right now to see if it was the 750s. I don't want to give you guys any wrong information, even though it doesn't matter because the day's over with. But it's all fully recorded right here live on YouTube. But that's what we did. So that was a strategy that we implemented. We said, the last hour, we said, how can we put a position on that no matter what happens, we can, break even and or profit. Like we want to, no matter what happens, how do we profit? Not break even. How do we profit no matter what happens? That was our best option. We had Apple down at that area. That was a decent support level. It rallies. We're already able to take half, if not three quarters of that position off. We already hit the long. Let's take that profit, put it in UVXY, and then it was a beautiful setup. We got paid on both. I took the loss on the last piece of that we held for Apple on those calls, but we took profit. So no matter what, our position was paid for on UVXY. If the markets did not go down, then that meant Apple would be up for the most part. The markets were red. Apple, Tesla were green. There was a little bit of relative strength there. So, but let's get into it. So I am going to be looking probably at BABA. There's already a lot of chatter with it. But yeah, so that's what we did. UVXY, it was the 750 calls. It was the 750 calls. And we sold it, and I sold those for 18 cents. Yesterday morning. All right. Let's get right into it. All right. If you guys have tickers, throw them in the chat. Anything you guys want to look at, anything you guys want to cover. Let me get my scanners up and let's get busy. Let's have a great day. It's been a great week. It's been a really good week. It's been really good coming in every day, seeing our accounts up. If you're able to, execute. I can only say what I do. I give you guys a heads up. I say this is what I want to see. This is where I want to short. This is where I want to go long. And we just execute. We execute. We have a stop. And if we get into position and we're in options and we're in weeklies or next week, depending on the delta and how much time we have or don't have, if it doesn't do anything, we'll get out. We'll wait for it on another day when it has volume or has some type of movement. So Apple yesterday added a little bit to the long term. All right. Whenever you get these pullbacks like this, I think you don't have to. There was a price. I want to say there was an upgrade for Apple. I think. I think there was a price target upgrade. Um, I have to. I have to go back and make my. I'm gonna have to get an investing.com. Whatchamacallit. Facebook Incorporated receives investment bank analyst rating. It's probably an upgrade, and it looked really bullish yesterday. We were looking at Meta. Um, Amazon CEO post 2023 letter to shareholders. Share IPO at 21-ish. All right. I just want to see what it is. Come on. AAPL, right? Okay, so here we go. Earnings inflation is happening biggest. They're reining the cost of the goods. Let's go to news. I just want to make sure we know if it was an upgrade or not. Store employees, New Jersey. Sentiment, earnings, fundamental, feed. Back to 170. Oh, shoot. Why am I doing this when I have... Apple workers in New Jersey petition to unionize antitrust suits. Lower pre-market. I mean, I think we gotta watch these levels. Apple is so weak right now. I'm not watching it. I did buy a little bit yesterday. It looks like you're turning this level into resistance. This was This was one of my short ideas. These dotted lines were take profit areas. But I never took that trade. I ended up taking the long here. So, you know, it looks like everything's setting up with this bear flag. We'll see, though. I would like to see a failed breakout, okay? I would like to see Apple pull back to yesterday's low at like 167.50, and I'd look for a bounce off of 167.50 on Apple. All right, that's just my opinion. I think she needs a little bit of upside, and maybe we revisit 169. Maybe get up into like 170 or 169.50 to 170. Is that too much to ask? A 170 on Apple? She's just... It's so weak. It's crazy. Nice wedge going on there. 20-day moving average is also coming down in here, so that's what I would look for on Apple. If anybody wants to trade Apple, 170, 169.50. All right, let's go to Amazon, and I want to make sure that we have upgrades or downgrades up here. Let's have the news. Let me pull this up. Let me get my scanner. And again, if you guys have questions or tickers, anything you guys want to look at, throw it in the chat. So you have this ascending wedge here, all right, on Amazon. That's a nice little breakout. It pulls back. I wasn't sure if we were going to get a false breakout here on Amazon. So usually wedges are trend reversals, or depending on how they're set up, it could be a trend continuation. But more so, you get these steep angles. It usually is an indication of a trend reversal, but, you know, in this case... Oh, yeah. Higher time frame, market up, going down. So 1775. Absolutely. Yeah, I can throw up the NQ real quick. What I'll do is, you know, what I would do is I would, again, use the IWM right now as your indicator to the downside. And use the Qs for the upside. I mean, that's what it looks like is happening. You know, the IWM, once we looked at it, it was already back down to prior lows. I mean, you know, you have these pivot lows here. You have that 50-day moving average. That's your resistance, right? You can see here, this level here at 1820 was a nice level of support. You just made it resistance, and what else is there? So you have this level that is support that was broken. It was broken on an increase in volume, and 1820 also is the 50-day moving average. So I would look, do you recapture and regain the 50-day moving average when the data comes out, though? Look for the employment numbers. We need to see the employment numbers in order to get a nice bounce here. Wow, look at this daily chart setup. That's so weird. That's a nice little double bottom, but that's just screaming downside. You need to see the labor market, those numbers start to jump up for initial jobless claims, because that's going to help the not hire for longer. Okay? That's going to help signal, okay, labor market's getting a little, might start to get extended. That's going to help with rate cuts, is what I'm saying. All right? Initial jobless claims, if they come in back under 210,000, 210, 208, maybe 212, 211, like 211, 211,000, 212,000. I think this market still pulls back. I do. Because that is still signaling the labor market is still tight. It has not loosened. The labor market does not loosen. That does not loosen demand. Any particular time frame you want me to put up here? That's what I would watch, Greg, is your 1820 for that 50-day moving average. And this area actually down here at 1805, it's like 18.5. 18.2 to 18.50, right? This is a nice support level. We've hit this level quite a few times. Chances are, if we get there again, we'll probably break it. We might break it. I would look for that 1800 to 18.5. You like, yeah, I do too. Well, I find entries. I agree with you there. The 1 hour is good. The 1 hour is good. I like the 1 hour as well, but I don't, let's see here. What do you think, Greg? You think we can get down to 17,995, 996? You think we can get this previous double, triple, this flat top resistance that we have here? I mean, I think we can get there, but it's just like when. You know what I mean? So we made 1839. I know it's zoomed out a little bit. Looking at this chart here, I think we need to bounce to 18.3. I think, we've broken 18.3. It's time to go back up and test it, which is not the 50-day. That is not the 50-day. I would look for that 18.3, Greg. I really would. Well, I could say 18.25 to 18.3. So what I would do here is I would do something like this. I'd put a little, little box right there. All right, that would be the area I would look at, because it was support yesterday and you haven't retested it. It's just the psychology of that, right? Some people, they specifically like to trade off things like that, which is cool. But this whole area was a nice support area. For just a minute, you made it resistance. So we just cut it. We cut it like a knife. I think we run back up here and test that level and turn these buyers that were holding this up, and we turn them into sellers. And look, we're starting to bounce now. I do. Guys, I think we're going up here. All right? I think we're going up to 18.3. I would imagine. All right? We'll see, though. It doesn't mean we have to. I think the probability, and that's what this game is probability. I think the probability that we go up there and test that level to make it resistance or we break it is pretty high. I really think so. I think we can get there today. All right, so that's the cues. Let me say it again though. So that level is going to be 18.3 on your futures. All right, 18.3. The cues. I'm going to write this down too because I need to have it as well. And I think that we can get that to help lead us higher. I'm going to need a new composition book. This one's almost done. It's going to be sad to see it go. I got levels upon levels upon levels on this thing. Oh shit! I didn't even turn on my stuff.
Post-exposure prophylaxis
Sorry.
Sudan Ebola virus infection.
All right.
Sandy November Golf X-ray SNGX.
All right. So the Qs. I thought about trading futures. I just feel like there's so much opportunity in the market. I haven't made the switch yet. I mean, I do. So I'll trade futures when there's like volatility, like there was yesterday. I actually came on last night to look to see what the equity and futures markets were doing because I was going to trade futures last night off of that yen move. Um, for anybody that's just joining us, the yen had a really some accommodative move here. Um, let's look at Bitcoin. So 68 on Bitcoin, that's a thing. We've been calling for that. But the markets didn't move. All right, the markets didn't move. Oddly, it's very rare that you see the futures market or the forex market currencies move like that, and you don't see it in the markets, unless currencies are just lagging the markets, and the markets made the move yesterday, and it took the forex market to do it at night. So QQQ, we're looking for this level here at like 440 to 441. All right, that's what I would be looking for on the Qs. And what I would also do is, again, guys, I think we pull back and then bounce. That's what I think. All right, that's what I think. At least the probability looks good there. Let me see something real quick. Let me take that off. Yeah, so I'm looking for this area right there at 440 on the QQQ. Okay, where would we take that position? All right, I would look at the 50-day moving average. 50-day moving average, 530, what is that, 535.75. The 50-day is at 536.85, it looks like. Let me make sure I'm correct here. I don't know why this isn't saving here. Sorry, guys. Let me do this really quickly. If we do get that bounce, that would set up for a nice short today. That would set up for a nice short at 438. I would keep that on watch. Or, which I think, yesterday, see, we open up, where are we at right now? I'm gonna hurry up and get all this because I want to be ready by the time these markets open. Why are my charts doing this? Come on. All right, so we have Constellation Brands popping off of earnings right now. Where is the close yesterday? Okay. Yeah, so I would look for a pop off the bell. Let's see here. See what happens when we pull into yesterday's low in that 50-day moving average. Look, they're saying it now on CNBC. They're backwards looking numbers and we shouldn't pay attention to it. No, I agree. But I think next CPI numbers are going to could be worse. I think they could be worse. And I think the expectations are going to be a lot higher. All right, so the entry for a long for me would have to be back down here at 436. How do I say this? Like the 50-day moving average. All right, 437 to 436.80. It's an area, okay? It's going to be an area. So, me personally, you guys can see here, damn, this looks like a good area too down here at 434. That looks like our support level, 434. So what I would say is I don't think we get there today though. We could. All right, so look at that. So that's prior resistance. We get that to be made support. oddly, we have not made that area support. 438. Okay, 438, 438, 438, 438, 438, 438. Okay, that's up there. So we're not there. All right. If we make this level resistance, 438, I would watch this level. I don't know why I have this green box there, but I think we can turn that red now. I want to keep this thing moving. I feel like the live is not as like it is. I just switched from Forex. Oh, did you? How is Forex trading, Greg? How is that? Like, do you? Is it like? How do I say this? Like, because a lot of people think that the markets are a scam, but yet day after day, you know, I've had my rough patches. I just had to get back on track. I don't know why or what happened, but I got to get back on track. Like, if you can read the markets and learn, if you know how to read the markets, and you just, you know, enter correctly, take your money when it pays you. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to front run moves. I don't think it's a scam. This whole time, the market, when it went higher a couple of days ago, even though the Qs have been pulling back, you know, I'm like, you know, the market does look like it wants to go higher. It would not surprise me. So have a plan for both. You know, I don't know. Forex is very rewarding due to the leverage. Okay, so it could also take somebody out as well. I got you. I switched due to three-day broke. Oh, okay. I hear you. I hear you. Were they overseas brokers? I mean, it's none of my business, but yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks. Let's see here. Nice little resistance zone here. I'm gonna get rid of this box, guys. I think I'm gonna get rid of that box. You know what? Maybe I will keep it because that is our resistance up here, the top of this and bottom. I'm gonna keep that box actually. Let me see here. Let me throw this line right here. I don't want to have a bunch of lines on my chart, but yeah, I think okay. Yeah, that sucks. All right, so we're pulling back here. I would watch the low. Watch this previous low. This has been a major support level. Look, if we break this level, guys, watch out. I'm going to say it right now. If for some reason you are able, I think that would be the move though, right? Let me measure this one more time. Let me do this real quick because it's 7:38. I need to hurry up because I want to go over individual names. I'm going to start from the close there and I'll go down here. All right, so I take this. And then this is where the possible downside. Because I want to see if we're going to get a failed breakdown, right? Where it doesn't break down. Like it looks like it's going to break down, and then it doesn't. All right. But look at this area here. There's like an open gap. This whole area, if you break 434, you're going straight to 430. That's a nice $4 move. Look at that gap. There is no price action there. There's nothing. You have nothing there, which is cool. Like we're in the consolidation range. This is a tough area. I'm surprised the Qs moved like they did, right? Look at that sell-off. I mean, that sell-off was from 447 to 435. And look, we said it here on the live stream. I'm like, yo, know what's ahead of you. Even if we pop back up to the highs, sellers are up there. We're going to get short up there. Even if they just wait and step aside and let it like creep a little bit higher, it makes a new high. Oh, they'll step back in. Trust and believe that. They will. You know, if they're going to play the markets correctly, right? Buy high, sell low. Just kidding. Sell high, buy low. Buy low, sell high. It's so fitting when you say sell high, or buy high, sell low. But yeah, this area here, there's nothing from 434 to 430. So QQQ, if we do break the 50-day moving average, 434. I think that level is I just think if you do anything more than 434, that's going to be a big day. And then I'm going to ask you, what was the catalyst? All right, even though we do have we have a catalyst. Um, so let's see what happens here. I seriously think that we should start to find a little bit of support down here. I would really like it as well if we opened up lower. All right, I would like it if we could open up down here. I will be long right off of the bell, and then I'll just have to find what stock I want to be long off the bell. All right, obviously it'll be in the communication technology sector on the Qs. Um, so I think also, which is key. This is one of the biggest indicators that I use, and I thought that this was happening in January. All right, I thought we were about to get the reversal in January. Um, this is pretty much well, what this is financial conditions, and this is, in my opinion, the inverse. All right, of the markets. All right, this will affect credit spreads. Credit spreads will affect PEs. Right now, the SPY is trading at a 22, but 20, 21 now after the move yesterday. Um, 20 times 20 times next year earnings, 21 times next year earnings. I don't know what it is after yesterday's move, but yesterday it was 22 times earnings. So I'd imagine 21, 20. Anytime we get to that area, we pull back. In January, we started to make a bottom to start to look like it wanted to go higher, but we just made fresh new lows in financial conditions. So if you start to see a bottom here, you can see we start to see bottoms, and we start to turn it to the upside to try to start going back to zero into positive. You know, that is going to indicate the markets should pull back. They should, at least. All right. It's just one other thing that I use. All right, let me stay on track here. So you have a really solid support level here, 435. Here I am making a bunch of lines again. Um, all right. Okay. All right. So QQQ, last and final time I'll say it. I'm watching yesterday's low, yesterday's pre-market low, and I'm watching 435 to 434. It's about $1 area. I'll be watching that today into tomorrow. Watch that 50-day moving average. Watch the 50-day moving average. If we end up breaking the 50-day, we make it resistance pre-market, and we open up lower, I would expect to bounce back to it. Like, let's say we open up, right, at 9:30 down at like 4:35. I would look for a straight shoot right off the bell back to the 50-day and see if we try to reclaim it. A lot of people are thinking we're going to reject it. Again, it's all going to come down to that 8:30 number. I think it really is. So I'm not going to wait. Let's just wait for the data to come out, and then we'll go from there. All right, so Amazon. Let's go through some of the news real quick. Amazon this morning, there's been some talk on that. Alibaba. So Amazon, why Amazon CEO Andy Jason says the company is especially suited to win in AI. Largest technological advancement. SoFi Technologies, Microsoft, AMD, and other tech stocks on focus today. Is that today? Okay. So here's some of the stuff that they have out right now from Barron's. All right, Amazon fell 0.6% ahead of the open after edging higher Wednesday. The tech giant Amazon Web Service unit owes software provider Cove $525 million for infringing 3 patents covering its data storage technology. An Illinois judge found they disagree with it. Stabilized up on Thursday. Futures on the NASDAQ 0.2% lower. Microsoft was one of the stocks looking to rebound, climbing 0.6% pre-market trading Wednesday. Being expected to unveil. Okay, so where's SoFi? Like, they have SoFi and all this stuff in there, and it's not even in there. So I guess he wrote a letter to shareholders. So Amazon's bouncing right now. It's got this wedge here. It's holding this level really nicely. This ascending wedge on the daily chart. I thought this was going to be a failed breakout, but we'll have to see. All right, so what I would look for on Amazon is a test of the highs. If we can get it, I don't know. I think you get some down. I don't know if I'm going to trade Amazon. I'm going to say it. I'm just going to say it now. I don't think I'm going to trade Amazon today. You know, unless something changes here. Let me go to the news. I know I'm all over the place. Paramount had news yesterday too, or it has news like every day. All right, let's get into it. Airbnb downgraded at Needham. Airbnb downgraded Facebook Meta. All right, so it's not posted yet. Let's go to CNBC. Boom. Okay, Amazon CEO Jason says he's committed to cost cutting while investors in AI and shareholder letter. Oil prices could spike to 100. Amazon CEO, he's committed. He is committed. Russia claims it full British-led sabotage plot. 200,000 left without power after a massive attack. Oh, that's a damn shame. In the world's #1 growth driver, says Asian Development Bank. I disagree with that. Fed likely to cut rates before ECB blanks, former Bank of England member says. All right. All right, so semiconductors and whatnot. Like I said, Amazon, I'm probably not going to trade. We'll let it set up. I feel like it's not doing anything really. If you want me to give you the levels, I can. Obviously, 186. All right, 186. Hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry. All right, so the 50-day. I got to write this down before I get. I have ADHD so bad it's not even funny. So we said 440 is our resistance level in the 20-day moving average. So 50-day, what is that? 437-ish. Long, so not long, but support level could be 50-day. We have 436. It's like 435.80. 435.80. 436. 436. And 435. Wait here, hold up. Boom, boom, boom. 436. And then 435. Sorry. So I have like I have like 3 support levels, 2 resistance levels. You know, so I just had to write down where I would be getting long or short there. All right. So Amazon, you know, I'm not going to trade this. It's not really what I'm looking at right now, but you know, they're talking about it, so there could be some volume today, possibly. We'll cover it a little bit more, but we're going to depth a little bit more as we get closer to the market opening. But you can see up here at 186 is a little bit of resistance level. All right, if you know, it's still, here's the thing, it's sitting at highs. All right, so there's obviously a little bit of relative strength there with Amazon. You know, if the market bounces back, you know, it's likely that you do break this level of 186. Okay, it's likely you break that level. Um, I think personally, right now, you should get a pullback to like, I would say it pulls back to like 185.30, and then it gives you a small opportunity to take a long into 186. All right, I think Amazon should. I think it could go just a little bit higher to like, just a little bit to like 185.75, and then it pulls back, something like this, or it just sits here, right, and it pulls back just a little bit, and then it either goes back up to this level or through it. Um, I think if the markets are behind it, it can go higher. All right, that's Amazon. I'm not really gonna watch it today. Oh man, I messed my stuff up. Damn it. Okay. Longer term, this is a this is a fairly nice setup here. Um, you tested this level one time down at 180. I think if you get another 180 test, that's where I would take a long, because I know I should at least get a bounce back to like 182, and then from 182 you either reclaim it or reject it. Me getting long up here is just, I don't know. It's not for me. All right. I don't believe that there's enough going on right now to just continue to make Amazon rip. Meta's got a ton of new products. They have all kinds of stuff going on. Plus the social media, that's a little different. Meta actually has a few different reasons to go higher. All right, and just in my opinion, do I, am I going to trade it? I don't know, but so Amazon 186. All right, 186. You got to look for that resistance level up there. Once you start getting up to like 186.58, 186.50 to 180, 187, and then all-time highs up at 187.88. Okay. Again, I'm not going to be worrying about Amazon today. That's not for me. Let's go look at, if you guys have tickers or anything, spam them in the chat. If you could do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. I'm doing a giveaway. I'm thinking about doing 3 people. I don't know. I'm going to let you guys decide. But if we get there, I'm going to do a really cool giveaway. That's my goal. I think it'd be really cool. Then after that, I'm not going to really, I just don't want to sit here and be like on the side of the street with a sign. Can I get a like? Can I get a sub? But anyway, all right. So Alibaba, it popped up yesterday, had a nice gap up. I told, I guess I could say members, but it's not like you guys are paying for anything. But I mentioned yesterday, I wanted to short Alibaba. All right, off the bell, I wanted to look for a bounce back to that pre-market area. All right, and look for that resistance level to step in there, and for us to take it specifically to the 100-day moving average. Give me 1 second. Let me use the restroom real quick. Just give me one. I feel so weird with. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I don't know why this didn't play either. Oh, that's why.
Have a patchwork of state laws that have been.
All right, sorry about that. All right, so Alibaba came in with a gap up above that above the 150 day. There's been a lot of talk about Alibaba, and that it's just undervalued. So yesterday I said, let's look and see if. Sorry, I don't want to yell in the mic. All right, I said yesterday, let's see if we can get a pullback to the 100 day. So the 100 day moving average. So if we pull up the daily chart and we start here, see, you guys can't see it because I have all these levels here, but this previous support level at 73. All right, that was your previous low back in 2016. Nice double bottom there. You know, $80 seems, in my opinion, $80 is the level. But anyway, we come in with a nice gap up. It looks like you're putting in a nice little wedge here. All right, looks like you're putting in a nice little ascending wedge, possibly. Okay, looks like, you know, you're gonna go up here, test the top side of the range. So what I'm gonna look for today, we'll look at the pre-market volume as we get closer to the market open. But what I want to do is, I still feel like this level here could be a nice little, still another area of possible resistance. I think that 75.50 level could still be a headache. I still think we got a little downside to come. Shit. So what I'm going to look for, honestly, I would like another dollar move back down to 74.50. I'm not sure if I get that, though. I don't know if we get it. I got to be honest. Especially if this is going to be if this thing's going to set up and continue to run. I think, unless there's news, I still think, here, you know what? I got to get rid of this because this is ridiculous. Let me, it's early, so let me not save it yet, but I'm tired of my charts doing this. I would like a pullback. I would like a pullback into 74.50. I don't know if we'll get it. 74.50. I mean, 74.50 to 75. See if you can hold $75. I think that's where it's going. All right, $75. See if Baba pulls back in, holds 75, and that's the area I would look for on Alibaba. Okay, this thing is in a consolidation, so I would play the range. All right, don't try to get cute and buy the highs. Remember, please remember this. I know a lot of you guys know this stuff, but there may be people on here that don't. If you get any type of headline news, all right, and you're in a trade and you have not taken profits and this thing's going and you're up money, just understand that at any moment anything can happen. News could come out and it could demolish this thing. So, or even vice versa, it could go to the upside. And if you're trying to short it, take your profits with this. I think this is setting up long term. I might look at, if we get a decent pullback here to, like, if we get back down to 74 with some time, I might look 3 to 4 months out and see if I can't get like an 84, 85, maybe, you know, out of the money calls. Because there's a lot of people on this thing talking about trying to throw in a little, trying to make this a gamma squeeze. Like, the possibility of that could come. I'm not saying they're trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying I would like to have exposure to a short covering. All right. These are the types of names that you get it. All right. Somebody's going to have to manage risk. Look at this downside, and it's putting in a base. So, you know, I don't know how much of the shares are short, but I do know I wouldn't mind some exposure to the upside. That's all. Just having exposure to the upside.
OPEC
Um,
keeps.
OPEC keeps. Okay, so
2024 guidance.
so Baba, I'm looking for 75 to 74.50. I think we get a. I just don't know if it's going to give it to us today.
Barrels per day keeps 2025
You know,
global demand growth
it's gotta have.
at $1.8 million per day.
Okay, so Alibaba, where are we at right now? We're at 75.18, 75, and solar names too. Don't forget about solar names. They are starting to take off. 75.17. Yeah. I would look for a long. I don't know if I want a long. All right. We'll see. What I would do is I would look for pre-market highs. This 75.60, a bounce back to like 75.40 to 75.60, like this area here. Look,
NTIC, Northern
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a dotted line for the entries.
Gulf, November Tango India
Is that
Charlie,
75.46? I'm going to put an entry there.
17 cents in
And I'm going to
earnings.
put an entry there. Okay, these dotted lines
It was 17 cents.
are
That's
going
a
to
high.
be entry points to get short.
Tango India Charlie.
My gosh, come on. My stuff is messing up here.
RMR Group raises quarterly dividend by 12.5 cents. That's Romeo Michael Romeo.
All right, so I'm going to write this down real quick.
APBO, Aptivo Therapeutics, pricing near a $16.6 million public offering. Papa Papa Victor Oscar. $1.35 per share. And
All right, so
that is Alpha Papa Victor.
Alibaba, I'm looking for bounce backs to go short. Okay, this thing does have strength, so in this trade, I'm just looking for opportunity to the downside. Man, this is actually a good area here too. This previous high, 75.50. Forget that, 75.50. This is the area I'd like to short.
BHC, Bausch Health.
All right, 75.50.
Treatment.
And look, this is only a short-term trade, which would be 75.50. See how, like, depending on how it gets there to pre-market highs, get short up here, and I would look to take it back down to 75 to 74.50. All right, 74.50 could be a really nice support level. All right, it could be a really nice support level, which we did hold yesterday. We got back above it and held it. I don't know. Maybe there is no trade. The only trade that I can take would be to the downside. You have to break 75. All right. 75.50. Look for a break of 75.50. Or no, I'm sorry. 75.50. 75.50 short. And then look for the break of 75. 74.95. Short to break 75. And if we do break 75, target's going to be 74. Let's see here. This is just a big consolidation. Oh, come on, man. Okay, so 75, and we're up there 75.50. I think you gotta look for some support here, but I want to see if we can break 75. If we break 75, then I'm rolling with that, guys. I'm gonna roll with that 74 level. All right, I'm gonna roll with 74. Look for a break of 75, target $74. Look to break 75, target 74. All right, so take profits. That's what that means. All right, take profits. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys.
ENLB and LiveX Therapeutics
Okay, so
announcing results of its
that's
phase
Baba.
2 trial evaluating Allocidra.
That's old Baba there. All right, 75. A bounce. Any bounce backs to 75.50, that pre-market high. Get short. Look to see if we can break 75, and you know, my target again is going to be down there at 74, back down by the 100-day. See, we solidified the 100-day yesterday, so you know, this trade might be tough. It may not be time. Maybe they try to run it up again, but this is a nice little area of a resistance level. It feels like we'll have to wait and see here, man. Currently in a break even. Hold on one second. That's how it's done. Stops at break even. That's how it's done. Alright, it's 8 o'clock. Oh, man. Bro, I would wait. Oh, man. Oh, you said... Oh, you're already in it. Okay. I think this holds. I think that holds. I think it holds, and you go back to test the 50-day. I do. I think we bounce and test this 50-day right here. Like, right now. You do have an increase in volume there, too. Pre-market volumes is actually really nice here. What time is this? Shit. What time is this? So this is 6 o'clock. 7, 8. Oh no. Do we have low volume today? The volume is poop today, guys. That sucks. Alright, let me do this. Let me go here. Just want to bring up some of the news. Taiwan Semiconductors, we're still looking at that. Alright, so here we go. Here's the list. They finally got them out. Alright, Nike rose 1.4% after the sportswear giant unveiled its Olympic kits, betting that top athletes can help it win more everyday consumers. Betting that top athletes can help it. Okay. Okay, so they came out with some Olympic kits, I guess, and they may be paying some people to help sell it. Alpine Immune Science, I seen this one already. Stock rose over 36% after Vertex Pharmaceuticals said it would buy the biotech for about $4.9 billion in cash. Holy smokes. That's a ton of cash, bro. Not one, not two, not three, not four, but almost $5 billion in cash. Gained access to its treatment for autoimmune disease of the kidney. Wow. All right. CarMax fell 9.1% after the used vehicle retailer posted a lower fourth quarter profit, hurt by decreased profitability from units sold. How does Carvana react on that? CVNA. What is Carvana doing right now? This guy is talking crazy. Yeah, Carvana is down, guys. This might be on the list. We could look for a couple bucks out of this, because this could be insight to their earnings, which is... What is that, May? January, February, March, April, May? Yeah, May. May 1st. Alright, so Carvana's hurting right now. And this was a nice support level for Carvana. I wonder if we can break it. There we go. All right. Yeah, you can see this range here. That's crazy. All right, so that's Carvana. The reason I looked at Carvana is because CarMax is down 9%, posting lower than expected quarterly profits. All right, Amazon fell 0.4% after the online retailer CEO Andy Jassy said the e-commerce firm is still seeking opportunity to reduce cost in its fulfillment network after trimming staff in a number of divisions over the recent months. So they have started cutting. Wow. Okay. Why has that not shown up in the labor market reports? That's a big economic driver, Amazon is. So Robinhood stock fell 3.6% after Citigroup downgraded the broker to sell from neutral. Yeah, to a sell from neutral, citing its correlation with Bitcoin despite improving fundamentals. Regeneron. I have Regen. I have not heard this name in a little bit. Stock fell 1% after the drug maker was accused of fraudulent practices by the Justice Department related to its vision drug. Ely? I guess that's what that is. Related to its vision drug, Eylea. EYLEA. Rent. The Runway rose 30% after the clothing rental subscription service posted a narrower loss than a year ago, showing modest subscription retention. Fastenal, wow, 30%. Holy smokes. So that's under rent. Fastenal fell 5.6% after the industrial distributor reported disappointing first quarter earnings. All right, so earnings are kicking off sadly right now. Automotive, which is CarMax, right? Their sales are down. Fastenal, they sell bolts and different things. Their sales are down. So far, you're seeing a slump in earnings. Okay? So, Nike. I don't know about Ulta, but I know Nike. Home Depot, was it or no? Who else was it? Nike, Elf, maybe it was Ulta. They came out and said that their sales will probably be down. So we need to pay attention to these earnings and if sales and guidance for future will be, if they're going to lower them because that's going to help the markets pull back. And that's all it is. All right. I can't even pronounce that, but Albemarle, I guess. Albemarle rose 1.1%. Berenberg upgraded the stance in lithium miner to a buy from a hold, citing rise in lithium volumes and an upward trend in lithium prices, negating the need for it to seek additional equity financing in the future. Clap it up. There's a few there, guys. All right, let's get back to the list. So we have Nike. CarMax, I would much rather play Carvana off of that news, but we'll see. Micron. Oh, no, that's Microchip Technology, acquires VSI. JP Morgan tweaks price targets and ratings for Bitcoin miners. All right, so your miners are getting some attention here. Did that do anything with Bitcoin? Bitcoin's pulling back just a little bit, though. Yesterday, pre-market, I said 68,000 on Bitcoin. We got to watch it. And look what happened. Bada bing, bada boom. And look what happened to Coinbase. It rallied its tail off, and I did not get that move. Miners. Okay, miners. Just want to cover some of this news really quickly. All right. That way we have an idea where volume, could possibly be. So they reported a detailed adjustment for targets and ratings for listed Bitcoin mining companies, Riot Platforms, and Iris Energy, IREN. I never heard of that one, I don't think. They are retained at an overweight with the latter's price target adjusted to $15.50 from $15. So that's a 15%, or Yeah, that's a 50-cent increase. And the former's target 10 to 10.50. Marathon Digital writing is a reaffirmed at underweight. With its price target slightly increased to 16.50 to 16. From 16.50, no, to 16.50. I'm sorry. Marathon Digital reaffirming at underweight with its price target slightly increased to 16.50 from 16. I don't understand that. We're underweight, but we're going to raise the price target. Okay. All right. So there's a neutral rating for CLSK Clean Spark. Price target raised to $15 from 14. JP Morgan reported also sizes Bitcoin mining opportunity estimated notional value remaining of 1.3 million Bitcoin at 95 billion, up 11% from February 2024, and a 106% overall year-over-year growth, 106% return. That's crazy. And 106 year-over-year growth. All right, that didn't really do us any good. That was all right. Whatever. All right, so Bitcoin pulling back. Let's go to Coinbase was one of the names I gave out yesterday for a long. I said look for that 68 level on Bitcoin. Now that's putting in a, it's pulling back right now. Is that going to be a lower high? Is that our first lower high, making that resistance? I think, it's got to hold here at 69.5. Shoot. So I'm going to watch Coinbase or some of those names there. And I would watch this level right there at 70,000. All right, let's look for 70,000 to hold. And I think it should for the most part. I would like a consolidation here and then the rally by the open, but we'll see. All right, so Coinbase. Are we pulling back into support? I'll go over Carvana in a little bit. Let's go to the daily chart real quick. Daily chart. All right, so we're below the 20-day moving average right now. 20-day, we closed right up at it. And again, if you guys have tickers, please throw them in the chat, what you guys want to cover. I know Snowflake also, which I almost forgot, got an upgrade. Or no, a downgrade. I think it was a downgrade. So Coinbase, 4-hour chart. Let's see here. Let's look for, a small pullback, and I'd like to try to get a rally here on this level. I'm watching this level down here at 245, 244.50. That's what I'm watching on Coinbase. All right, you can see it already did pull back. Minor support level right there. It is an area, so what does that mean? Is that a failed hold above the 50-day? That's crazy. Just watch out. That's all I'm going to say. Watch out. Because if you can't reclaim that 20-day moving average, a consolidation also isn't too, it's not bad that it's consolidating. I just feel like, this level here could be resistance. And then you would look for a pullback to like 245. 245. What is that? 245. Hold on, I just lost it. Oh, come on, bro. All right, whatever. I'm done. I'm just going to go ahead and say, hey. All right, look for this level here, 250. And the 20-day moving average on Coinbase. I want to see us bounce. I do. My entry, I would like to see. I'm not going to be able to get long this down here. Damn. If you do get a pullback, guys, if you do get a pullback to like 245, 246, 245.95, I would certainly pay attention, Yeah, 245.90, 246. It's an area. It's like right there. It's a resistance and support zone right there. It's like a key level right there. I would put that dotted line there, but it's got its purpose too. Alright, so let's see. That's a 5-minute chart. I don't know, guys. I think I'm gonna short this thing. I think I'm gonna short it. I'm gonna be honest. A test back at 254. I think if we can get a bounce back, I would like to wait to see where we're at closer to the open. Like, because it does these things where it pulls back. Sorry. I do apologize. I do. I don't know, man. It may not even be a play here. It may not be a play. Man. All right. That's what I'll do. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna look for. I'm gonna look for this level down here, 245, to be support. 245, 246. All right, 245, 246. Let's pull this up, so you guys can see here support and resistance. But I don't like how it pulled all the way back down. Right? I don't like how it pulled all the way back down. So I'm looking at that level right there for a possible long. Right there. All right. I'm looking for that level to be a long. And my target is up at... Damn it. This sucks because I feel like we could go lower. I feel like it could go lower. I'd look for 255 on Coinbase. I know it's taking me a little bit here, but you get a bounce back to 255, 255.50 area. I would look for a resistance level. It all depends on what Bitcoin's going to do. So, sorry about that. I know it takes me a little bit. Let's go into Tesla. Coinbase, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to play it. It just doesn't look like... it's kind of tough. It just doesn't really... It's not screaming trade me. I think, though, if we do open up down here at this level, then I would like to look for a long. All right, I would like to look for a long down here. And that might be a scalp. It all depends. It all depends. Let's see. Nice volume. And then where is the close at? So where did we close? So we closed up at 251. Yeah, if we can stay right around this area, see, it's going to take the trade from us. Here, we have the number coming out. This would be a nice rejection point right here at 250 to get short right here and take it back down to like 240. What is that? Like 245? It's like a nice $5 move. Take it back down into this area. So if that's the case, if we open up lower... If we open up down here at like the low 240s, I will look to go long. Let's go look at NVIDIA and stuff real quick. We'll go back to the Qs and the SPY. Tesla real quick. Let's look at Tesla. I haven't looked at it yet. All right, so My thought is we could probably take Tesla. I was hoping to get it back down to like 160. What is this? Like 167.50? 167.50. I don't know if we get there today, obviously. I'm looking for a bounce. Kind of looking for a bounce on Tesla. All right. So this is a nice support level here. You do have the 100. We do have the 20-day moving average right in our way. So the 20-day sitting right here. And we closed right on it. You closed right on it yesterday. Let's see. You know, again, I do apologize. Let me just keep it moving. Yeah, let me just do what I gotta do here because I gotta make some money. Or I want to make some money. So. One 170. 170. I wonder if it gives it to us. It looks like it wants to. Alright, I wonder if it gives it to us. I'm looking for Tesla to... I'm just wondering if it can give us that 168. You know, that 168 level and just start kind of falling out of bed. But it would highly... I'd be really surprised there. So, I'm looking for a long. Alright, I'm going to say it now. I'm looking for a long on Tesla. Sorry that took so long. But it's what it is. That's what I'm looking for. I just want to make sure that I see everything, and I'm not seeing some. I've got a few. Right now, I've been lately because I need to get my other computer up here. I've been just doing it right off of my E-Trade on my phone. I have an Apple computer. I need to get it up here on my desk. My monitor's so big, and you know, having both of them up here with the laptop, I just haven't done it yet. But I have Thinkorswim, I have Lightspeed, I have Interactive Brokers. So E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, Thinkorswim, and Lightspeed. I could do it on my Lightspeed account on my phone, but I've just been using my E-Trade account. That's just, that account just been kind of like, I've been just using it. I've been wanting to grow it is what I've been wanting to do. So, what do you recommend for day trading stocks? Like what? Like what broker? I would recommend. Hold on, the numbers are getting ready to come out. I would recommend if you know what you're doing for the most part. Yeah, okay. So if you've been doing it for a little bit and kind of have an understanding, you know, Tasty. I would say Interactive Brokers. Tasty Trade. I don't have a Tasty Trade account. But Interactive Brokers. It all depends. If like I said, it all depends on a few different things. Like you know, if you know what you're doing, here's why. Like Interactive Brokers offers, you know, to pay commissions. Right? It's up to you. If you don't want to pay commissions, okay. But if you do want to pay commissions, and you would like to be able to, you know, like your limit orders and your fills, and you want to get good prices, like me, I limit order a lot. Not a lot, but I do a lot. It's like 50-50. Like what I'll do is if I market order into a trade with a tight spread, I'll probably throw orders out. That way, if it does move in a manner, you know, I'll have a limit order to sell some of those options. Um, but I would say Interactive Brokers. It could be confusing, but Thinkorswim, okay, Charles Schwab, which is Thinkorswim now, and shoot, I don't have this on. E-Trade, Interactive Brokers. I would not recommend the unless you know, unless unless this is a trick question and this is a sponsor that wants to try to work together. um, that's what I would recommend. I would just stay with the basics, the basic American ones. Personally, I would not. Me personally, I would not uh, tell you that it's a good thing to go to like what's it called? The one that everybody uses. I mean, if China already has your information, like TikTok and stuff like that, then whatever. But they don't need to know your finances. So I'm trying to think of the broker. I can't think of it. Initial jobless claims 211. Oh no! I called it, didn't I? We said it. I said, yo, that 211, 212. You don't want to see it. All right, PPI year over year 2.4. Continuing jobless claims PPI month. This thing's all messed up. So 0.2. Previously 0.6. That came down a lot month over month. PPI came in. So here you go. You're going to get a fight. You're going to get a tussle back and forth. But I think the PPI is going to outweigh the initial jobless claims. This is showing that companies are having a little bit better time than the consumer. Okay? Wholesale is better than retail. Core PPI month over month 0.2. So that came in line. Initial jobless claims 211. Continuing jobless claims 181. Okay, so that rose. Jobless claims 4-week average PPI. Why is this not working? It's not coming up. But anyway, look at that. That's a nice drop right there. Month over month number came in a lot lower, guys. Let's see if we get that bounce. I told you guys the market was setting up for a bounce back to the 20-day. QQQ, SPY, right? SPY looking to bounce back to 516. QQQ. All right, the markets look like they wanted to bounce. So there it is. I'm looking for 440 to 441. All right, on the Qs. I got to keep it moving, man. I need to get something going here. All right, let's get it. All right, let's get down. Let's get down. Okay. So right now, 440 is acting as 439. 439 is acting as resistance. All right, so let's look at Tesla. Is that going higher? It is. Damn it. I should have just went and bought the stock itself. See, this is what happens when I have to write on the left-hand side of my composition book. My mic and stuff's in the way. I need to get a stand or like a headset thing. If I could only push the monitor back and have the mic over there. Can you guys hear me? You can hear me, right? Is that okay? I'm just going to put it right there. I'll put the wire underneath here. Okay, cool. Thanks, Greg. All right, let me refresh. Okay, so Tesla. Let's go look at Tesla real quick. Where are we at with it? Come on. Tesla, flexible grid. Oh my gosh, look at Tesla go. Is there news outside of just... That's a huge rip. I knew it, man. I knew it. I hope you're alright, Greg. I told you, bro. You have a stop at break even, so you're good. I know it, man. I didn't know it, but it's like, yo, if you're asking me what the market's telling us, it was telling us we were going to get a bounce there. All right, so now I got to figure out how I want to play Tesla. So let me throw up this. Good. That's good, man. And that's why it's important to take some profits, because if you don't take it, that market's going to take it. You know, people just hold. Why hold? Like, take profits. If you think it's going to go higher, dwindle your size back down, buy a little bit with profit. I don't know. There's like all different kinds of ways to do it. You don't want to get too meticulous with it or you'll mess it up. But, you know, yeah. I mean, look, listen. If you have a target like Tesla, right? There's no reason why, if we went long Tesla right here, why we should not be trying to get to 174. It's okay to try to get to a target. But when it gives you the room, like when it gives you that run, take some off. Like, our job as traders is to catch, catch the move, but we don't need to catch the whole move, because we don't know for penny to penny, dime to dime, where that low and that high is going to be, or that high and that low. All right, we have our main areas, right? Our main areas of support and resistance, or supply and demand, whatever you want to call it. Like right now, there's a lot of demand for Tesla. That's a big rip on Tesla. It's pulling back right now into the 20-day moving average. So depending on where we open up, like if we are up to 174, then I'm going to have to look for a trade to the downside or a consolidation, and that trade's going to be taken from me. Okay, I think that trade's going to be taken from me, and I'm going to be completely honest. We have a gap fill up here. I think 174 on Tesla. We look for that pullback to the 20-day, and maybe you can get an entry point at like maybe you can get the 174 entry point and try to ride it. It might take you a few days, but maybe you get to 179, 180 off of 174. But so that's that. Like I say, if you bought 10 contracts, let's say you bought 2 contracts on Tesla, and we got this move right here off the bell, I would be taking some through that 20-day. Right, I'd be taking some through the 20-day. That's an extension rally. That wick right there is telling us like this bounce, like right here. I'd be selling it probably right here. I'd be like, boop, if I didn't already sell. Not the whole thing, but you should expect a pullback. Like just that huge extension, even on the second candle, I would take half of that position off right there. You just went from 169 to 173. Practically. Understand the ATR. If the stock you're trading only moves like $3 and you pull back $1, or you've already rallied $1, use that. Think about where it is on the day, the average high to low, the average ATR. Tesla will say is like $6. Well, that's kind of high because it's actually not so volatile right now. We'll say Tesla is like $4 on a big day. It can do like it'll do like $7 to $11. Let me go to the daily chart. So high to low, like here, 179.50, 175, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's $5, 50-50. You have a bigger day here from high to low. 160, that was 160.60, so 161 to 171, so that's a $10 move. Here's a minor day here, 163 to 168. That's still a big day. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's $5, so it's like 550, almost 6. So if I see, okay, I on an average day, I should be able to at least get $4 to $6 out on Tesla from high to low. So on my intraday chart, I would say, okay, right now, like today, I would look for, we open up, let's say we open up higher, we pull it back, you buy the dip on the pullback. All right, that's probably going to be my entry, guys, right here. I would still look for 172 to be my entry point. 3, 4, 5, 76. Look, 175 takes us right to that zone we wanted to be short at yesterday. Yesterday I said if it gave me the opportunity, I would look at 175 to get short. 174, 175 short is what we said yesterday for Tesla. You could have been short Tesla, and you would have got paid. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Looking for a bounce back to 174, 175. That's what I'm doing. 174, 175, 176. Those three areas. So let's look at this real quick. We look for pullbacks. 172 entry. Long. Oh shit! I don't have my stuff up. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. 173. 172. Yeah, that's. Sorry, guys. I don't know why this isn't saving. I just wanted to look at the. I just wanted to see where my moving averages were and what was going on in the daily chart. So that's a break, a pullback, and a bounce. Let's do it. I'm ready. I want to look for a low volume pullback on Tesla. I would like to be able to get this. This 171, like 172, 170, 150. If it gives it to us, I don't think that it will though. Guys, I want that level bad. I want that level badly. Right here. 172. Alright, I would look to take Tesla long off of 172. And I'm going to be gone for 175. If not 176. We could get a nice day going here on Tesla. Come on, don't do it. Do not take the move from us. It's going to. That's so funny. Alright, let me do this. I know I'm wasting. I know I'm just doing way too much here. I need to hurry up. Alright. So. Pull back. Let's see here. And we are right now at. Okay, pull that in. Bang. Apply. Oh man, that sucks, guys. I would be careful. I'm actually going to be careful on this. Hold on. I just want to fix my charts. That's it. Just want to fix my charts. That's all. Time axis. Keep that priced in. Bang. Bang. Okay. I have so many levels. I hate when my charts are like this. It just bugs it. It bugs me. All right. Time axis. Keep time position. Keep it in. Apply. Bang. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can get a nice little rally today. Why not? I can't believe all of those. Yeah, that's a nice level. Look at that level at 170. Breaks above 170. That was that prior support. Breaks above it. Pulls it back. Bang. Long off of 170. And you're sitting like a king this morning. As long as it can hold. I think you got to watch out. You're never too safe. It's never safe. Dude, I can't even see this 15-minute chart. It's insane. Okay, I'm going to save it right there. because everything is sitting right there at that area, so it just looks cluttered. Because you have the 20-day, you have VWAP, you have all these levels meeting up right there. So, but yes, Tesla, I think you got to be careful with it. I would like to go long, but I'll look back at Tesla at 9 o'clock. I'm going to look back at Tesla. All right, so let's go here. So Coinbase is at 250, 252. Oh my gosh. Okay. So we are at 252. 254. If we could somehow get a bounce back to 255, I would like to get short Coinbase at like 255. I would like to try it. It is holding up fairly well. But yeah, 255. Where are we at? 254. Yeah, 255 short. I'm going to write that down right now. 255 short on Coinbase. Possibility. Oh my gosh. Charts. Yeah, 255. Okay, the target on that, if we get short, would be back down here at like 244, 245. I think we'll get it. I do. I think we could get this short, guys. I really do. I think it might set up for us. And if we get that 255 short, you can see it's where pre-market highs. I think we could take it back down to 246, 245. That's a $10 move. Target. So 255 short. Target is 246 to 245. 246, 245, and then we also have to remember now it's trying to make the 20-day moving average resistance right now. That's what it looks like, or it's trying to bounce off of it. Now it's trying to make it resistance. It tailed. Hold up, let me see. I mean, you could also look for 240 to get back down there, but that's a nice buy zone down at 240. DXYZ sounds like it's going as well. Back up on its grind. I gotta freaking hurry up. All right, 245, 246, 245, and yeah. So that's the target, guys. Okay, yeah. To push it back to this level here, 246, 245, and heck, 244, I guess. All right, so we have Alibaba. Let's check back in there, and we'll go back. Let's go look at some semiconductors. Okay, so look, Alibaba went back to that pre-market level. What'd it do? Look at that rejection. Rejected right off of 75.50. All right. Google's got a nice bounce here. This level here on Google's pretty nice. I think I would personally be careful. I think Google has enough room to test 159.30, like that previous high up there. All right, and I think that's what it has. I think it should have enough room to get back up to 159 to 160, right into that area of 159.20, 159.30, 60, 40, whatever number you want to make up in your head. I think it'll get there. Um, you could use a 15-minute chart and say 159.32. All right, but I think you have enough room to get up there. And then once you get up there, I think you kind of just pull back. I don't think you go much higher on Google. Fuck, I meant to go to the daily chart. Let's see. So it's a pullback there. Alright, so that's my plan for Google. I'm not going to short it, but I would say if you want any pullbacks down into 157, I would look for a 157 long back up to that previous high on Google, or GOOG. I would look for also, let's go look at TSM. It stinks that ARM isn't, come on. There we go, live chat. Alright, Taiwan Semiconductor, back up above that level. So, daily chart, you know, that type of news should help out Taiwan Semiconductors. They had some really good news on their, with more sales than normal. I guess that's a pre-earnings catalyst for them. Sorry, I know you guys don't want to.
That we are not pre-committing to a rate cap. So people are buying stuff on Amazon, offering to third parties, and then they return it.
Oh my god.
You know, I buy these sneakers, and then I return a fake version of the sneakers back, and they're shopping with it. Is that something? How do you deal with that?
Well, you know, at our scale, you find you get some of everything. You know, and we've seen that in the past. Help foster innovation and increase investment in the green and digital transition. More determined and concrete efforts to complete the banking union and the capital market union would help mobilize the massive private investment necessary to achieve this, as the Governing Council stressed in its statement of March the 7th, 2024.
I still think, hold on, let me do this analysis real quick.
Inflation has continued to decline from an annual rate of 2.6% in February to 2.4% in March, according to Eurostat's flash estimate. Food price inflation dropped to 2.7% in March from 3.9% in February, while energy price inflation stood at minus 1.8% in March, after minus 3.7% in the previous month. Goods price inflation fell again in March to 1.1% from 1.6% in February.
Is this too loud for you guys? If you guys don't even want to
However,
watch it or want to hear it,
services
let me know.
price inflation remained high in March at 4%.
I just want to see if she hints at it, because if she hints at rate cuts,
Most measures of
market's going
underlying
higher
inflation
on
fell
top of that,
further
on
in
the back of
February,
that PPI.
confirming the picture of gradually diminishing price pressures.
and that could also mean a soft
While
landing with that
domestic
labor market
inflation
coming
remains
down,
high,
PPI
wages
coming down like it
and
did.
unit profits grew
They
less
start-
strongly
You know,
than
so
anticipated in the last quarter of 2023.
I would look for.
But
I'm
unit
still
labor
looking for a
costs
rejection up here at
remain high,
148.50,
in part
unless you get
reflecting
massive volume.
productivity growth.
I'm just going to turn it off, and we'll see. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, because if she says something, I mean, we have the squawk box, so Amazon guy is on right now too on CNBC. All right. Here's what I would say. How about this? If we are able to just pull it back right now, like right now, start pulling it back, TSM. If we start pulling Taiwan Semiconductor back, TSM back, then I would look for, in order for me to get long, I need a pullback. You know, what is, that's like 147, 80, 148, 144. I need a pullback down here to like 146 at least, and maybe you could scalp along off of that, but it's already did it. It's already did it. All right, so I'm gonna remain a little bit more bearish on this. I just think it needs a pullback. I think TSM is, in order for something to continue to go higher, you know, you had some really nice volume yesterday, but like today, right? If we open up, here will be my plan. This is literally my plan. If we open up here at 147.80, 148, 148.50, okay? Right off of the bell, I'm going to look to get short. And I will get short back down into yesterday's close at like 146. All right.
We've seen with Thursday Night Football just how many customers love that offering and how many people come to it and how many Prime subscriptions.
That's what I look for. All right. I would look for a pullback to 146. 145.95 off the bell. If we open up here at 148, you know, if we open up at like 148, I'd look for a quick bounce to like 148.50. And I'm going to try and take the rejection up there. So we'll see if it works. We'll see what happens. But TSM, once again, TSM, I'm not bearish. I just need a pullback, like a decent pullback to say, hey, I think it's time we take the long, because it's not a buy trigger. These are not buy triggers. They're sell triggers. 148.50, 148. For
When do you think we're actually going to see this product? And this would compete, of course, with Starlink. Well, you know, Kuiper is our low Earth orbit
AMC and Amazon
There's 400 to 500
adding Andrew Ng to its board of directors.
Connectivity. They can't do basic things we take for granted. And in October, we got 2 end-to-end prototypes up where we're able to exercise.
yeah, so sorry, I'm just eating a cracker. Just getting something to eat. 148 to 148.50. I'm short. If we pull back and we open up like around yesterday's close, then we can look for the long off the bell. That's the only way I can look to get long here. So 148.50, 148 short. I'm going to look to take that back down to 146, 145. Yeah, 145.50. Look at that level. I didn't even see that level.
I think, my own view is that I think we're on a journey and we
Yeah, 145, 146. So the target on that short,
what I've noticed since we've gotten people back to the office at least 3 times a week is that the collaboration is much better. If you
145.60.
just, you know, the way you innovate, it's not like you schedule an hour and you innovate, you invent something and you're done. It's messy, it's meandering, it's wandering. It often takes 90 minutes. When you're done, you don't quite get
Target 145.65. 145.65. Okay. Now, for the long side of the trade, I want to get, you know, and we could look for 145 as well. So on this, all right, look, 148.50 to 148. Target is going to be 145.65 to 145. Okay. And then on the long, we get down into 140. What is that? 145. Yeah, I would like to look for a 145 long. If that's the only way I could take this
Safe and green enters design build
to the upside, and then on that long, I would look for 148.50
production of
for the target.
currently in concept stage. That's
Target 148 to 148.50.
ANSYS releases AI-powered virtual
All right.
assistant.
It's as simple as that, right? We're just playing the range, and I think that's what it continues to do. In my humble opinion, is that it just plays the range. Look at it's closed red 3 days in a row. You know, on the day, all right. Each day we've came in and said, guys, we're looking for a pullback right off the bell. We're looking for it to bounce right out the gates, let it bounce, get short on the bounce, take it down the VWAP into yesterday's close area. It has worked nearly every single time for the most part. Yesterday, same thing. What did I write down? I don't know. I know it was recorded, though. We said, I did not even write it down. But remember, Taiwan Semiconductor, the ATR is $4 to $6.57. So $4 to $7 is the ATR from high to low. So if it has a nice day, look for, you know, look for like a $5.50, $6 move on it. So that's that.
INMD.
I think longer term it should, man, I don't know, should trend down. Okay, Tesla we talked about. Let's go look at some of the news and market, see if they reported anything different since we went and looked back at everything. AMD. I haven't looked at AMD in a little bit. Let me look at that. All right, AMD. AMDiner. Pulling back to the 100-day moving average, which is coming in right clutch at support at 164. Big support zone down here at 164, 163.50. Well, I'll say 164, 163. It's an area. I wonder if we could start to take long some of these semiconductors, just not names like Taiwan Semiconductor. I don't know.
GL.
It already feels like in the near term they're already overdone. But on a today into tomorrow, we might be able to. All right, AMD. Here you go. AMD 168 rejection. 168 rejection. All right, you have the 100-day moving average right here. Maybe that's where she's about to go test. All right. And then the 50-day is nowhere to be found. Sorry, guys and gals. Yo, I'm so excited to trade with you guys. We got some new people in here today. I'm excited. I'm really excited. Every day I've been coming in and my account is just bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. I've been really happy about that. I don't know. I feel like I finally, I don't know. I just got out of that little slump that I was in, I guess you could say. So, all right, guys. So for me, man, 66, 166, 166. All right, so I would look for pullbacks in the 166. And I want to try to get long. All right, that's AMD. I think we could get
CADL conduct the repeatix pop into the highs now after the company announced FDA offering drug designation for the treatment for pain.
Oh, that's what I didn't do. I know, I'm sorry. Did I do it? Did I move it? I did. Okay, cool. And where's the 20-day? All right, so there's our 20-day moving average. That's all coming in. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. It's a nice little bear flag from AMD right here on the daily chart. Look at that. Bang.
That's WW.
Bang. Looks like a failed breakout. They're like, yeah, I'm going to go break out. So, that bear flag got backdoored. Yeah. Bear flag there. We'll see if you get the bounce. We'll see if we can get back up there. Let's see. I don't know why I haven't wrote this down yet. I don't know why it's taking me so long. So yeah, guys, I would look for a pullback into 166. 166 long. Okay. I'm looking for a 166 long. I feel like, yeah, we need that pullback. I need a pullback down to 166, get long, and then I would look to take that up to 166 to 168, and then 170. We could probably get a few more dollars out of that, right? Yeah. You can see it's rejecting here now, this level. You're rejecting this level right now at 168, so hold up. I'm sorry that it's taking me this long. Where is that going? Oh, snap. That's wild.
CADL Candel Therapeutics hitting new highs now, $6.71.
Okay. All right, pullbacks. Where are we? In conjunction with yesterday's close. Yeah, they're going to take this trade away from us, guys. Right off the bell, I think it's safe to say right off the bell you get a pullback. Where are we at? 168? Look, I've already fixed my screen and look at it. You see how, see the top left of monitor? You see how it's like it's all like over here, and that's okay because it's trying to show as much as it can. It should be like that. I should save it. I'm going to do it right now. Take it off. Put it on. Apply. Okay. Now let's see if it'll work. Because then all I have to do is this. Anyway. I know the volume's messed up, but 168. Sorry that today's live stream is like it is. I don't know why. You know, I'm just... Yeah, so I'm going to look for a 168 rejection. That could be a trade. All right. Let this thing bounce if we're up at like 169. And then I'm going to look for... we could probably scalp a short right off of the bell on AMD and look to take this thing back down to 164 or 166. Okay. I want to be long AMD. I'm just letting you guys know. I want the long. But if she opens up and she's, you know, I'm going to expect a pullback right off of the bell. All right. And that is 67. 167. Okay. So I guess I'm just going to write them down both. Come on, AMD. I want AMD to go up to, so 168, 168. We're there. We are there. I would like it to go test high a day from yesterday. I would like it to go test this area up there. $68, 168.13. Look at it recovering there. I'm trying to see where we can get to on the open. Um,
Man, I hope they do a good job. They're my customer, and we'll help them in any way they can. You can't.
I don't know if it's going to give it to us. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out here on a limb
RKOB
and
rocket
say
lab selected by Space Systems Command to build and launch spacecraft for a tactically
look for
responsive space mission.
yesterday's
That's
high.
RKOB.
170, 169, 170. A pop into that area. 169, 170. Short. Back down to 166. 170, 169. Short. And we're going to look to take this back down to like, you might even get 164. Target 166, 164. Okay, so I do want the long. That's the trade that I want. I want the long. I just don't know if it's going to give it to me. And if overall markets are going to go higher, then AMD can go higher. It is weaker, but
Not ever being able to meet demand at this point, one would anticipate the growth rate is still going to be pretty significant. This is selling as of right now. It's 26 times 2036. Yes. Yeah. I mean, Procter and Gamble is more expensive. This is a technological marvel. And, I just don't understand how people value it so inexpensive. And yet all I hear about is
so let's not forget about these. So look at Baba just consolidating here. She knows what she's doing. She's being slick right now. She's being slick for a pop right off the bell. But I think in order to go higher, man, Baba needs to pull back. It's gapped up. Pull back to 74.50. That's our Baba trade. Target 74.50. What else do we have that I haven't brought up yet? I do want to I want to pour some coffee in my cup before this market opens up. We got 20 minutes here. Let's go to I think this labor market number is not really what the Fed wants to see. I mean, ultimately they want a tight labor market. They want everybody to be employed, but if they want inflation to come under control, or unless the Fed is okay with the prices that they're at right now, which I think they are, kinda, they just don't want it going higher. It can be high, but like go high and then stop. And just gradually go higher. That's okay. That's what they want. All right, so we went through that. Let's look at Meta real quick, Baba. No, look, Reddit. Okay, we said short underneath. See if we can break this level. It broke the level. I missed this trade yesterday. So I think what I'm going to look for... Yeah, Forever Shorts. Sorry, man. I thought that damn, I have a book that I'm making too. I'll have to text him. Let's look for a bounce back on Reddit and see if we can get a bounce back to $44. You could look for a long here. I think the long side would be safe on pullbacks. All right, pullbacks. You have to understand the trade though, which means like, let it rally up here, and then pull back to like this area right there, at 42.50, right there at that area, and then there's your long right there. See if that can kind of happen. Or even this level right here, right there. Right, pull it back, and then you just rip and run. I'm gonna leave it there and see if there's another one right there. There's another level. The levels all over the place. See, all of them tell us that pull back, go higher. Pull back, go higher. Not this. I don't think that happens. I think we need to pull back though. Sorry for drawing too much on my screen. All right, so Reddit. I like this pull back, take it higher in the near term. Okay. Understand the trade. For anybody that's new here, welcome. If you could do us a big favor, do us a big solid and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so. 1,000 subscribers. I am doing a giveaway for a few people. As long as you're subbed, liked, and all that stuff, you know, it's all yours. I don't do no trickery. Not like, oh well, I only have PayPal. What do you want? Cash App, PayPal. What do you want? All right. I don't have any Bitcoin to give you to send you, but you know. Okay, so Reddit. I want to look for a bounce back. I want to look for a bounce back specifically to $45. Now, I would like to get this pullback here and try to hold $42 or $41.50. That's my plan. It's got to pull back soon. Nope. They're not going to pull it back. They're just going to stuff it right here. And that's okay. That's better than, you know. All right, so 42. Again, the target on this is going to be 44.45 on Reddit for the long. 41.50. $44.45. Oh, Carl. Carl. Not you guys. Carl Cantonio. Alright, that's that. Let's look at Meta. Let's look at a couple things. Meta. Let's go back and look at some of these trade ideas. Alright, Meta looks like it's getting ready to come into some trouble up here. Even though it had an upgrade.
KMX, Carmack CFO said in Q1 intends to accelerate pace of share buybacks above pace implemented in Q3 of FY 2024. That's Keelan Michael X-ray.
Keelan Michael X-ray. Wait, what was it? Okay, so I'm looking at Meta here, at the top of this range. Let's see. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna look for a pullback and try to get this. It did it there. All right, I would look for a pullback on Meta once you start getting up here to 525. So two things. It should pull back. It's starting to right now. You could look for the long at like 520 Meta. Meta, I would look for a 520 long back up to the highs of like oh, okay. So look, it's doing it right there. Man, see, this stuff all depends on how you want to play it. You know, you have this little area. You have a couple areas right here, like this area right here. All right, right there could be resistance. You could look for the 25, the 525. Look to get short at 525. Pull it back to the prior day's high at 520. And then 520 long, see if you can't get the 530. That's what I would do. Like right now, let it go, bounce to like 524.75. Get up in there to like 525 area. Then I would look to get short right off of the bell. I would look to get short right off of the bell there. Is that 523?
This healthcare network uses CrowdStrike to defend against cyber attacks and protect patient information. But what if they didn't?
This is what it feels like when cyber criminals breach your network. Don't risk the health of your business.
Okay.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please.
I know, guys. It takes a little bit. I'm sorry. Yeah, Meta. I gotta look for pullbacks. Off of 525. Up at that 524, 525 area. So 525 off the bell. Up at this area. I would look for a pullback down into 520. So I guess you could say 525 short, pull back into 520. 520. Let me see here.
Shield level annuity from Bright House Financial. Your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility.
Yeah, it might just consolidate. This may not even be a trade. I don't think I'm gonna fool with this. Support, resistance. 515. How about that? 515. 525 short. 5 off the bell. See if it just pops off the bell. Gets short up at like that 524.50. 524 to 524. 525 short. Take it down to 520. Maybe you get a break of yesterday's close and get down in there to 515 support level. 520 target. Okay, did I go to the daily chart to make sure there was no foolishness? And look at that. Isn't that funny? There's the 20-day. I knew it would be there. You might be getting ready to say hello 500s, but I don't know. I think Meta's going to go higher. Sorry, guys. I know that was a rough one today. We got 5 minutes here. Let me go grab a coffee real quick. Use the restroom before this bell opens. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
This company was the best from Anheuser-Busch.
It was the greatest giveaway in government history, I think, but they had to give it to somebody. And this was a number that I think, I will say, was aided by a backlash.
Hit that like button.
against Bud
Subscribe
Light.
if you haven't already done so.
Which was the
Throw
biggest
down
beer.
in the chat. What are you
Modelo's
watching today? I
number
want to
one.
know.
Yeah.
And the Modelo numbers are extraordinary. And don't forget, if you sell it right now, send me an invitation to your funeral, because Cinco de Mayo is coming up, which is a beer day. Like, you can make a month. I made my month at Bar San Miguel on a beautiful day.
Miss Bar San Miguel.
And yesterday, regional banks were down.
Liquor brand and also own a restaurant in this country.
Okay, regional banks, they were having a problem. I want to hurry up to get my coffee. I do not want to be late for the market. All right, they're getting a bounce. We can watch them. JP Morgan, they're down on the week, all bouncing back. They had this sell-off. Nobody was talking about it. If we watch the Dow, watch, the Qs, watch the indexes. Goldman Sachs. Okay, if the Dow does try to get a little bit of oomph, okay, because this is a breakout, a pullback, probably trying to hold its, that consolidation, rally higher. It's just a pullback for the long term. Honestly, that's considered some. I don't know. Anyway, breakout, pullback, see if it can rally, but you need the Dow to be able to help support you in that, though. So Goldman Sachs, you rejected this 404.50 level yesterday. Look for that 20-day. If you get above it, you have a gap fill to take you to 410. Okay. JP Morgan, obviously you have to wait for. You don't have to wait, but they have their earnings tomorrow. Shit, man, I gotta hurry up, bro. We got 2 minutes. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Good luck today. Let's get it. I'm looking at Tesla. All right. Fuck. All right, she bouncing. I want to look for the pullbacks to go long on Tesla. I'm telling you guys that right now. I'm telling y'all right now. Okay. I want to get a pullback long on Tesla. Or you could short it off the bell. Or off of 172 Tesla long. It's got a pullback in the 172. Okay, so I want to see a pullback short. Let's see if we can't. It's already at 172. Fuck. I'm not going to get my coffee. I'm not going to get it. Motherfucker.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient?
All right, so I may look for next week options. I'll be right back.
Well, as our viewers may know, a lot has been made of late of the moves in the Magnificent Seven stocks. Remember good old Fang, though? Remember that one? Apple is the only member of the group. I don't know what he's doing here.
This is
in negative
Fang.
territory.
This is a card game of Fang.
Oh,
These
that's
are
Fang.
all positive pieces on Fang.
The remainder, other than
Meta,
Apple, all
Amazon.
double. Did you see that, Jim?
Right here.
All double-digit gains.
Well, not-
led by Meta, of course, which is up more than
Apple's down
45%.
10% for the year, though.
Yeah, it
But
is.
this is these are pieces that defend Fang right here. It is a full house, incredible. Or if you're playing Rummikub, this is a run of the house.
Are you going back to Fang now, away from
I
the
always do this to
Magnificent Seven?
myself.
Well,
Are
it doesn't
you-
matter. I mean,
are
look.
you just
All right, here's a
all
positive.
about
This is
NVIDIA,
NVIDIA. Why I
nothing
love
else?
NVIDIA. This is why I love Amazon. By Jassy. This is why I love Meta. This is why I love Microsoft. This is why I love Alphabet. This is why I love Apple. Right now, this morning, because the street wants these stocks. They can't have this bull market end, David. The street won't let it end.
People didn't catch that. That was funny. By Andy Jassy. That was Andy Jassy's Amazon letter that
That
Jim
was
was saying.
just a little jive.
Like a buy on Amazon. All right, here's the opening bell. Take a look at the real-time exchange. Yep, more green there than you might expect, given where futures pointed to. Here's the big board doing the honors. Quantum computing company IonQ over at the NASDAQ. Solar Bank, that is a clean energy operator and developer, recently listed as well. All right, where do you want to start?
We need more listings. Where do I want to go? Okay, let's have a little negativity and trying to figure out exactly.
Did I
why
miss it?
so
I did,
many
didn't I?
CarMax,
I missed Tesla.
KMX.
I missed it,
failed
didn't I?
to deliver, and a lot of
I missed it.
it's a big
You
miss
gotta
on
be
how much
fucking
money
kidding
they
me.
spent to get used
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
And I'm trying to figure
It pulled right back to the 20-day, didn't it? To rally. I knew it. Oh my god. No, we still might get the short at 174, 175. I got coffee all over my phone.
It might get cooler.
Fuck.
As Professor Siegel said this morning, we should care about next.
I knew I should have just grabbed the Red Bull out of the fridge. I should have just grabbed the Red Bull and not even full with sugar, milk, stirring.
No, let's talk about last
Is
night's
the equity market going to move on as well?
It's fucking cold anyway.
concerned that
What's AMD doing?
up so much this year.
Guys, throw them out in the chat. If you guys see anything, look at AMD pulling right back off of the bell. Just like we said, you could get that quick short right down to 166, 164, 166, 165. Get long. That's what I would be looking for. Shit. Give me the 15-minute chart. Okay. It needs a little bit more room to pull back. It needs to pull back a little bit more, in my opinion. Wait, maybe not. Let's see here. So, shit, that might be a long. Watch NVIDIA. Just keep an eye on NVIDIA. Look at that rip. Look at that rip. Wow. That's a quick reversal on AMD, guys.
Fed sparking coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Big reversal there.
Natural gas storage.
All right. Shit. Dude, I hate that this thing is not saving or something. I knew it. So there you go. You're getting your bounce up into 170 on AMD.
65.97.
Fuck. That sucks, man. That sucks. That's a hell of a reversal there. So Tesla, AMD. I have not looked at BABA yet. BABA's pulling back right now off of that level once again. All right, let's see here. Stay there. Stay there. Yeah, I still like BABA. I still like BABA to pull back. At least yesterday's close at like 74.50. I don't think it's going to give you a bounce a high a day. I think you'd have to take that BABA trade right now if you did anything. Probably have to do it right now. Tesla rallying really strong. Tesla's got a lot of volume today, guys. Oh, God, I'm so upset that I did not take that long on Tesla this morning. Or that I went and got freaking filled my cup up with coffee. God damn it, man. I didn't get any on my watch. Oh, my God. I could get so pissed, man. That sucks, bro. I don't know what to do. If I should just take it anyway. Guys, I think it needs to pull back in the near term with like in the next till like 10 o'clock. It needs to pull back, in my opinion. It needs to pull back. All right, if Tesla pulls back to 173, I'll take the long. 173, I'll take the long. All right, 173, I'll take the long. It's not going to. Tesla is not going to. Fuck. Again, if you guys see, you guys see anything with increase in volume, what we call relative strength, throw it in the chat. Let us know what you guys are watching. I'm going to tell you right now, I'll probably be looking at, on the call side, probably the 175 calls on Tesla for this week. Maybe I'll go a little bit further out of the money for next week on Tesla. But, yeah, those deltas are pretty serious too, though. 25, not really. Kind of, not really. They're better than the other ones. So, yeah, 175. I think we just saw 150 there on those. I think we just saw 150 on those Tesla 175 calls. Come on. Is there anybody else that besides Greg that it's their first time here? Okay, 158, 145, 148. Come on, Tesla. Pull it back, baby. Pull it back. Pull it back. Pull it back, bro. Pull it back. I knew it. That was the entry right there. I felt like that was the entry. Damn it. Okay, I see. I see. Oh, that's a 5-minute. That's why. I don't want that. I don't want that. We don't want that. But we could see now that this could be... you got to watch this level here. 174. Come on. 174. 174. Okay, so now we're underneath. I'm just being patient. I'm being patient here. I think if you take it there at 173, you're doing it. You're coming in too early. You could probably scalp it right now. Bang, bip, right back to the high of day on Tesla. But I think that it's too early there. Damn, this thing's just overdone, guys. Tesla's just overdone. It might consolidate, unfortunately. Is there an area that I am not seeing right now that it needs to pull back to? Those contracts, 125. Pull it back. I did not write Tesla down there. All right, here we go. Just pulling right into 172, guys. There's 172. I did not take that. I did not get in that. Hold up. Okay. Hold on here. Yeah, I'm going to take it. Hold on. Let's see here. I'm not in anything just yet, guys. This thing's cranking. She's cranking, bro. That should be it. That should have been the reversal. Alright, I took it. I took that call on Tesla. I'm in it, guys. I am in it. I got filled at 108. Filled at 108. It's at 115 already. Take a piece off. It's paying you. Take a piece off. Try to get back to VWAP here. I'm going to try to get back to the pre-market highs at 172, and I'll take half of that off. But I still think we got a little bit of room to go. I do. I think this is the level, though. That is our level. Try to get it back to 173. It's a nice little play there. Look at this increase in volume that we got here. So be cautious when you get back to VWAP and that pre-market high. I probably could have got 90-some cents. I hesitated. I hesitated a little bit there. It's a nice reversal, guys. That's a double bottom right there. That's a double bottom right at yesterday's close. It's a double bottom at right at yesterday's close. You're up 20%, 24% now. All right, I took mine off just under that. Took some off there under that. See, I don't want this thing to start cranking. I got it. I don't know, man. Come on, give me pre-market. I think that's it. It just did it. All right. All right, hold on. Oh man, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna keep this tight because look at the volume that. I'm gonna take this off. I'm taking Tesla off, guys. I'm out of that. I'm out because here's why. This increase in volume here, I want it to prove it to me now. We can probably get to 173. Look at the volume that came in here. Look at that volume that came in down at that 172 area. Okay, yes, it held. Okay, I got paid. All right. Second thing, I want Tesla to prove it to me. Because now we're under VWAP, we're under the 90 MA. You know, the only thing that I do think is that the 15-minute chart is kind of telling us the 171 should be the entry for the long. 171 should be the entry for the long, I think. Yeah, I think we're still good. Dude, if we can just get above that 173, we'd be good to go. Hold on. I might have talked myself out of it, but that... I don't know, man. Here we go. So here we go. As long as we can hold here, we're good. All right, we're good. From now until 10:30, I might re-enter these. Again, that's the 175 puts, or 175 calls. So I got in them at 108. I hesitated at and got in at $1.08, $1.07, I guess it was. I probably could have got 90 cents on those. All right. So this thing's just got a lot of volume here, guys. All right. I don't know if there's something I'm unaware of. Okay, so we're just sitting right here. Okay, that's why I don't have. You know what you guys don't see here? We don't see the 20-day. That's why. So it's not showing us the 20-day moving average. Did we just get our 174 test to go short for, like we did yesterday? Look. It wasn't showing up. It wasn't all the way over. So that green box is the 20-day moving average. All right. You do have a little support down here at 170. I was saying also that you could see, 170 be your support level. possibly. Okay? 170. 170. 169.90, 170. 169.90, 170. 169.90, 170. The volume's really low. So a lot of the names we had already said, hey, we want to look for a bounce off the bell, pull back on, and a pullback, right? Bounce off the bell and a pullback. AMD, bounce off the bell, pull it back. TSM, bounce off the bell, pull it back. I mean, so I have nothing on right now, guys. I was really liking that Tesla call there for a minute, but once you saw that volume just come in like a bat out of hell, I'm still, let's see the Reddit long. Look, the Reddit long might start to play out here. It's got a little bit of volume. Why is my 3-minute chart doing that? That's not what we do, bro. You're supposed to stay right there how I have you. You are not to move. Okay, you are not to move. So we said, see if, oh, it did pull back to that level. Look, it pulled right back to our line. You got to be kidding me. That's hilarious, isn't it? Right on the pre-market. I put this 141.98 level right there for a reason. And look, right to it. Look, it wicked right on the bell. Look at that. Whoop, boop. I mean, I was looking at Tesla, but so what I would do with Reddit, guys, is I would take profits on this extension if you guys took it. Again, another pre-market game plan. It's tough to sit through, I know. Because I'm actually building my watch list live with you guys. All right, so here's what we got. We have Tesla pulling it back. I think this level here, you got to look for some support at 171. All right, 171. Where the 175s at? They're at 90 cents still. 88, 89. I think I might try it. I don't know, though, because it just broke the... Look at the volume, man. I'm not going to fight that. Are you crazy? Damn. She gave us our 174 rejection. Watch this level right there, guys, at 171. 170.92. Boop. Come on. What are you going to do, Tesla? Nothing. They just want to sell this thing off. I know what they want to do. They want to sell this thing off. And it broke. Look at that. Straight down. Wow. I would expect a bounce off of 170 again to try to get back to the 20-day. You could look for this little bear flag if you want. This is just... Tesla's getting out of hand. What is the overall market doing? Damn, chat. Where'd y'all go? Everybody left me, man. That's all good. It's all good. Everybody left. All right, let's see if we can get this bounce here. Really nice. Really, really, really nice couple days here. Dude, I'm fucking loving it. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Alright. Alright, there's Baba. There's Baba cranking to the downside right now. It's a nice little double top there. just be careful at this 75 level if you are thinking about the short. You know, just take profits in front of it. I still don't see why you can't get to yesterday's close, if not further down. Let's look at this. So where are we at here? 50-day. I think that might be it for Baba, honestly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for some puts on Baba to carry into tomorrow, especially if we can get a bounce. What's the delta at here? Oh, damn. So these things are like 100. Damn. Dude, these deltas are wild, bro. Why is the volume so weak on Baba? I don't understand why. All right, I'm gonna do it now, guys. I'm gonna try to put this on. I want to see where the volume and everything's at. Dude, are you serious? 72? I mean, it would be cool. I could give up $3 a contract for like a big move to get like 1,000%. I could be cool with that. Let's do it. No, that's going to be a put wall though. I'm thinking about it, guys. 74 on Baba. All right, so I'm looking at the 74 puts on Baba right now. I'm gonna go take those. I'm probably I'm gonna have to pay up for them. That sucks. Okay, bounce. Hold on, I'm not gonna market order in them. I still want to watch Tesla too, though. I just want to have some skin in the game. Oh shit, hold up. Yeah, it's gonna bounce to high a day. Hold on. I wouldn't take that right now, guys. Hold on. Yeah, no. Baba might go higher right now. Alright, what I'm saying is near term, I'm not fooling with it. I'm not messing with it right now. But I think Baba bounces right now. That's just my opinion. Baba bounces. Another fucking green day. Every day, green day. Back to back to back to back to back. Not every day is going to be a green day, but I don't know, man. I'll be damned. That's all I'm going to say. I'll be damned. I'll be damned if it isn't clutch. If it hasn't been clutch the past few...
It has had a rough debut since de-spacking, so to speak. Of course, you could have bought the SPAC, remember? I mean,
remember? You could have bought SPAC, remember?
And you would be still up enormously, but well
retard.
down from those very early days.
Just kidding. Tesla. Let's go back to Tesla.
President's not going to get those additional 40 million shares.
TSLA, and I'm watching Alibaba, Tesla, and AMD. Okay, look, we got some nice. Look what showed up at 170.
In the first 20 trades.
Old volume. Old faithful.
For any number of reasons.
Old faithful.
Trading from Jim.
We saw digital like this all the time. We implemented a digital marketing strategy.
Old faithful starting to pop in right there at 170. I think they're saying, hey, 170 is it. You pull back into 170, we're getting along. We're just letting you know. And I'm going to put it on up until tomorrow if this is the case. Man, this thing is still... It's just so weak like Apple. Dude, is Baba falling? Isn't it? Or is it? I feel like it is, bro. I feel like I knew it. Damn it. Damn it. Is what it is, man. You could have got the 14 cent, 17 cent. There they go, stepping the bids up. Okay, that is 74 put. 74 puts. Where did the SPY go? What did we say this morning? Do I need to come on in the afternoon and run back videos of how we, you know, call it clutch? That's what we do. That's what we do. That's a shame. That's a shame.
With over 50 years of loving kindness, the Southern Cal residents who remind us every day that age is just a number.
Okay, well, there's Tesla, guys. I don't have that on right now. Or, I mean, Baba. I don't.
Stop trading as we wrap up this exciting hour. Just underneath the market. The ROT, ROT, okay. Not ROT from But Johnson & Johnson is now broken 150, and this is a premier company with a 3% yield, sells at 14 times earnings. That's really low multiple. And this is what you see when you get away from the Magnificent Seven, or you get away from the loved industrials. Sometimes I wonder whether this isn't finally coming to roost that Medicare is negotiating prices, which I thought was a number of headwinds. You've talked often, of course, about talc and the potential litigation there. I don't have any idea what a 20-year looks like, but I'd be curious because sometimes, I mean, these great names
Prices go up.
really perform particularly well.
Okay, let's get to stop trading as we wrap up this exciting hour.
Just underneath the market. The ROT, R-O-T.
Okay.
Not ROT from North by Northwest, but Johnson & Johnson is now broken 150, and this is a premier company with a 3% yield, sells at 14 times earnings. That's really low multiple. And this is what you see when you get away from the Magnificent Seven, or you get away from the loved industrials. Sometimes I wonder whether this isn't finally coming to roost that Medicare is negotiating prices.
I mean,
which
they've
I thought
had
was
a number of
good.
headwinds. You've talked often, of course, about talc and the potential litigation there. I don't have any idea what a 20-year looks like, but I'd be curious because sometimes, I mean, these great names, and yet they don't really perform particularly well sometimes.
No,
We can take a look. What is that? All right, that's not bad.
It's
That's not
terrific.
bad.
I want to see that upturn continue, because when you buy great companies in our country, historically you've done well. And J&J's the AAA balance sheet, they do a lot of good things, and the stock has just failed to perform in this period.
All right, I know one of your guests tonight. What else you got?
Okay,
on
I've got Marvell, which is a competitor, is right up there with Broadcom, very much involved with the data center and NVIDIA, partner of NVIDIA. I've got DocuSign. Remember, that was that. I wanted to ask about that. The non-LBO, non-takeover DocuSign. And then Constellation, which of course is, I wish were Victoria. I'm going to push for them, because right now it's Modelo, Corona, and Pacifico. Pacifico being the lowest end beer in Mexico, but you can charge the most for it because people in their 20s love the long neck.
They like the long neck.
Yeah, Rob Sands told me to charge more at Bar San Miguel for the Pacifico than I was doing. He was dead right.
Again, Bar San Miguel.
Well, it's stuck
All right,
now.
did
It's
anybody
supposed to
get?
work.
Did anybody take the Baba?
Because my wife.
There's another one.
Is this your dream of retirement?
We say double top, bada bing, bada boom. 74. 14 to 17 cents. Call it 15. Call it 18 cents. All right. So the target we have written down is 74.50 to 74. Take profits right now. You made a new low. You take profits. Volume actually dried up right there. Take your profits. I still think Baba's got a ways to go. I really do. I think you are going to go test yesterday's close. All right. Tesla, I went just waiting to see if this 170 wants to hold or not. Look at that equal, like they're fighting right now here. Look at this volume here. So I'm already green on the day. I'm still ready to take a long again on Tesla. I'm looking at the 175 calls. Right now they're 80 cents. We just took them from $1 to $1.25, $1.30. So now with 80 cents, if we can get this thing into money, that's a really nice trade. I'm going after it. No, come on. Try to give yourself time if you need to. Go out to next week or something. You know, don't do anything stupid. You can't handle the volatility. That's 70, 75. Holy shit. I got to get on this because, no, come on. Bro, why is that doing that? Okay, there we go. 175. Come on, man. That's a mean downside, but volume's coming back in. Give us right here in front of this 170 level. Let's go, bro. 70 cents. Oh my God, I'm so close to taking it. Oh, look at that volume. Let's go. That volume got serious, guys. Watch out. Did they just suck y'all into that? Did they just suck y'all into that? What's up? See if you can hold it. Let's see here, because they are definitely. You got volume here at 939 and 948, really equal. I gotta use the restroom. Look at that volume that just popped in there out of nowhere. They just tried to shake y'all out. They're looking to buy this at this level. So these options opened up at 140. They're now cut in half. So a 70 to 140 back to where they opened up. That's a 100% trade. So, but don't fight the weakness. It's selling off. Just give it some time. Let it find its footing. Alibaba, I've already taken profit on Tesla. And Alibaba, I'm looking for that short back to 74.75 or 74.50. And it's doing it. And those were the 70. I can't remember. Yeah, they were these. They were the 74 puts. Why is, or was it the 70? Hold on. Yeah. So it's almost up 100%. Yeah, so they were 14 to 18 cents. Oh, that's why. I was looking at it weird. Yeah, look, 24, 26 bid. So you're close to, you're at 75%, 80% there right now. You're about to, you're coming in on, you get, where are you at? 74.65. You get to 74.50, 74.25. You're going to have 100%. Look, 28. Throw orders out there. Dump them off. The lower it goes, it starts making new lows. Dump it off. Dump it off. Dump it off. Throw it to somebody else. Let somebody else take it off your hands. Dude. Again. Day after day after day. I might just start a Discord like my guy Forever Shorts did, because you can't even give this shit away for free. Seriously. All right, Tesla's just, she said nope. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't know if there's any news out here on Tesla. Should pledge a 3 to 5 year 10-year CEO says Wedbush Dan Ives. Yeah, Dan Ives. I know. He just runs around wearing his little outfits. Does he really know what he's talking about? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, so 170. 170. All right, it looks like Tesla's going back down to 168. So that's a failed attempt at holding the 50-day. We wanted to get short yesterday at 175 to 174, and we missed that trade. Look, right here yesterday, we said 175. Look for a bounce right off the bell. Get short in front of 175. But I missed it. I might have been looking at something else. I can't remember, but it gave us a second try. Gave us a second entry. And look at the volume that came in there yesterday. Look at that volume, guys. You guys take notice of that? Look at that volume from yesterday up there at 173. And then once again today, you got to 174 and broke it. I still think you need to test 173 again. You haven't tested 173. So I still would expect a bounce back to 173. What's up, buddy?
No, I think it's totally fair to do that, because even in the PPI, which is the wholesale look today, the auto insurance number didn't look.
See, I wonder if we're going to get it here. Man, that's such a big downside move, I feel like, for Tesla. What is that? 174 to 169. That's about its ATR as well. That's about its ATR. It does about $6. You know, it's like $5.50, $6. So that's a 3% move. It's down 1%. This could get serious for Tesla. I'm going to say it right now. You came in with a gap up. It's only down 1.2%. You could get one of those days for no damn reason where this thing's down $10. All right, you're only down $4 right now from high to low. 174, 169. Okay, $5. You got to get above this level here. It's $3. You have a gap fill way below us. Is that where we're headed? Uh-oh. Look, 165. And look, $10. All right, I think I might take the short. I might take the short. That's what Tesla's saying right now. She's saying, I want to make this level resistance, and we have a gap fill $5 away, which is what? $10, because that's the ATR, right? On a volatile day, and it's only down 1.2%. That's nothing. Bang. See if the volume increases up here. I would not be surprised if they step on the gas again. You're going to have to wait for the 9 EMA. They'll hold it here for a second. See if they hold it. And then we'll like meet like right here. Unless we get some strength. I don't know. It's definitely volatile today. That's for damn sure. It's not going to surprise me if you get the gap fill. Let me actually go here. Shit. God, man. I want to take a long so bad. I want to get long Tesla, but it did not hold the 20-day moving average. I don't know what to do. The options are still $70. I am not giving my money back. I'm getting a haircut this week. Yes, that was a joke. That was a joke.
Huge moves. We have to talk about the dollar yen. Because overnight, we got to 153. That is a strong dollar and a weak yen. It is a level we have not seen.
Okay, the dollar. Remember that pop you talked about yesterday? And there goes the SPY pulling back. Let's look at dollar still going higher. Oh man, equities could be in for it. Dude, I cannot believe I should have just taken that BABA when I had the chance. I don't know why I didn't. Okay, Qs we wrote down 440 long at the 50-day. What does that say? Support 130 or 436, 435. Okay, we are at 430. Yep. So that's your 50-day right there. That red level, you're actually regaining it. I said pre-market. I would not be surprised if we get an up day. If we get some upside back to the 20-day to retest the 20-day. That's what I said this morning. Early, like 7 o'clock. Just everything was setting up for the numbers and stuff to come in.
To Korea signed mutual diplomatic visa exemption agreement.
The Fed is going to take its time, in a sense, be slower to
Lower volume today.
because the economy is actually doing
Let's see if you break this level on the SPY, then
after we get through
look for 513 to retest.
the correction that history says is over
I'm sure it'll break. I'm sure it will.
higher by year end.
So, build on the strength of earnings and the economy.
That sucks, bro. Fuck. Excuse my language.
Well, I think that we're expecting to see about a 9%
So Baba,
gain in earnings this year, about almost 14.
there it is. Dude, Baba just handing out nearly 100% trades every day. Look for the rejection again right there. Bink to come in right there. But I don't see anybody taking this trade again. It pulled back to yesterday's close. If it bounces back to like this low here at like 74.90 to 75. If you do get back up there, I'll take this trade again. I'm not scared to take it.
My note that will be coming out is essentially that
I just want to be able to get paid.
your portfolio's worst enemy.
So you're expecting
No, I messed it up.
as you say, and then you'd be a buyer on that. In what group? Where's the leadership going to come from?
Well, the leadership or those groups that are likely to hold up the best are your traditional consumer staples, healthcare, utility kind of stocks.
And what happened?
In particular, the three best
I was close.
during
I was
all
close.
elections going back to
I was close with the circle.
gold,
Wait. Undo. Undo.
utilities, and also household products. So companies like Newmont Corporation, Next Era Energy, and
Look at that.
Gamble would be companies that would likely
So that was your,
during the decline.
that there's an entry point to a short. What's everybody looking at today?
So I think we
How did everybody do so far this morning? Did anybody take any notes down from pre-market? Because they all played out. Every single one of them. Bounce off the open, short. Bounce off the open, short. Bounce off the open, short. I think AMD, we were still trying to get long, you know, on these pullbacks. It's my cat. I know. Oh, shit. Oh, no. What am I doing? I'm getting ready to get into some Tesla calls. Holy shit. Literally one press of this thing and we're in. Yeah, I gotta say, man, I think if the market holds this level right here, which I don't think it does. Look, it just broke it. With that increase in volume, I would have liked the Tesla a lot better. What did we look at yesterday? Do you guys remember 30-year bond auction day? Yeah, I said that this. Yeah, I mentioned that this morning at 1 o'clock. Maybe that's the reversal. Who knows? But I don't know, man. There's a lot going on. Let's see. Sorry. So right now I have up the 175s, even though they're way out of the money. These things just got cut in half, guys. Whoever owned these at 140, 150, I'm pretty sure is what they were this morning on Tesla. Dude, Tesla's just been an ATM machine for me this week. Baba has been too, but I haven't played it. That's 2 times I missed on Baba that I should have just taken it. Oh, damn. Yeah, 180. Look, 180. So, what is that? 8 plus 8 is 16. 9 plus 9. So they're cut more than in half. More than in half. And I still think Tesla goes lower. It's only down 1.3%. It's going to have, I feel like Tesla's going to have a $10 type of day. It could. I think it could. Abby. Missy. No, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad. You're okay. Don't get mad, baby. Hi, boo-boo. Hi, my baby. I know. What do you see? Okay, did Baba bounce back? Did Baba bounce? It looks like Tesla might bounce too. SPY? Is that, are they pulling a little trickery? Are they going to hold that level? Oh, did they just snuff them? Did they just hit them with the snuff at 513? So they said 513. Yeah, we're going to break it on an increase in volume. Psych, nah, we're going to flip it right back. Test, you know, that's a nice, you're probably 3 standard deviations of below VWAP. So they're like, yeah, we need to bounce back. Sorry. Yeah, this isn't the time to short. They just got everybody to take a short and they took their money. Is that what's happening right now? All right, so Tesla's already paid me. I'm upset that I didn't get this one. This one didn't pay as well as yesterday. Like So yesterday we noticed that yesterday we said Baba's short in the morning, right? Let it pop into 75, get short. This trade here yesterday, 10 minutes was 100%. 1,000 for 1,000, 100 for 100, 10,000 for 10,000. However you want to play. That's obviously without commissions, depending on what you have. Whether you're paying 50 cents, $1, $2, $3, I don't know. But I will say that move did not, it paid you about 80% today. That's because obviously you had more time because it was yesterday. Look, like here it goes again. So I was looking at and look, the volume actually started to increase here. Oh no, this is this is Baba. Yeah, this is Baba. That's what I thought. 74. So they're not. It's like trying not to give you 100%. But if you get 74.50, 74.50 and below, you should be over 30 cents. You should be able to sell them for over 30 cents, which should give you over 100%. Look at that Tesla. Damn, bro. She's cranking. She's going down. She's filling the gap today. I know she is. She's going down here to fill the gap. That's where she's going. So, I mean, she might even get down to 166. Yeah, that's what I said, 166, 165. There's a huge gap fill right there. So, what is that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And look at the volume that comes in. Fuck. Guys, I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't expect this. I did not expect this from Tesla. I don't know how it's just getting all this. Is there something that I don't know? Like yeah, I said to short the bounce, but be prepared to I want to take a long at 171, 172 to 170, and that 20-day did not hold. Not sure what's going on with it, but that volume that came in, that is why I'm so glad that I cut it off. That type of stuff is exactly the stuff you can't do if you don't have time. Is to be able to recognize there's been a fundamental change in your thesis versus what it's doing. We got an increase in volume, and it on the pop back, we got in at $1. We sold it. You could have sold, anywhere from $1.18 to $1.28, right? From $1. Nice little 18 to 25% gain. You did not get the volume, just fell out of bed on the bounce back right there. Off of the 20-day, bang. Look at the volume. And look at the increase in volume on the sell side. I said, guys, I'm out. It's just going to be a small base hit for me because I can tell that something's changed here. We're either going to get our 172, not 172, because that is the level right there where we're getting long at. But, we're either going to consolidate here, or we're just going to break and go down. I kind of just felt like we were going down. It was just aggressive. So it was aggressive, and for people that don't know how to recognize that, that's how they lose money and think the market's rigged. You got to be able to just execute, analyze and execute. So now she wants back out. So let's go look at AMD. So I have Alibaba, AMD still on watch. Killer morning, AMD. Cool. So AMD's holding up okay. I think if you get another shot at 170, we take the pullback. I mean, let me not just say that. What I would suggest for anybody, why is this doing this to me? Okay, I would look at NVIDIA, okay? Look at the other semiconductors in conjunction with AMD. What did I write down here? AMD 170, 169 short, target was 166, 164, and then 166 to 164 long. So we were saying pop, like if you wanted to scalp it off that pop and then get long, that's what I was saying pre-market. Is that a cup and handle? Do you guys see that? It's a little bit of a cup and handle here. Increase in volume on the upside, low volume. It's matching right up there. Guys, that might be a buy trigger. That,
Williams said no need to change monetary policy in the very near term.
No need to change monetary policy.
Eventually will need to cut rates. Fed, rate hike is not part of baseline view for outlook. Fed policy making progress working out economic imbalances.
Let's see here.
Core services, ex-housing inflation falling faster than expected.
Let me see if I can get the Fed stuff up.
Recent inflation setbacks are not a surprise to the Fed.
I knew it. Look. AMD might start to try and go here.
President.
Shit. 172 is the that previous high here is what I'm looking at. Man, the volume's kind of low though. Volume's really low. Does anybody see anything with like a nice increase in volume or anything?
He also talked about cost cutting in the letter a bit, said that the company remains committed to it, said that they challenged every closely held belief.
Okay, so there's your rejection of 513. Or, well, it hasn't rejected yet, but it broke it. It's bouncing back to it on the SPY. And see what happens here. I would imagine you still get that sell-off on the SPY. Yeah, I seen that this morning. Well, it was up like 30-some%, right? It's like rent something. It was up 30%. Now it's up 150. Yeah, I read that off this morning. I didn't see that. That's a beaut. Oh, shit. So you broke the 200-day moving average. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. So for me, I would have to say $19. It's there right now. You got to get through $19. No, it isn't. It's not at $19. Yeah, rent's snapping. You have the gap fill up at 21. I would look for that flat top resistance at... Yeah, it's like $19.23, $19, $19.25. But you broke the 200-day moving average. I don't see why you can't get to $30. The volume has to increase, though.
Marvell executives said recorded over $550 million in AI-related revenue in 2023.
Marvell's gonna... Is Marvell screaming? Wait. So there's news coming out here with Marvell. Okay, executive says see AI revenue this year almost tripling over 1.5 billion.
Shares of Marvell now turning positive again, up 38 cents. Michael Romeo Victor Lima.
So, oh shit. See, I gotta remember those. I have wedges here and stuff.
Lottery.com regains full NASDAQ compliance. Lima Tango Romeo Yankee.
Lottery.com. Lottery.com. Yeah, we're about to get delisted. Okay, so there is a bounce. There's our bounce off of the SPY. Okay, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Just, come on, baby. Come on, Tesla. I know the volume is obviously on the sell side. I just hate that it has to be this way. See if you get that rejection right there. Nah, you would have rejected there. Alright. right, I guess it's not gonna start. It's not gonna save my charts anymore.
Funding what's next.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. There's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
Fuck. If we get a pullback, man, that should be the entry there, man. I know it sounds crazy, guys, but I seriously feel like you get a pullback, you could take a scalp long to pre-market highs. And the volume's actually trash. Volume's trash. But it's trying to, they're covering their shorts. AMD, Baba. Okay, Alibaba still not doing anything. It's going to take a little bit of time. 74.62 on Alibaba has to break to get a continuation. To get some continuation. AMD holding up. KRE, the banks are selling off again. JP Morgan selling off again. Let's see if, do they know something like that they were only propped up by that bank term lending program and that the outlook isn't great and they're going to get ahead of it?
Where others don't. All spring. Follow the insight. Cities of Success, Denver and Boulder. Premieres tonight, 10 Eastern.
Letter F, U.S. Safety Agency opens probe
F.
Ford Mach-E fatal crash in Pennsylvania where advanced driver assistance system suspected of use. That's letter F.
Is that bullish for Tesla? Or it's not nothing? Ain't it or not a nothing? Ain't it or not a nothing?
Marvell Technology said added a new U.S.-based hyperscale customer for AI. That's
Marvell is just getting trashed.
Lima.
AMD consolidating. Nvidia. Oh, Coinbase was another one we were watching. I did not look at this. I said 255 short. 254.35. You didn't quite get your 255.
Next up, you got shares of Apple in focus due in part to a call out of JP Morgan, which keeps its overweight rating on the iPhone and app services giant, but cuts the target price to $210 from $215. They added that sentiment looks like it's improving with hedge fund investors, despite what they see as deteriorating data points. Next up, you got the most valuable
Coming up,
company in the world, that's Microsoft.
natural gas storage are built to 14 BCF as expected.
Getting a big target price increase from
I might have to watch rent.
reiterates the overweight rating. It also raises the target price.
Is this going to be a rejection off that 20-day on coin?
MNDR, Mobile Health Network.
Man, we've made a nice move already. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
19 cents now at the high.
So it's 10 o'clock. Oh, it's 10:30 already? Holy snap.
Shares of Apple in focus due in part to a call out of JP Morgan, which keeps its overweight rating on the iPhone and app services giant, but cuts the target price to $210 from $215. They added that sentiment looks like it's improving with hedge fund investors, despite what
I don't know
they see
what
as
I hit there, but I'd
deteriorating
like to know
data
what that
points.
is again.
Next up, you got the most valuable company in the world. That's Microsoft. The cloud computing, business software, and now AI giant is getting a big target price increase from Morgan Stanley. Reiterates the overweight rating. It also raises the target price to $520. It was $465, adding it's strongly positioned for growth in tech, cloud, and generative AI. Moving on now to Meta Platforms, analysts at Piper Sandler reiterate their overweight rating on the Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp parent company. They also raised the target price to $600. It was $525. They added they see the upside momentum continuing despite the already strong run-up in the stock. And we'll end on shares of Alphabet, the Google and YouTube parent company, cloud computing AI company, also reiterated buy at Goldman Sachs, citing optimism over new products, services, and partnerships that were recently unveiled at the Google Cloud Next conference. Now, for more on some of those other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there, Sarah, have access to a lot more on each of those stories. I'll send things back over to you.
Just takes a little sell-off and all these analysts market. Very bullish. Thank you, Dom. You got it. Dom Chu, as we head out to break.
So,
speaking of
did
analysts,
did
what's the top
anybody
gainer
take
on
the 165, 160 short on Tesla yesterday for next week? Did anybody take that? Let's go over to it real quick because I would like to know. They're almost in the money, guys.
BCF, natural gas storage.
Oh my gosh. So you could have got these for around like $1, like 90 cents to $1. So that's not a big play. But the closer you get down to that 165 area, the one on the 160s. Now we chose the 160s because they were cheap. Not because they were cheap, but they were cheap, but they had them, you know, at the time that we were looking at them, they had the most volume. So, you know, the deltas weren't bad on it, at least yesterday. I thought that, you know, I didn't take it yesterday. I should have. I said even if we could just get to 165, right? Like I said it yesterday. You know, because I was looking for that 174, 175 yesterday to get short on Tesla, and I just missed it. I forget what I traded, but you got that bounce right off the bell. Bang. 175, 174. You got that another test at VWAP there. All right, so what do we got here? What are you going to do, Tesla? Is he going to go try to go back for... So we're making pre-market lows. So we came in today selling it off with the rally off of that data. Where is the market?
Find out if you're sitting on gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Hey, what's up there?
Oh, I switched to H&R Block, doing my own taxes online. I was able to file free, and it was so easy to do on my own. So long, TurboTax.
You can file free and easily do your own taxes online with H&R.
Hold on one second. Let me get my stuff here. Do you guys want me to turn Marvell thing on? It's up to you guys. That is completely up to you. Look, oh no, man. What was I looking at? The 175 calls? Shit, they were 50 cents. You know, I don't want to just go against the grain, but that volume's clearly to the downside. Ow. Okay, I think Tesla's headed for this level here, guys, at 167.29, 28. It's just a matter of when. All right, so
Japan's prime minister is meeting with the top 4 congressional leaders this morning ahead of a scheduled address.
all right, I want to find something. I'm not giving up right now. I know other people might, but I'm not. I ain't done. It's 10:30.
And just before a bilateral leaders summit with the U.S. and Philippines. A Vietnamese court has sentenced a real estate tycoon to death. According to state media,
Vietnam tycoon sentenced for fraud. That's sick.
history by taking out 2,500 unlawful loans at a bank she controlled, diverting the funds to shell companies, resulting in $27 billion in losses to the bank. The former interpreter
It's
for
fucking
baseball star
paper.
Shohei Ohtani is
You don't put them to
facing
death.
a guilty plea on federal charges
That's
last
fucking
month.
ridiculous.
Payment Sahara
That's so ridiculous.
month after allegedly stealing millions of dollars from Ohtani to cover gambling debts. Sources tell the New York Times the federal
That's
investigation
sick.
into the interpreter
I don't know if you guys seen that or not.
rapidly nearing a conclusion. Sarah?
Bertha, thank you.
Sentenced
We met this morning.
a real estate tycoon to death. According to state
That's
media,
crazy.
Trong My-lan committed the largest financial fraud case in the country's history by taking out 2,500 unlawful loans at a bank she controlled, diverting the funds to shell companies, resulting in $27 billion in losses to the bank. The former interpreter for baseball star Shohei Ohtani is reportedly negotiating.
Great to see you.
That's wild.
Thank you.
Wild. Over paper? Come on.
Global growth just
Where's the insurance at? You should have insurance for that. Should be all right.
I think that things are looking up
Death?
from where we were a few months ago. How does it look?
That's crazy.
It looks better than it did then, marginally better, but better nonetheless. And there are two drivers. One is a strong U.S. economy. Two.
All right. Well, looks like Baba might be in the money by the end of the day. There you go. It doesn't want to give it to you, but she's like, it comes to a point when Alibaba gets so far down that it has no choice but to pay you, because these puts have been printing day after day. Yesterday they paid, and today they paid. I did not take it. I should have. I should have though. I had an opportunity there on that bounce back. I don't know why I didn't. Well, I don't know. I was going through the options chain. I was just talking on the mic and stuff. But that sucks. It's almost there, guys. 30 cents.
What does that mean? Because I think what the discussion is path from here. Good until this year, when now we've had 3 hot reports in a row.
Well, we need to continue to follow the data, and the data would tell the Fed when it's time to act. We have been steady on. It was early when many were enthusiastically talking about cut in March, 7 cuts this year. And of course,
Let's see here.
what
Damn
we are
right, bro.
hoping for
Damn right.
is that the Fed would make.
Damn right. I would take it off there too. That's a nice area right there. Yesterday's close. See if you get a bounce back to VWAP and can enter like next week's or something closer to in the money for tomorrow. I do not want to miss these names we're looking at. Coinbase as well. We're still watching this. Damn, it did give it to us. It did bounce to high a day, 254, 255. Is rent still going? Yep, rent's still going. You'll probably get to the 30s on this thing. That was a little shady of volume there. I mean, I don't know how the candle reacted, but I will say, okay, so it looks like rent filled the gap. No, it did not. I mean, in my eyes, it didn't. It got to the low, that double bottom that it got below. What is that? No, it didn't even get there yet. 75. It only went to 74. So they're taking profit in front of it. Be careful. Some people are getting scared. They're done. That's 100% move, over 100%. So that's why they're taking it. I don't know what the float is on this, but you got 30. 30 is a nice area. If you get above that double bottom on that gap, 30 is a beautiful area to take profits. After that, it's 40. You might get 40. People keep buying this, and shorts keep getting squeezed. It could be bad news. It could be bad news. It really could. For rent. Let's go.
So within groups, within advanced economies, within emerging markets, even within low-income countries, there is now more visible divergence in economic fortunes. And of course, we see also the inflation from some of the emerging markets that acted early.
Sometimes when I try to take this, like to move it in, it ends up not really doing what I want it to do. Oddly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tesla. Tesla. We got that dollar 25, 20 some percent gain on Tesla. The long off of this level up, where was it? Right here, the 20-day. Where was the long? Right here? Was that it? Right here? Yeah, I think it was right here. I'll have to look. But yeah, it was right here, right off the 20-day moving average, that 171 area. We took the bounce back here. We got in at a dollar. You could have sold them at like $1.26. Here's the thing: when we did it, the volume just got crazy, so I got out of it. Wasn't going to hold. Recognized early that initial morning low wasn't going to hold. I took it to try to get back to VWAP. You know, it bounced and everything. We got paid. I got paid, but damn, I should have took that fucking long down there. I should have taken the long down there, but I figured it would give me a pullback to get it again. So I'm still watching these 175s. Still watching the 175s. I didn't take Alibaba. I was close, but I don't know. I'm still happy. I got Tesla paid. Tesla paid pretty nice. You know, I'll take my 25%, even if I'm in it for 45 seconds. You know, I wanted to stay in that, but you know, once it shows you it's not going to hold, and whatever I thought would happen doesn't happen, I'm outie. Especially if I can get out with profit and then, you know, see if it sets up again later. But I wanted to be long Tesla for some reason today. I did not see this in Tesla coming today. I didn't. You know, I did say yesterday, I don't know if you guys heard me, but it's recorded. I was talking about next week 160 puts. Because I said, if we can get back down to 164, that they would pay really nicely. I never took those for a couple reasons. But I don't know what changed from being short yesterday to coming in today to be trying to be long. You know, I was looking for a bounce back off of this 20-day, off of like 171. I was trying to take a long off of 171 to get to 175. And then you just had, look at the volume just out of nowhere, just come in. You know, this volume just came in out of nowhere. It was like, nope. Even here, like on this bounce back, like, you know, that's what happens. It happens. I'm not worried about it. I could have taken Baba. I didn't take it. I never took it. I'm wondering if we should just do it. I think I might go for the long. It doesn't feel right though. The long does not feel right on Tesla. This is a mean reversal here. Oh my God. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. If Tesla goes higher now, it might. I think Tesla's going to consolidate here. I think it might consolidate for just a little bit. Yeah, it's all good. I'm not worried about it. I'm not even worried about it. All right, let's keep it moving. All right, so we have AMD, Reddit. Let's look at Reddit. That was another long idea today. We said look for Reddit to bounce back to this 45 level. It's overdone. You could probably get a pullback on Reddit right now to like 42.50. A low volume pullback to that area. You just got to be cautious to make sure that it's going to pay you. Or just short the stock itself. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just saying these are opportunities. If you get this little bounce back there, like a little a little wick, like it's trying to wick up there, I would look for a pullback off of like a wick up, even though it's already done it a few times. You get a quick pop, short, see if you can reverse it. Stops above the high a day. And look. Look. Literally, what I just said. It just wicked. Is it going to turn around? I may try it. I may put, look. What'd I say? Pop, get short. It popped. Oh, it's popping again. What are they going to do? What are you going to do, Reddit? What are you going to do? Is it going to hold? Look. It's getting squirmy here. She getting squirmy. What's the SPY doing? Not that it... Okay, so SPY did bounce back off of that level. I might do it, guys. I might just end up taking a Tesla long and see if we can try and get ourselves a bounce back. Unless that right there was our retest of yesterday's close. We made it support this morning. Now we just turned it into resistance. The 114 area. Let's see. What are these options? Do they have big spreads? Sorry.
Whether you need new equipment, funds to expand, or need money to cover unforeseen business expenses, Biz2 Credit is the trusted partner for your small business funding needs. Scan the code on your screen now or go to biz2credit.com to apply.
So they are kind of pricey. They're really low in volume. They're not that... I mean, it's got a 10-cent spread, but it could be worse. Somebody hit the bid. Somebody got filled on the bid. Yeah, guys, I think you can get a pullback here on Reddit. I'm not gonna. I think looking at these 100, 200, 250, 100, we're gonna be quarter, if not half of the damn option chain on the strike. We're going to be selling it to ourselves. There's no volume there. That's a shame. That's probably why it could also go higher. But yeah, another green day for me. My account as of right now is up again for a fourth straight day in a row. Again. Let's go to the overall markets. Okay, so it looks like TradingView has the area to pay attention to down there at 512 or 513. See if we pull back off of VWAP, pull into 513, something like this, and consolidate, I guess. Pull off of VWAP into 513, and then kind of just like, I don't know, after that I'll have to see. I don't even know if it's going to do that. Yeah, pull back right there off of VWAP. I'm just happy I got my shit back together, bro. I don't know what was wrong with me February in the beginning, like half of March. I have no idea. Like how, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just glad that I found it, that I'm back to my old ways. Because it was never a struggle for me to do things like this. And then I don't know what, I just didn't. I don't know. I have no idea. It's not like there is anything going on for me to be like pulled away from trading. And all right, so AMD is a climber. All right, she does have some nice volume. There might be a couple bucks left. You might have a couple dollars left to get to 172. Tech is booming in Denver Boulder. Carl Cantonilla, I think all your fans just lost all the love that they have for you, bro. Let's see here.
I think you'd be shocked just how much funding is going into this ecosystem.
Boulder-based venture capitalist Dan Caruso, the former CEO and chairman.
30 minutes. Okay, AMD might be a... What did I write down? So I wrote down 170, 169 short on AMD. Did we get to 170 yet? No, we're there now.
And he's not the only investor who's bullish on the region. Over the last 5 years, about $17 billion in VC funding has poured into the area.
I wonder if we should... I'm wondering if I should take an AMD short. But I should get this pullback because it looks like the markets might help us. They might. Here, let's do this. Look, he's mad at him. Everybody, it seems like everybody's mad at him. Not mad at him. Just... Well, not really. I don't know. It just sounded... When he responded to him, like, yeah,
Denver and Boulder,
like he didn't
10 p.m.
care.
Eastern time, right here on CNBC. David, you know, I'm fascinated by sort of, you know, we all know Denver was the capital of telecom for so long, and so many of the giants, and the loans, and the Answers of the world sort of made this town.
Keep that,
to a large
keep the
degree
bottle
what
down,
it is.
Carl.
That Dan Caruso is part of the diaspora out of level 3, who've come back here, started their own next generation of companies that aren't just in telecom, but are funding quantum computing and life sciences and biotech. So it's kind of interesting to see the way that flowered out from the heyday back in the late 90s.
Yeah, I can remember, of course, Quest also, the old U.S.
I think I missed it, but anyway. So let's do it. Let's see here. So that's Amazon. All right, AMD right there. AMD. All right, so AMD is struggling up here. I need to just tie all this in, but Q. Rejection.
Definitely a Boulder story, but the consumer products and health and wellness element has added a lot. And one last thing, guys, I'll add. Coach Prime, we haven't really mentioned today. The estimated economic impact to Boulder and
437. Okay, so look here. Yeah, this level here is your level, guys. I would watch and see if we make this level right here resistance. 440. 440 short. If the Qs reject 440, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make my position size small because I've already made money on Tesla. I'm gonna try to get short AMD. Okay, I'm gonna watch the I'm gonna watch the Qs here, and I'm keeping my position size down small because I do not want to give my money back. I've done my job this morning. Don't fuck it up. It's as simple as that. If you do, I don't know. That's on you. You know, you'll get left behind. And there is a bit of strength here, so you know, maybe find something that's weaker, like Tesla or something. TSLA, TSM. Look, TSM pulling back. Am I the only one that you guys heard being short Taiwan Semiconductor off the bell, off of those areas? Every morning for 3 days straight, I have said, hey, look for a pop, get short, take it back down. At least that's what I'm looking for. And look, did just that. It popped in the morning, and then it popped in the morning. Right off the bell, it popped, and you got right back down to 144. 148.50, 148, target 145. 144. That's so funny. I actually was looking for a long here also on Taiwan Semiconductor, back up to that level of high a day. So you can see TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors, they are on their lows right now, but AMD is still up at highs. But don't worry, I think that's about to change. I feel like we could get AMD to start pulling back, TSM put in a double bottom here and start grinding higher. Possibly. Possibly. That's what I will be looking for, though. So, AMD, 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 AMD. You know what? I'm actually going to I'm going to make this chart, what is that, a 3? No, 3 minute. Give me a 3 minute. 15. Daily. 5, 3. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to do this. I'm actually going to do this. Give me this a 3 minute. No, 3 minute. Should we add 2 more? Is that too much? Add 2 more on there? I think that's not too much. Well, we're not watching that much. Well, with the indexes. Okay, let's see here. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to waste my time dicking around. All right, 3, 5, 15, and daily. Let's just keep it at what it is. Oh my gosh. All right, AMD is starting to pull back, guys. AMD is starting to pull back. All right, BHC, there is some news coming out here. Keep an eye on BHC. I'm not sure the full of what. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's being mentioned. Okay, looks like there's some volume there. A potential for something to happen. Keep your eye on the news. And it looks like it just broke down there. So I'm just gonna go through here. All right, look, you have energy pulling back. That should help the markets out, technology and stuff like that, which it is. Tesla's still down. Google down. Meta down. Healthcare, energy banks. I guess KRE is getting hurt again. I don't know why. Maybe because they want to go long during earnings. Like, they should have another good earnings season. I don't understand. There's got to be something going on there.
That would be a very strange story eventually to tell, is that it died because the economy is so good. So I buy into the general idea that people keep repeating, which is, look, it's not such a bad thing if we're not getting rate cuts because the economy is holding up. It is worth keeping in mind, though, that the premise of the idea for these luxury optional rate cuts was not that it needed.
Welcome.
In 2021 after 27 years with the company. So we're still, I feel like, adjusting to seeing Andy Jassy, even though this is his third shareholder letter. But he highlighted that generative AI that has made this point, but said this is the company's next pillar of growth. Overall, the generative AI revolution, he said, will be built from the start of the top of the cloud. The amount of societal and business benefits from the solutions that will be possible will astound us all, were his words. The company, to accommodate this, has added an AI expert to their board, but he said that he believes every single person at Amazon knows they have a long way to go in every single one of their businesses before they exhaust how they can make customers' lives better and easier. And there is considerable upside in each of these businesses in which they're investing. Now, per a report, we did see some various also I'd say factors that are contributing to shares being slightly up today. We also did see that Joe Biden, as well as the Japanese Prime Minister, have enlisted Amazon and NVIDIA to fund a new joint AI research program, according to Bloomberg. NVIDIA, Amazon, ARM, and Microsoft will be among these companies, alongside Japanese companies, providing $110 million for AI research partnerships between a lot of U.S. universities as well as universities based outside of Tokyo. So that's also a development that I think speaks to his shareholder letter that is really showing Amazon trying to push into AI. This name, 97% of all analysts have a buy or buy equal rating. It's up 23% this year, and it's still up modestly this week. It's been definitely one of the bright spots of now this Mag 7 trade.
All right. And then you mentioned Microsoft briefly. We did see a price target hike. Tell us about that.
Microsoft, another bright spot of, I will say, the overall Mag 7, because this name also has 98% buys. But specific analyst news today, Morgan Stanley raised its price target to 520 from 465, kept an overweight rating. 520 implies some considerable upside from where we're currently trading. But mentioned that overall forecast Microsoft's leadership position now for multiple secular growth trends in tech, they see as a huge positive, as well as naturally generative AI and cloud, which should translate to around 14% compound annual revenue growth and around 16% earnings per share compound annual growth through fiscal 2029, which they argue should sustain a multiple at least in line with its peers. So the average price target is 461 right now. That also, it does imply some upside from where we're currently trading, but I think just speaks to how optimistic 520 is. It's definitely one of the highest among analysts I could see.
Right, understood. All right, Jenny Horn, great to see you, markets correspondent. Let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in Mark Hamrick, Senior Economic Analyst at Bankrate.com. Thank you for being with us. So we get our PPI print. We see that rise of 0.2%.
Okay, so those options are now at 55 cents. The 175 calls. Oh, 53, 52. So they're down.
Facetiously, it's just that you
They're
had 3
spanked.
consecutive months of the CPI print, and people think inflation's sticky. What do you think?
Well, we care, don't we? Nicole, yeah, it's important because inflation's sort of top of mind with respect to the economic challenges that we're facing. And that's in the context of a lot of good things that have been happening with the economy. But of course, inflation, ironically, is the major downer. We wish that prices were not moving up as much as they have been at a persistent rate. And so, as you teased at the top of the program, we're trying to figure out when the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates, if indeed they do. And of course, at the most recent meeting,
So I mentioned
they told
that
us before seeing the CPI,
Amazon was
PPI
probably going
this
to
week,
trade
that we should
sideways
still
for the most part of the
essentially
day.
bet on 3 interest
It
rate
looks like-
cuts this
it
year.
looks like
But of
that's
course,
the case.
as we've gotten this data,
Wasn't
that
something I wanted to be a
expectation
part
really has
of.
been pushed out now till September, in the sense of that seems to be the greatest likelihood according to those investing in Fed funds futures. And so that's a long time to wait. It's also a lot of data that we have to crunch before we get there. So, you know, the blessing is that we do have a strong, resilient, and robust economy. The downside of that to some degree is that there's still strong demand out there, which is lending support to some of these prices, particularly in the services realm.
Right, understood. So even though this seems to be behaving, right?
We still have that
nobody's
bond
gonna
auction at
get
1
some
o'clock.
big
Don't
cut. You're
forget.
not going to get some cut in June. I mean, it's certainly not going to change the path of what the Fed is thinking, at least at this moment. They're not convinced that inflation is sustainably on the way to 2%. Should they be, or should they be worried?
I think, first of all, our Federal Reserve officials, generally speaking, are willing to be patient and realize that there's no urgency to cut interest rates, particularly when you have a print on the monthly employment report of 303,000 jobs added. So the real question would be, well, why should they rush? And the answer would be they probably shouldn't, and they need to remain where they are right now until, let's say, the federal funds rate is seen as being increasingly restrictive as we get inflation coming down as is expected. If we looked at the variety of economic forecasts that were released by the FOMC last time, they did see inflation easing as we get on through the end of this year and on through next year. But again, it's a situation where not only the Fed needs to be patient, but I dare say consumers and investors, and that's not really what any of us are good at. So,
That's right. That's a
level of
fact.
impatience when
That's
you
a
see
fact.
The CPI coming in substantially hotter than expected, and we get an increase in the year-over-year headline of the PPI from what was 1.6 to 2.1, although the core is, in the neighborhood of where it needs to be, and we'll see how that populates the PCE, which the Fed, of course, pays more attention to.
Yeah, understood. When we think about the jobs picture you mentioned, look, we have a pretty tight jobs market at this point. The concern for folks, and I know that most of the people I speak with still think we have a really good economy. I mean, there's still that idea of a hike being thrown around a little bit. There we have that's the tax IPO. IPO, which is now open trading at $23.25, folks. So that's.
I wonder whose birthday it was. They're going crazy.
Big bills. In fact, that's on the cover of the New York Post. It had a drawing of someone with a lot of bills that all said past due. Auto insurance, rent, housing.
Man, the Dow's getting
meals,
smoked. Look at
energy,
Goldman Sachs.
Alcohol, medical care.
UNH.
As you well know, inflation has killed folks. Really tough. Advice to folks who may have big credit cards now that they're
I wonder what's going. Yeah, look at UNH. Healthcare is getting demolished right now.
Pay later. I just feel like, are people going to get swamped?
Some are, and some will, and some are
I'm not
using
sure
credit
what caused
to sort of
that.
plug
We
the
could look
gap
at
between
mRNA.
the income that they have and the
it had a
expenses
down
they're
day a couple
facing.
days ago.
I am really worried about the buy now, pay later space in the sense of
there's
people
Moderna.
sort of letting that creep into their personal finances at a level where they're not necessarily as aware of that utilization as much as they might be with their credit card statements. And as we go to, let's say, retail stores and they ask us for our personal information, there's always that sort of sell on their part to try to get the consumer to engage in credit utilization there, because that's a profit-making opportunity for them. It's not necessarily a good opportunity for the consumer when those store rates are on average about 29%. But my point is that people need to be extremely careful about that. The bank rate average on new credit card offers for the best qualified individuals, those with high credit scores, is 20.75%, 20.75%. And we know people who don't have credit scores like that are either being turned down for their applications or getting a much higher rate. The advice that I've shared with you so many times, Nicole, continues to be relevant, and that is prioritize savings, prioritize emergency savings, because what is the major piece of good news along with the resilient and robust economy that's associated with higher rates? It is the opportunity to capture higher yields. And so it's very easy to find a high yield savings account, a certificate of deposit, a money market account that's providing 4 and 5%. So insure yourself, prioritize that emergency savings. Now is the time to save. We don't know whether we're going to be able to hold on to these highest yields, say, between now and the end of the year.
How about no cuts? What do you think if the Fed did no cuts? Would that be a good idea? Because right now, September's at 70% likelihood when you look at Fed funds futures.
Well, I think that's highly unlikely. Probably something that we should be thinking about. And of course, the Fed hasn't been cutting at its most recent meetings, but officials have been consistent in the sense of believing that inflation will eventually come down, having applied this medicine of high interest rates going back to really more than 2 years now. And, at some point, the economy should continue to envelop these long and variable lags that monetary policy works with. In other words, we know where high interest rates, rising interest rates began to take.
Did you guys see
initially.
any?
We saw that in
anything with like big volume today?
More broadly took on, and then of course we've had the recovery rally in the bull market. We continue to see it in housing where interest rates,
like relative. Yeah, like we had rent go. Rent went higher. Not sure if anybody's seen any like large cap or mid cap names. Oh shit, Snowflake. I forgot about them. I'll look real quick. I'll look around.
Mortgage rates and interest rates.
If you guys have any tickers you guys want to cover, anything or chart or do anything, let me know. Throw them in the chat, or if there's anything you guys want to do, like play a game, do anything. I don't know. Let me know. I'm not done for the day. I still have I don't know. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm ready to attack again.
For those who want to borrow.
I just need some volume in my life.
He said, listen, work on your savings, prioritize savings. Mark Hamrick, bankrate.com. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, always a pleasure. Well, thank you.
Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the technicals. Alan Nuckman takes us through the trades.
I guess O.J. Simpson died.
Cecilia and Petrobras.
Did you guys know that?
We'll be right back.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 to $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging.
He just charged $100. Other
My
guys
dad
charging $400 or
instilled in
$500.
me,
He just
always
didn't
put
want to
people
do that.
before the money.
He
Being
just
proud
didn't
of
want to
offering
charge
a
him
good product at a
$150
fair
to
price.
$200.
I think he'd be extremely proud of me.
Yeah. He'd be extremely proud of me. They charge 10%, I charge 2. I don't want to make no money like this. If that wasn't the most bullshit ass story I ever heard, if I ever heard one, that was
the New
it.
York Stock Exchange. We've got you covered. The biggest stocks, the biggest trends, all the
He
markets.
just didn't want to do it.
With me, Nicole Petalidi, 2 p.m. Eastern.
I mean, I get it. I'd be the same way. Like, nah, like, look. I mean, we can meet in the middle here, but you ain't got to get taken advantage of.
In the market. From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Okay, so I forget what I was doing. There were some things going on, and I forgot what they were.
Oliver Rennick for the biggest earnings coverage. 3 p.m. Eastern. It's
Snowflake, I know, was one of them. Okay, here it is. So I think this got a price downgrade, I thought.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Higgins.
I love how CNBC is slanging penny stocks.
On the Schwab Network.
Fast market, ready for you.
They're in the promotion game too.
At 12 p.m. Eastern.
Stock symbol NXL. Let's look at it. Let's see how it does. NXL. See if there's a big sell trigger on it. Look. Oh my God. I need to get a part of this thing. Let me get some of that.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalidi, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for the big three.
It's so
Three
funny.
Stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades.
Oh,
And
O.J.
next time
Simpson.
we'll
That's
take
what
us
it
through the
was.
charts. Here to take us through the trades, Alan Nuckman,
O.J. Simpson.
market strategist.
All right, and then we're going to go look at some houses. I'm going to go back over charts, and then I'm going to look at some houses. O.J. Simpson? O.J. Simpson? O.J. Simpson.
Looking at the technicals, but how do you feel when you see the volatility and maybe some selling that's been happening?
I'm purely a price guy, and to go back to your last guess, I think the Fed has gotten the reserve.
Come on. Bro, come on. I want to hear this.
He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder? He was the best guy around.
What about the people he murdered?
What?
Oh, shit. Brown taking O.J. Simpson straight to hell. This fucking guy. You know what's funny? Is I think this guy getting ready to go up to trial too.
I'm about to show my age. 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 I'm about to show my
Actively working together, and then this sort of expanding commercial real estate space, which is keeping up with the industry's growing footprint. This area of Boulder is Flatiron Park. It made history in 2022 when one company paid $625 million for a mega real estate deal. 23 buildings.
Okay, yeah, now it's coming across my phone. Oh shit, Aaron Hernandez. Uh-oh, what else is going on here?
Real estate investment firm behind that record-breaking transaction. One of our construction sites. This company called it a blind sciences, and tech. Boulder had all the elements you want in an innovation ecosystem. Research universities, science.
Man, I could say something so funny. It's hilarious. That is hilarious. Be like, is y'all dying, not us? Did y'all see the comments about white people? Y'all keep taking your own. Why you keep doing that? Because a goof. Y'all take them. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. I could, but I'm not going to say it.
Money that helped Kevin Koch launch Edgewise Therapeutics. The company develops therapies for rare muscle disorders. Started very small. We were an incubator within the University of Colorado, and we brought in talented folks from the University of Colorado. Today, Edgewise has
Oh,
its own
shit.
space in Boulder, 28,000 square feet, with plans to expand. Back in March of 2021, the company went public, and to date has raised more than $500 million. Koch says he owes much of that success to the valuable medical research that came out of the region in the 80s, which attracted capital.
Man, there was no... Wait, I don't know. I don't know.
This 256-acre complex houses the University of Colorado's
Like, why is there Aaron Hernandez? Like, what is the big deal with... I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But... I mean, I get it, but... Let's see here. So, just saw this, and it made me laugh. Government numbers are a joke, and anyone running money based on the release of said numbers is kidding themselves. Okay. U.S. job growth continues to defy expectations. Labor market conditions and U.S. employment. Labor market condition index, Kansas City Fed, non-farm payroll. I mean, this is true. This is true.
Now we can expedite that with this technology to make that process roughly 6 to 8 years. One of the center's goals, shrink the time it takes for drug discoveries to get to patients that need them. Our goal is not to compete with the pharmaceutical industry. Our goal is actually to...
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. All right, let's get it. Let me get back. Let me get back to this. All right. Tesla not paying on the upside. These things are still 57 cents. They're not giving you no liquidity to the upside. I wonder if market makers are in calls. Well, then they would want it to... Nah, they would want it... They'd want the premium to go down because... Maybe. I don't know. I just know what a hell of a downside that was. I want to know what that was all about. That was straight drop. Just like the guy he posted on Twitter, talking about the whites or something like that.
I'm curious as to the why. Have there been local laws that have attracted business, startups, and funding, subsidies? What's been the policy mover here?
So yeah, the guy posted, I think a thing of straight drop and then bang. That's what Tesla did. Amazon. Let's look at energy and gold. I'm gonna go back to the charts. I'm gonna go into the yo, why is... Okay, that's why. I got scared for a second. I got scared. That scared me. That really made me nervous. AMD. Oh, Baba. Damn, man, Baba. Are they at 100%? Dude, they still aren't 100%? Like, just get to... Dude, they do not want... You can tell where this thing's going to pay at. But if it doesn't get there in a certain amount of time, they're going to... you know, the options are going to decay. So you can see here, 750. I told you guys, 750, 725, or 7450, 7425. And that these puts are going to start paying. And what do? 74.50, 7, 70.60, 74.60, 74.80, right? Look at the low, 74.53. They said nope, because they know you hit 50 cents, 49 cents, bang, those options change, right? The price of those options are going to go up. So they're going to tie it in with like 12:30, 12 o'clock, right? 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock. I would say 12:30. And that would help for the next leg down and still not pay. You know, they did pay today, but I don't know. I think that's funny. I think that's really funny. ARM bouncing back, NVIDIA bouncing back, AMD bouncing back. All of them up at resistance, TSM down. I mean, we said it for 2 days straight. All right, we said look for that pop in the morning, get the short for the pullback off the bell. Not pullback off the bell, but bounce off the bell, up into resistance, get short, get a nice little scalp there. Tesla and Apple just don't want to move. So I don't know what else to do. That's a nice little support level there for Taiwan Semiconductors. I wonder... we could try the long here on TSM. We could, especially if the markets are going to bounce back. Maybe look at next week options. Man, the SPY is flat. You have a bond auction at 1 o'clock, so I would be careful. Coin. Is it to the downside? We wanted to be short this name anyway. Hold on. I gotta wipe off my phone real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
The granular, well-defined activity we've seen, which is supportive of Alan's narrative we're talking about from, last week down around 15 into the end of the week, all the way up to 16.29. Pretty well-defined trend here, easily identifiable. It's a 5-minute candle chart, so let's not put too much weight into this one, but I did want to point out that, again, in this instance, we're talking bottom left to top right, so supportive of that on the short term. Now, when you step back, you're going to look at a 4-hour candle chart here, and it's really not providing a lot of information. We're kind of just in the middle of the range that we've been beginning, going all the way back to the end of last year, beginning of this year. We've got an upper extreme around 18. We've got a lower extreme that we saw into earnings, if you remember, back in March last month. And you can see how, again, just not a lot of conviction one way or the other here. So let's take a step back. We always say when in doubt, zoom out. And this chart provides a lot of clarity. Not only was it that 5-minute candle bull trend that we were talking about, the short-term rally we've seen since Friday, but also a well-defined trend higher from $4 back in April of 2020, just shy of 18 as of recent, currently in balance. And we're forming an area of consolidation around 16. We always look at this as acceptance. I also want to point out that we're holding above a couple key highs here from back in the spring and summer of 2022. So this is a key area that the bulls are going to want to hold. Possibly that we're going to form a larger area of consolidation around this $14 level if we stall out here a bit and just kind of work our way back into the range. But yeah, this is a across the board here, a bullish pattern here on that 5 and on this daily candle chart here, Nicole.
All right. Thank you both so much. Great to see you for the big three today: Unity, US Silica, and Petrobras.
I gotta wipe my phone down with wipes, guys. I'll be right back in 1 second.
On the charts. Thank you both. Coming up next, we'll spotlight European equities from Armed, Shell, Anheuser-Busch, and more. We'll make a look there at some of those names. Could they be attractive for your portfolio? We'll be right back.
That sucks. That's what I was talking about yesterday. I gotta watch out.
Side of Chicago.
Sometimes you might get those offerings, so they just did an offering.
I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly.
Not sure how this thing got some volatility yesterday.
At 4 o'clock in the morning, we're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
That means for my community and every other community, I will not trade NA.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical
So we have JP Morgan earnings tomorrow.
Changing trend in markets.
I'm pretty excited about that. We'll see what they have to say. We'll start getting into some of these.
Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network.
Gosh, come on.
I'm Oliver Rennick.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at developing stories. Let's welcome in one of the co-hosts of Next Gen Investing, Alex Coffey, is with us. Good morning. You have some news on Amazon and NVIDIA. Tell us a little bit about a partnership.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. President Joe Biden, as well as Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, have enlisted several U.S. mega-cap companies, as well as Japanese companies, to fund a new joint artificial intelligence research program. NVIDIA, Amazon, ARM Holdings, and Microsoft, again, along with a group of Japanese companies, will provide $110 million for AI research partnerships between the University of Washington in Seattle and the Tsukuba University outside of Tokyo, as well as partnerships between Carnegie Mellon University, which of course is in Pittsburgh, and Tokyo's Keio University. This is, of course, released in a joint statement by the president as well as the Prime Minister of Japan. All 4 of these companies, NVIDIA, Amazon, ARM Holdings, and Microsoft, are trading higher on the session. which is helping to bolster the NASDAQ 100's outperformance here intraday. Nicole, as we look at them, you have NVIDIA up another 2% or thereabouts today. You got Amazon up about 0.25%. Microsoft is up about 0.25%, and ARM Holdings up 1.7%. So all four of those, you see the NASDAQ higher as well, while the other three major indices here in the U.S. are lower. Right now, only about a quarter of the S&P 500 names are higher, so these four are certainly bucking the trend.
All right, thank you for that. We'll continue to follow that. It's big partnerships. All for AI research. Alex Coffey, great to see you. Thank you. So we mentioned Europe and looking at international companies and stocks. Maybe it's time to diversify your portfolio a bit more, looking at international equities. Joining me right now, Michael Field is with us, European equity strategist at Morningstar. Thank you for being with us. So what's the landscape right now? How are the markets looking in Europe at this moment?
So I think the main kind of takeaway is that European markets are looking slightly cheaper than the US markets at the moment, which might provide some bright spots for international investors. But the picture isn't completely rosy. It kind of differs across the sectors. So you do have to be quite nuanced at the moment of what you're investing in.
So the ECB, we're waiting here at home, right, for the Fed to cut rates. I think a lot of people were anticipating many cuts, at least more than 3, the market priced in. Now we're lucky if we're going to get 2 or 1. Tell me a little bit about the ECB. Are you expecting some cuts there? How likely is that?
So if I looked at Reuters had a poll recently that was expecting 90% of economists were saying that the first interest rate cut for the ECB would be in June. We had a statement today that looks to kind of reaffirm those views that June is going to be the first rate cut for the ECB, with potentially 3 rate cuts this year. So I think, look, again, the Federal Reserve are doing what they're doing at the moment, but the economic picture is completely different in Europe. So it looks like that the paths might diverge for some while.
When we look at the sectors in Europe, and folks may want to be buying into some of the companies doing well there, where are you seeing sectors that could be poised for a win, some strength?
So there's a few kind of sectors that have been somewhat overlooked in recent quarters. Consumer is one of the big ones. Obviously, you mentioned earlier there the likes of, Anheuser-Busch or companies like this. Consumers have been kind of cash strapped for quite some time. Inflation has eaten into how much they can actually purchase every quarter. So as interest rates fall, inflation's fallen at the same time. That might ease the burden on consumers and might be a boost to that sector, just to name one, for instance.
Yeah, understood. When you look at some companies, let's name some names that people may have been focusing on, such as ARM. Your thoughts about a name like that?
Yeah. So we released a report just last week on
ARM.
Right,
so
it's been, with NVIDIA in the US, Europe's very much been looking for an answer to NVIDIA and looking for kind of a European firm with large AI exposure that they can kind of get their teeth into. And
I'm gonna get
to a large degree, ARM has been that stock. Investors have really jumped on it. If you've seen the share price there on the screen, and it's going up massively every time.
I'm gonna short Tesla. Right up here. Right here. I'm just letting y'all know now. I'm really thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Well, the last time we went down here, we went from here to there. What do we do from here? Do we go to there? That's the question. What happened the last time we got here? We went back down there. So, it's all half glass, half full, half empty. Glass has, I don't know, glass half full, half empty, right? It's all on how you want to look at it. But I will say, look, it's pumping right into that area on low volume. I think I'm going to, though. I do. I think I'm going to. Fuck. Here's the thing. Okay, so they did pay a little bit. You had to sit in it. Here's the thing. If you sat in those calls, then you kind of just you were getting chopped because it pulled back and it went down, and you were probably like, man, is it going to go back there was weakness. You'd have been questioning the whole trade. But here we go. It's on. It's on. So now, do we question the short again? We wanted to be short yesterday. We got a bounce back with low volume. Do we take the short here? Does this area reject? Right here is the area I'm talking about, by the way. Right here. This is where we at. Right there. And we have the 20-day moving average right there as well. So, I'm thinking about taking it. I gotta be honest. Even if it's not right now, I could take it in the afternoon. See, it tells, like, I feel like longer term, but the fact is that it's been saying that this thing should have been up higher. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it needs to go lower. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like, part of me wants to get short up there, but part of me wants to just, I don't know. It probably just isn't a trade. It'll probably be safe to say that. It's weak. The stock has been going down. You know, until it starts an uptrend and gives you some continuation, don't do anything different, right? Do what it does. Do what it does. God damn. Every time I see her. I don't know, guys. I think you have a massive support level here. It broke. We broke the 20-day on volume. I'm gonna put the trade on. We'll see if the SPY or anything pulls back, but the SPY's rallying, so I doubt that. We do. You know what? We do have a resistance zone up here at 515 from yesterday. Let's see. Give me 1 second.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for the disruptors, and Kevin Green is with us, senior markets correspondent here.
Has it going on at times, and some of those.
Why is this one jumping out at you today?
Some of those.
Well, we were seeing the shares up about 2%, and this is after KeyBank actually initiated coverage of the shares with an overweight rating, and then also with a price target of $185 here. They do believe that the company is able to have durable 20% growth here in the near term. They're also calling out the fact that it might be a little bit oversold since the earnings announcement that we had at the late end of February here, and that was a critical time for Snowflake, to say the least. We did see a dramatic drop-off in price because of their change in their CEO, which was kind of abrupt, and then also their weak guidance moving forward. But there is some optimism moving forward when it comes to the cloud storage business, as well as the fact that a lot of legacy companies, legacy migrations are currently taking place right now.
Still looking for 172.
Of course, generative
I don't mean to say it so loud.
They can play a pretty critical role when it comes to that, since they have the storage space in order to train a lot of these models. From a technical standpoint, Nicole, once again, that sell-off was pretty dramatic, and if you're looking at a weekly chart, you could see that 162-ish area was an area of support over the last couple of years, so that could also be an area where a lot of technical traders might want to get into the stock. So overall, we are seeing some bullish flows in Snowflake. It hasn't really bounced back as quick as many traders have thought.
Yeah, it's because of the CEO. I've been looking at Snowflake today.
Here, and analysts are also kind of coming out with a little bit of a bullish take going into the next earnings announcement here in the next couple of weeks, actually.
All right. That being said, I'd love to hear more about an example trade today.
Let's see.
Yeah, definitely. So if a trader was going to take a bullish stance on the stock, they could actually look at doing a bull call spread here. Looking at the May monthly 160, 175 call spread, and trying to do that for a debit of $4. Now that's gone up a little bit since outlining the trade here, but the max loss for this trade would be the amount of money put up for the premium, which is $400. The max gain could be $1,100, and that's if the stock does trade above 175 at the time of expiration, and the break even is sitting at $164. Once again, trying to capitalize on the bullish momentum that we may be seeing when it comes to the option positioning, as well as the stock inflows that are going on right now. And then also having a nice risk-reward ratio, which is almost a 3-to-1 risk-reward ratio, which is what you would like to see if you were trying to put on put spread.
Wait.
All right, thank you for that, Kevin Green with our disruptor today.
The innocent, people of Israel just get fucking slaughtered in their own home, not doing a damn thing.
How will all of this affect
because
what the Fed does or doesn't do?
This part of the region will not govern their people, or have some type of just common sense atmosphere, but yet the time is ripe to punish Israel. Come on, man, we need to get up off of this. Gotta get up off of this killing shit. I thought we were out of it for a little bit. Wrong. Okay. Damn. I've had his 60th birthday party. He won at life. Yeah, he did. He did kind of win at life. Is that a Patek? No, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Dude, my bro is 60? That is wild. I think Michael Jordan's a bigger human than most people think. That's wild. All right, let me see here. DEI discussion and concluded that I do think it's really important, blah, 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 along the way D is rapidly defined, focus, race, and gender. Okay, wait, what? Okay, whatever. Let's see here. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to get...
Oliver Rennick for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds.
I'm trying to figure out
for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street.
Tesla.
Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime.
Watch out, they might step back in.
On any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
K. Rooney.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
She's so bad.
Schwab Network.
I don't know if it's the tan.
Missed out on today's market headlines?
Or what?
Get caught up and catch the wrap at schwabnetwork.com. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Okay, rejection. You tried to break above. That's a failed break above. Turn it into resistance now. So let's see if we can try that Tesla short. I might go for it.
Welcome back to
I don't know. Here's the thing you got to worry about.
We've seen certain things soaring. 3 months of CPI gains pushing inflation higher. PPI came in
they
a
may
little
be
less
expensive
than expected. Eric Gerster
because of what just
Chief
happened.
Investment Strategist at Outlook Wealth Advisory, and Dimitri Katz-Nelson, Deputy Chief Investment Officer at Wealth Aspire Advisors. Eric, tell me, good news, bad news? How do you view today's report, and put it in perspective, please?
Sure, thanks for having me. It's good news in the sense that the last 3 months we've had nothing but above expected inflation readings from all the different inflation measures. And this is really the first one we can point to that's come in line or slightly better. And I think the other reason why this is good news is, and the Fed will like this, is the PPI data feeds into their preferred inflation measure, which is the PCE, which comes out on April 26th. And this gives us some indication that that PCE number may look okay later this month, which would be the first bit of good news we've gotten on inflation really in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the actual 0.2% here on the core, the prior 0.3%. On the other side of it, the headline 0.2% up from 0.6%.
11,000 versus
so
open at 34,000.
I think there are folks who think the market can function and do well as long as inflation doesn't keep going higher. Dimitri, what did you think when you looked at the reports this week?
Well, I think yesterday was the main show, and today we're hanging around for the after credits, hoping for a bigger scene, and we didn't really get one, which is good. I think the numbers really tie into something we've been thinking for a while, is that markets were underappreciating the potential for inflation with goods bottoming, energy bottoming, and some of those base effects rolling off. And now we're operating in an environment where we still have strong employment, strong margins for companies, and nothing that immediately drives inflation lower. So it seems like we've gone from 7 cuts to 3, now to 2. It doesn't seem like today's print has changed the view that we're going to be down to probably 2 cuts this year, if not less.
So do you think, Dimitri, this is a time to buy into the market? If so, what's your advice to investors, Dimitri?
I mean, we tend to be strategic. We had been big fans of tips for a while when markets were pricing in inflation sub 2, going through the COVID era and beyond. We like that part of the market, but we're very much staying the course. These numbers, these past few prints haven't really changed our views on things. We do like core fixed income more and more as yields rise. It's the first time the ag is yielding north of 5 in a while.
That's what I've been saying. They're going to lock it in
going forward
eventually.
So
well, like they're going to wait till like
nothing transformative from these numbers.
Till like it's
Eric,
almost
what do you
over
think
with.
The Fed should
and then,
do or
bang.
not do.
Yeah, I think it's too early to say. I think they've said they're data dependent and maybe overly data dependent. The reality is, for whatever reason, they really want to cut rates the way they keep talking about it. So we'll see if they do. It's an election year. I believe the Fed has never cut rates after June in an election year. So we'll see if this brings a different mode to that. But the next couple of months, CPI numbers, the PCE number, that's really going to be critical to whether we see cuts. It was only 6 months ago or so when inflation was around this level that it's gotten back to, where there was some thinking they might raise rates again. So I think we're at a point where it's more if they're going to cut rates in 2024.
I don't know what to do with Tesla. I'm not sure what to do with anything right now because I can see Tesla grinding a little higher. But then if it does, that mees this trade is not worth taking because it's probably going back to higher day. I don't think, it's not that I don't think, but I think the SPY is going to go high. I said it this morning. That I thought the markets could go higher.
The presumption that the Fed is going
it's just a damn sell-off this morning, bro. It's like,
you've had a bit of a
why did Tesla sell off so hard
it's
today?
Actually a positive from a U.S. inflation picture, right? A stronger dollar. We are net consumers. We are buying
maybe we have to wait. Like I feel like this is the perfect level
the Fed story
of a 172 and the 20-day.
Immediate timing, directionally, they're all going to go the same
but
way.
I needed to consolidate
it's just a question of who moves when, who moves first. It doesn't seem like there's any major jump or takeaway from the valuation perspective
and everything else
that comes from
who
moves quicker.
Eric, what do you think? What's your advice to investors at this time? Do you feel like certain sectors may do better? We have a high rate environment currently. What's your advice at this point?
Yeah, I think if you look at the earnings picture for 2024, it's very strong for the market overall. Last year, we saw the technology and particularly mega cap tech that drove most of the earnings. This year, the market's projecting about 11% earnings growth with a rebound in earnings from a broader sector. So we would expect that as long as the economy stays strong, you're going to see a broadening of the market. We've seen a little bit of that early in the year and get away from where only the Mag 7 drive performance. So we like a broader market performance this year from the equity market overall, driven by strong earnings across a broader sector.
What do you tell folks who have cash? Keep the cash, Eric, or put it to work?
No, we believe at Alpha Core really in a broadly diversified portfolio that uses stocks, bonds, and alternative investments. And we think that for clients who are invested over the long term, it's never a good idea to just sit in cash, that cash should be put to work with a long-term investment philosophy in mind.
Yeah. I see utilities is something that you mentioned here, Dimitri. Any other thoughts, sectors people might want to buy into?
Well, the reason we're looking at utilities not necessarily from pure valuation perspective, though we have spoken to infrastructure managers that are seeing some interesting things there. I think underneath the PPI numbers and CPI numbers, sometimes you do start to see wrinkles of change. And everyone talks about the base effect of energy and how oil prices have kind of started to rebound and others, but we're seeing utility demand, power demand rising increasingly, particularly in the, kind of the mid-Atlantic, where the areas that are very favorable to data centers. And what that's translating into is 10 years of, call it, flat energy demand. We've become more efficient over time, now translating into more of a hockey stick move in demand, particularly from data, right? Whether it's AI, whether it's crypto mining, whatever it may be, the demand assumed in utilities that was supposed to be flat is now moving upwards. So whether that translates to strength in utilities is one thing. Whether it makes power more expensive, that seems more likely.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Dimitri Katz-Nelson and Eric Gerster, both for being with us here. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining me here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides. Download that free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. Fast Market is next. I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums. Unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network.
Daily live exclusive content tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart of Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange.
Up-to-the-minute market insights.
Example trades and stock-specific analysis featuring the smartest minds in the business.
No politics.
No noise.
Analysis ahead of the biggest events for the economy.
From bell to bell and beyond.
Watch live
and on demand.
24/7, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services.
Available anytime, anywhere.
On any device for free.
Schwab Network, empowering every investor and trader.
Every market day.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
I remember when I first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through. I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today, including discussions and strategies in the banking sector into earnings. We're covering JP Morgan Chase, which is up over 15% so far this year, in near all-time highs, into their report. And Citigroup, which is up over 55% from October lows, into their quarterly report. And like Folio, break down consumer sentiment data on Starbucks. The coffee giant's down pretty sharply so far this year, hitting 10-month lows. Now let's take a look at the four major indices, which are bouncing off of those session lows. The S&P 500 now positive 0.2%. Dow still lagging, off about 80 points. The NASDAQ 100 leading to the upside, up 0.7%. And the Russell 2000 small caps up just over 0.3%. To help me break down this market action, let's bring in my co-host, and that's Kevin Hinks. And Kevin, you can't push back against a market when you're getting led by big tech and NVIDIA, Google, Alphabet, Apple, all rallying today and lifting the entire market, because most of the market's not green.
Yeah, this is a tricky day because this two-day rally in NVIDIA in the teeth of a down market has kind of taken some of the energy, the downward energy out of this market, even though the macro data says, that we should probably be heavy or reevaluating where interest rates are going to go, because inflation is still not coming down. It stopped coming down. Has it started to go up again? It certainly looks like it. Jerome Powell claims.
Yeah, I'm looking for.
He hinted to the fact that some of this might be seasonal. I don't know.
Oh, really? Yeah, don't do that.
Doesn't seem accurate, but all things
it is confusing. He just said it. When this guy, or
really
if it was the guy before.
But
just said it's a weird day. It is a weird day.
Now you're right.
I think we're going higher into tomorrow. I was just thinking about.
Have kind of added to the Magnificent Seven.
I was just thinking about trying to take a long and probably the indexes. I mean, Tesla's still not above that. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. It's like, look at the SPY ripping and roaring. I think. I wonder if we can get ourselves set up for, man, see, look, here's the thing. Look at that volume. You got to watch up there at that 516 level. If we do break above 516, it's 518. I said it this morning that I think we might get that $20. They are cruising. That's what I mean. That's why I was a little like taken back on Tesla. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like, the volume is saying to sell, but it's going higher now. It's also not paying either on the upside. But I still think we're in for some trouble here, though. Coming into, like, it just feels like yesterday we bought. Yesterday they bought. Like, they're buying. Every day you're seeing signs of buying. Like, yes, pre-market we sold off. There's news there for a new F-150 for Ford. So, like right here, bang, retest, possible get long. I would be careful because I think the real entry would be probably back down at VWAP here at like 514. I'm not sure if that level holds. I don't think that level holds. Yeah. You know what's funny? This could be setting everybody up to try to go long right in front of that 1 o'clock bond auction, guys. And then it just sells off and then everybody's like, oh, wow, look, it's a bullish setup. We're going long. We're going to the 20-day. 30-year bond auction comes out, bang. Just so happens they get smoked. They gave us a little sign of it with that 10-year the other day. And then they do the same thing with the 30. We'll see. You know, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me that it sets up to look bullish. And then 1 o'clock comes and it's a trap. And then it's a trap. So I think here's my plan. I'm going to see if we get a pullback. I'll see what time it is. And then I will try to take a long. And I'll take some of it off at like coming into 1 o'clock. Shit. Bro, that was a perfect. Yeah, this is probably our resistance level. I don't know. 516 on the SPY, 518. The 20-day moving average, I would just be careful. You know what? Look at this. This is lower volume here, guys. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? You almost didn't make it. You're going to the vet. You know that? You're going to the vet. I'm going to go take you to go see the vet. She's going to clip your nails. Hey. I'm going to take you to the vet and get your nails clipped. Okay? Are you okay with that? Are you okay? Oh, you're twitching. Are you okay? Hi. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, my baby. I know, your eyes are leaking. I know, you sinuses. You see your sinuses? Come here. But yeah, I'm gonna try and go for, I'm either gonna wait for the short setup, or, maybe try and take a long and carry it into tomorrow. You know. We'll see where 10 years at. I mean, the 10-year is sitting in the same area it's been sitting in for the past 2-3 years. So it's like, you know, you definitely don't want to see it going higher, but yeah, she's ripping, isn't she? That's crazy, bro. So, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I think I know what's going on. It's the yen. But I don't know how to play it other than go long the dollar and then hedge it with, like, find a hedge for it. Whether that be bonds, currencies. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. So we are above. Let's see, 4.6, 4.6, 4.6, 4.7. I think 4.7 is that level. I think 4.7 feels like the real level of. You have that box here that's like on these yields, like you can see right here. Right there. Man, this thing crazy. That is wild. I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I really think that yields could start to pull back. I don't know what, like, there's so much going on. Like with Israel and Iran, like Israel pulls out and Iran still wants to try to do, like, talk shit or act like they're going to do something. That's a nice little cup and handle there. Boom, double bottom. I guess you could see whatever it is you want to see, but man, this is crazy. MNDR. I think I was looking at this a little bit ago. I think I was looking at it. Yeah, she's steady mover. Steady mover. Yeah, I seen this. I thought my shit died. Yeah, look at the volume that's coming in right now on that sell at the top of the SPY. So, I think that's confirmation we pull it back. I do. I think we pull it back. Or we look at Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing? You know, it's still putting in lower highs. That's a 3-minute. Bitcoin lay down.
Is the market adequately thinking about that or too complacent about either of those scenarios? Well, it leads to the question of whether 21.5 times earnings is the new 16 times earnings. And a lot of it has to do with a third of the S&P and large cap tech. But the market's been fueled by AI tailwinds, the prospect of declining.
Look at this flag that's forming here on Bitcoin. Like, that's a really nice ascending wedge.
Which is expected. It is. So investors should hold on to their positions, but I think we've got to move the ball from the Fed's playing field into where is their value in the market in an environment where the Fed
We'll just have to take it as it comes. So there's the SPY trying to hold on to that level now. I think if we get a little bounce up there at 516, I'll take a short. I'll take a short, and then that short's probably going to be on Tesla. I'm not even going to lie, it'll probably be on Tesla.
The prospect of declining
But I don't know,
inflation,
Tesla is.
as well as Fed cuts. You now start moving the Fed cuts
Really?
later or off the table.
Somebody got stuck holding the bag at the top. I mean, there's always somebody.
Which
Yeah.
is expected.
24.
It is.
So it never
So
bounced back?
Investors should hold on to their positions, but I think we've got to move the ball from the Fed's playing field.
I was
into
hoping this thing
where
was
is their
going to
value
stay
in
up
the
here.
market in an
And then
environment where the
rally.
Fed
Like, I
doesn't
was
cut at
hoping
all.
rent was going to be the one that went from $6, $7, $8, $9, $10, $12 to $100, $120, $130. Because it's been a while. It feels like one of them is about to come. And you're hearing me say it now. It feels like one of those small caps that are going to go. And I thought it was going to be rent. Like, weird. For some weird reason. I'm like, because I'm looking at the chart on the daily chart. And I'm like, it's been quite some time since we've had a small cap runner go, 10x. Look at this. There's 40. You really get this thing a-going, you should have no problem getting back up to $70. I'm not going to say no problem because I don't know the float, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm on right now. RENT. RENT, yeah. So, damn. They just... yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't know what the whatchamacallit is on this, but I'm when was the last time? Wait, didn't we just have one like 3 months ago, 2 months ago, those Chinese ones? Like a small cap that went from like I don't know, like $3, $4, like $10, $15 to like 100. Oh, you just had DXYZ. That's right, DXYZ. DXYZ just did it. No. I know. Listen. You don't understand. I'm saying. I felt like rent, or it's just like I feel like one of them is coming. I'm not saying it's rent. I'm not saying that that's it. I'm just saying it feels like we're due. Like one of these is getting ready to give you that extension. And everybody's on it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, DXY, though, or DXYZ, I think, yeah, this is it. So, I take it back. We just had it. It's right here. Look, you know what I'm saying? $20 to 120. And it's always that, like, 120, 130 range. It always is. Oddly enough, it always happens like that. It either goes from like $10, $12 to like $120, $130, and that's why I specifically said it, or it goes to $1,000 or something like stupid, something crazy stupid. But we just had it, so you gotta wait another 3-4 months. Usually this happens like 2 to 3 times a year, maybe 2 years, or maybe like 2 times a year, depending on this, depending on what's going on. But that's weird that I completely forgot about this and was thinking like, yo, it's been a long time since we got a 10x runner, and this one did do it. So I take that thought back, because the last one, like the last big one that I can remember was HKD, but I also thought that there was one more aside from this one that happened after HKD, like 3 months ago. Wasn't it like 3-4 months ago? I thought there was one that ran, maybe it was 6 months. I can't remember. It's whatever. But yeah, this was it. So look at ARM going right back to the highs. ARM's a bad bitch. I'm gonna say it right now. ARM a bad bitch. Like, she bad. Like, this thing just gets smacked, took down, tackled everything, and she just right back to handling their business. Like, you cannot mess with ARM. Like, they selling the crap out of this thing, but yet they're picking it right back up. It's just really funny to watch this thing in some of the price action that it has. I don't think I've ever seen it. I really don't. This thing doubled and tripled right off of the, yeah, right? Don't mess with strong arm, exactly. This thing is just, I love it though. I'm upset that we missed it, guys. We should have had that Wednesday, bro. We should have had this thing. At least I should have. I don't know why I didn't put my attention to it, but this was us, and we said it. Everybody got all hyped up. That would have been a big move, guys. Guys, this would have given us close to 1,000%. At least 600 to 800% on those puts. We called it out. I don't know why. I didn't watch it. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to that. Like, everybody and their mother was talking about it, and it was too late. It went without me. Sometimes it happens. It is what it is. But that was a big move. So there's opportunity out there. It's just, you just got to be able to find it and execute. Let's see if Baba ever got below 24.50. I was saying a little bit ago that they were purposefully holding this up because, like, once those options on weeklies, they get to like 12:30 lunchtime today, it'll really mess with the amount, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's still not at 100%. It's just at 100%, kinda, depending on where you got in. These options were 14 cents to like 18 cents. That was the range. So you're about there, you are there, or whatever. Some of you guys may have gotten these contracts for 12, 13 cents, right? Maybe you guys paid the commission to get 10 to 12 to 13 cents on these puts. So yeah, man, those 74 puts are working out. I don't like them. I just don't like how it's like not moving and is like hesitating like it doesn't want to pay. They're purposely holding it up because once you start getting to 74.25, 74, those things are going to go from 30 cents to 50 to 60. Like, they're going to really start going. So they're just like holding Baba up, and I don't know. Whoever sold them is pretty lucky that they're not down more. I will say that. This thing gets some type of news catalyst, watch out. Whoever sold those puts, they're done. They definitely are going to take a loss. Or I should say, if they own it, then I don't know. They're gonna be down. Tesla. So yeah, my game plan is probably still the same for Tesla here. I want to see if the markets can kind of turn around here. But I don't know. It's like 516. I think we can get there on the SPY. 518. I think we can get there. So I'm unsure what to do now. Are semiconductors going? The thing that's helping us out right now, outside of yields, yields aren't helping, but energy is. Because energy, today is the first day that I seen energy like red. These energy names. In a while. And now you can see that you're getting your technology names to be kind of green. Dude, we're getting ready to roll over. Look, banks. Wait, no. So banks are about to go green. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to open up green tomorrow. And like, I wonder if we're about to like have a little bit of a rally from now until tomorrow. It kind of feels like that, because this was like the banks, healthcare, they were bright red, all of it. So names are slowly turning around. SMCI, have not traded that in a while. Uber Eats. I don't know why today, of all days, healthcare is just getting hit out of nowhere. Like, I don't know if there was a news catalyst that started it, but God, man, I hate taking my hat off because I need a haircut so bad. I gotta go get one this afternoon. It's just been really nice where I'm at, so I've been doing stuff around the house, and I haven't been leaving after the market closes. Okay, so NVIDIA ripping. ARM. Oh, shit. I missed the long off of this. I wonder if I can still get it. Let's look here. 12:22. So we have a half hour until that 10-year bond auction. Be careful if you guys take anything. It feels like a little bit of a trap. It does. It feels like a trap. Since, like, have you guys noticed, like, since I've mentioned it, like, with, like, consumer sentiment, like, the data that comes out at 10 o'clock, have you guys noticed that, like, right around the days that we get data at 10 o'clock in the morning, how, even, like, today we got data at 9:30, did you see and kind of sense how it's set up for you to, like, the chart was, like, kind of like, hey, take this long right here, and then it doesn't do it, like it sets you up for the wrong trade going into the data. I feel like the market, at least some of the names that I've been looking at, especially on Fridays, those 10 o'clock trades really could get you. They've been setting up and then reversing, like people like suck people into doing. Not that they're doing it on purpose, but the chart setup is saying look, what was it? I don't know. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't CPI. Maybe it was CPI. But it was just setting up to where it looked like it was bullish and sucking people in long, and then the market pulls back. Even though I don't know. That's not really it, but pay attention. If this is the first time you're hearing it, 10 o'clock, like tomorrow, whenever we have that data at 10 o'clock, look at the chart and look how it looks at like 9:50, 9:55 going into the number, where you're like you've pulled back into support, and You know what I'm saying? It feels like an entry, and then the data comes out, and it does, you know, it kind of reverses. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I've noticed it. I thought there was a little bit of it today with Tesla. Okay, 15-minute chart on TSM. Let me get this hourly. I don't know what to do. What is all-time highs here? So all-time highs are up at 158. I don't know, man. Let's do it. I think I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think I should short this right here, but I also think I should just take the long because I think I can take it up there. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Let's do it. Get this 3-minute to pull back and hold. Man, this sucks.
What do you see? What is it?
Collins said wage growth is consistent with path back to 2% inflation.
Where is this? Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. You know what? When in doubt, find a deal.
NKTX, Jakarta getting a pop here on a small volume November Kilo Tango entry. NKTX.
No, I'm gonna go out of my. I'm just gonna go in it through Zillow, and then I'm gonna go look around the way. Let's go look around the. Oh look, what is this? 12 million for 69,820. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 homes. Sorry, guys.
Investors Business Daily Swing Trader, Alpha Bravo, November Bravo.
Dang, they buying them up by the block now. Part of a portfolio, developer's opportunity, 40,000 square foot lot with 5 duplexes. Oh, it's a duplex.
Airbnb right now up about 2%.
10 units.
Just off the highs. Alpha Bravo, November Bravo. Airbnb.
I gotta stop touching my face. I hate it.
BOKB off the earlier highs now of about 6.25% after Bloomberg reported that Clear Lake renewing its pursuit of softwood from Blackboard. That's BOKB.
I mean, it's a nice property. I'd say it's a C. B. I don't know when it was built. Oh, that's it? Okay. Okay. I think that shit was AI. Alright, let me go back to the markets. Back to search. Back to search. Doge Island. It's hilarious.
Years ago, when Reagan was president, you used to be able to buy this industry below book value. We sold it at 1.5, 2 times book value.
All right, so Taiwan semi. So if this does pull back, guys, I wouldn't mind trying to buy this for long. Feels like the market is telling us something with it, though. Like, it's had such good news, but it just can't get, it just can't go higher. Maybe it was already priced in. Alright, let's see. So, this could be a nice support level here at 145 for it. Sorry guys, I get a little talking and just kind of get like, get tired. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink. We'll just keep eyes out. Still watching Tesla and TSM and everything else that's on the list. I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing a water and
the need to own the group broadly.
A Nature Valley.
Don't work. Well, then I don't have to wake up and be like, oh my God, do I literally own Wells Fargo? Like I don't have to have that. I don't have to have that conversation with myself. So that's where I am. Look, J.P. Morgan is going to do $4.15 a share, according to consensus. That's not a huge jump over the prior year, but it ain't nothing either. Quarterly revenue, $41.96 billion, and that's versus $39 billion in the year ago quarter. So I mentioned nominal growth that we would see from the banks. That's what I mean. It's not like all of a sudden banking is an amazing business. It's just that it was so bad in 22 and coming out of that in 23. And now you've got a better environment overall. J.P. Morgan trades at a premium, which Rich mentions, but I would argue with good damn reason, 22% CAGR on earnings per share growth in the last 3 years. None of the other names can say that. 13% over the last 5 years, so that's not just a recent phenomenon. I expect J.P. Morgan to have a good quarter. I remain long the stock. I think it's worth more than $200 a share. I like the fact that it's down, a little bit of a gift here.
All right. I should remind all of you, too, BlackRock reports tomorrow, and the chairman and CEO, Larry Fink, is going to visit with Squawk on the Street tomorrow. Don't miss that. It's first on CNBC, and it's always interesting to hear from Larry Fink on our network right after their earnings are released as well about that and the greater sort of investing environment. Let's get the headlines now with Dom Chu. Hey, Dom.
All right, Judge. A judge ruled today that New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez and his wife Nadine Menendez will actually stand trial separately for their bribery case. That judge made the ruling due in part to Nadine Menendez's health and that she would need to find new lawyers within 30 days as her current team would have to step aside due to conflicts of interest. Senator Menendez is scheduled to stand trial on May 8th. Well, USAID Administrator Samantha Power said it was credible to assess that famine is already happening in Gaza. She noted at a congressional hearing that prior to October 7th, the rate of malnutrition was nearly 0, but now it was 1 in 3 children. Power's response makes her the first official to publicly agree that famine was already happening in that war-torn region. And crews are working quickly to patch a 60-foot crack in a Utah dam that could endanger a town nearby. While state and local officials believe the dam is not in danger of breaking, they have warned the 1,800 residents in a nearby town to be ready to evacuate if those conditions do worsen. Some stunning video over there. Judge, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, I appreciate that, Dom. Thanks, Dom Chu. Up next, we'll do our calls of the day. We got trades on Costco and Chevron, Amex, and more in 2 minutes.
I'm gonna go step outside for 1 second, guys. I just need to get up, do some push-ups, do something, and then we'll keep the stream going. I'm gonna try to you know, cross my fingers here at 1 o'clock and going into 2 o'clock we can have a nice end of day pullback. We just sat here and rallied and brought everything right back. That would have been a tough trade to take. 175s. Look, this is why it's dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you know, options. It's not the options. It's the trader. And I know that even the days that I've lost money on options, or the days that I've lost money trading, I know it was because of me. Like, options do move. Somebody has to win. One person or the other, whether it's the buyer or the seller, one of them's going to come out a winner. But notice how this took the whole move back, and it still is only not even at half the price that they were when they opened. Look at that. We want continuation. This is momentum. Continuation. Momentum. I wouldn't even consider this momentum. I mean, it does have a little momentum, but you know, these pullbacks are killing you. You know, I don't know. I just think we might be able to get these 165s again. You know, these 165s are only 16 cents. Wouldn't that be something? If I would have just jumped the gun and said, "Hey, give it to me at 50." I'd be down.
CNBC.
I don't know. I'm gonna go wake up though. I will be right back.
We're back. We're going to do some calls of the day now, and we're going to start with Chevron. Take a look at shares, because the target was raised today to 195 from 170 at Scotiabank, upgraded to sector perform, outperform, excuse me, from sector perform. Rich, you own it. As you said at the top of the program, you are way overweight oil. Why this name specifically? Well, you have Exxon too, I should say.
And Canadian Natural Resources.
Okay.
We're overweight oil, and generally it's geopolitical hedge. Their earnings contribution to the S&P is going to be 10%, yet their market cap exposure of the S&P is only 5%. But with regard to Chevron and Exxon, we're talking about companies that have gotten discipline in their capex. So they're generating now roughly 12, 13% operating cash flow, free cash flow 7-8%. What are they going to do with it? They can dividend out, buy back stock. So in an environment where you have an uncertain Fed and you want a geopolitical hedge, Chevron, Exxon, all these names are great adds to a portfolio.
All right, let's take a look at shares of Qualcomm too today, because they were added to the negative catalyst watch at JP Morgan. Jason Snipe, this is going to be yours. Price target's 170, so a couple bucks below where it is now. They still have it rated overweight. However, they say we are yet to see any significant change in the fundamentals for the smartphone market, with the recovery expected to remain muted in 2024.
Yeah. So, I will say this about Costco. I'm sorry, Qualcomm. I mean, for me, the stock is up 18% year to date. The multiple has been driven up some, right? So it's trading at 17 times now. Android has recovered. So automotive as well has been driving growth for the company. So, and I think they have a solid IP and silicone business. So, and IoT has been a little bit soft in the last quarter, but I think that, with the multiple expanding some, it's probably, in somewhat of a limited growth rate of 11%. I think that's where a little bit of the concern is.
All right, you said, you accidentally said Costco, so I'm going to give you that one now, okay? Because you have that, and it was reiterated as equal weight at Wells. The stock's obviously done well.
Yeah.
They just say it's too expensive for us right now.
Yeah, I mean, the multiple has expanded quite a bit. I mean, listen, the price action has been really solid over the last year and a half. There's been some softness in discretionary spend, and I think that's what's been a little bit challenging for them going forward. But essentials have been good. Kirkland's been really strong. The multiple is a concern, but I think that, in a market that we're in, Costco is the best retailer in that space.
All right, Josh, you flagged NASDAQ for our viewers days ago. Well, Barclays does today. They initiated overweight, price target 76. That's about 20% upside from here. Clear path to double-digit EPS growth is what they see.
Yeah, and that's a couple of days after Morgan Stanley said it's a top pick with an $80 target. I think ultimately, as an investment, the stock works its way higher because there's a lot of scarcity value here. There just aren't that many versions of what NASDAQ is and does. Of course, we're sitting here at their largest competitor, but NASDAQ's got exchanges all over the world. And as I mentioned 2 days ago, they've also been diversifying, so it's not just markets-related revenue. They've been acquiring software businesses. There's a very healthy portfolio there of ARR-type businesses, which is what Wall Street loves. The annually recurring revenue model, coupled with, I think, a significantly stronger IPO market in the market side in the second half of this year. I think you've got a double-barreled shotgun approach, and I think the stock works its way at least to 76. So I am long. I like the technicals, and I like the fundamentals.
Jason, go quick on Amex because Deutsche says it's a good place to hide. Those were their words. Safest place among the card issuers.
Yeah, so I really like the consumer that they obviously focus on. Credit quality is strong. Amex plays well in that space, and I think for me, as I look forward and I look at the quality of the consumer and where business travel is starting to grow, I think Amex is our favorite spot.
All right, so good day to hear from Mike Santoli. Obviously, every day really is, but especially today, given this second inflation print, a lot of Fed speak, markets acting interesting today too. So we'll talk to him next.
Damn. Those spreads were pretty wide. I'm not worried that I missed it. We could have taken it. We talked about it. We talked about it on this pullback here. Right here, this pullback. We say, hey, let her pull back. See if you can take the long. Might have been this one right here. Yeah, it was that pullback. Right there, that second one. And she just went. She just went. Let's see what I'll be right back. I'm going outside right now. I've got a cat that's up my butt. She just wants me to pet her and pick her up. Sam Altman.
Yeah, that's right, Scott. He was coming out of Senator Todd Young's office just now. He was Senator Todd Young. He's a member of an AI task force that was appointed by Senator Chuck.
Oh, I was thinking of Sam Bankman-Fried. What's up with all the Sam names?
About raising money and plans for his grand ambition to create this whole chip
Calm.
so to speak.
All right, we're back. We have a news alert on OpenAI's Sam Altman. I want to get to Steve Kovacs. So he was on Capitol Hill, and our cameras were there, too.
Yeah, that's right, Scott. He was coming out of Senator Todd Young's office just now. He was Senator Todd Young. He's a member of an AI task force that was appointed by Senator Chuck Schumer. And this is coming after Sam Altman spent the last few days in the Middle East talking to potential investors and government leaders about raising money and plans for his grand ambition to create this whole chip network, so to speak, for artificial intelligence. Our Karen James Sloan, she was there on the ground as he came out of the senator's office. Here's what he said about that trip.
How are you? Tell me how your meeting went?
I think it was great.
What did you say to Todd Young?
We talked about the need for the U.S. to have a general policy about AI leadership in the world and make sure that we're able to deliver all the benefits of these services.
Did you talk about your chip? Did you talk about AI chips?
I forgot about Carvana.
Chips, energy, the whole
and AI.
What it takes to be able to deliver AI.
Tell me what you said to leaders in the Middle East about AI chip funding.
Well, it wasn't just about AI chip. Sorry, let me explain. Funding is obviously part of it, but there's like a very complex supply chain. There's a thing that we'll need to figure out about how we're going to do security and policy for this. So it was a conversation. Like we
don't do policy. How we're going to do policy? Why do you have to do policy?
A global effort.
You don't have to do anything.
In the Senate right now, they're trying to get through some kind of
within
AI
a reasonable
policy.
doubt.
But do you feel it's taking too long? And what should be the priority?
Well, that's one thing we're asking is like, what are they thinking about what the priorities should be? There's obviously a lot to do. It's a complex thing. But we've been, asking for updates on that in meetings. I don't think we have a view yet when it'll happen, exactly what it'll look like.
Have they given you any updates?
They don't. Obviously they don't say like it'll happen like exactly this on this time frame.
So Scott Altman there talking about his trip to the Middle East. And you might remember a few weeks ago, we got that headline, that report saying he was looking to raise trillions of dollars for whatever these ambitions are to make artificial intelligence more powerful and capable. But like he just told our Karen there, Karen James Sloan there, he also said it's about more than that. Enormous amounts of energy is going to be required to run these data centers and really achieve the vision he's thinking of. And then on the legislation front or the regulatory front, also talking about meeting with lawmakers there. As we know, he was on Capitol Hill about a year ago talking about what his view for AI regulation should look like. Nothing has happened for then, and also our Congress has been really slow to act on previous generations of technology like social media and so forth. So not a lot of regulatory action going on there. Though I will mention Democrat Adam Schiff, who's running for Senate in California, he's in Congress now, did put out a bill yesterday saying that these companies should disclose if they're training their AI models on copyrighted data. But some interesting stuff there from Sam Altman about what he's talking to leaders around the world about, Scott.
I appreciate that. Steve Kovacs, thank you very much. Nice job from our D.C. Bureau as well to get that exclusive video and sound from Sam Altman on the Hill. All right, Mike Santoli, he's next with his Midday Word.
All right, I'm going to step outside real quick before Tesla decides to sell off and it starts. 1 o'clock, you have a bond auction, 10 minutes. I may not go outside. Just like the bell, I went to fill up a coffee. I always do that to myself. I think I have enough time, and I don't have enough time. So let's see what happens here. Here we go. Here we go. We're about to find out. Are they going to set everybody up? Or, well, I don't know about everybody, but is somebody getting sucked in, making a decision to go long or short? Let's see here. Give me Tesla. And you're okay, baby. You're okay. She's just hammering her tail. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. She's just smacking the... She's not too bad. Look, there she goes. She goes. She heard me talking about her. You're okay. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I was trying to hurry up and do this before Apple started going, but it looks like it's going to happen anyway. Apple, an outperformer today. Apple, an outperformer. Dude, this thing's just sticking every level and running. I would keep an eye on 170 level here, and the top of that range is going to be 172, 171.80 to 172.
At Invesco.com.
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us with his midday words. Good to see you as always. So yesterday we were down and out, and today we're back.
Yeah, back to a degree, Scott. And also, you know, yesterday, down and out for sure, but it was relatively contained. I think that you got into this position where the rise in longer-term bond yield just throttles market breadth, right? So the internals of the market look pretty weak yesterday. They don't look great today. But there's not a ton of motivated selling across the big caps in the index because we are going to get earnings coming through. And the other thing about PPI today, to the extent you want to extrapolate it out into the PCE inflation number in a couple of weeks, it should come in not that far from expectations, which itself is not that far from where, you know, the median Fed official says that core PCE should be at the end of the year to accommodate at least some easing. So I don't think that the story was entirely upended, even though we had a market coming into April that probably was going to be needing to back off a little bit and cool itself, and you know, maybe it's broken some momentum in the short term.
Yeah, and undoubtedly, I guess a sigh of relief in some respects from the bulls. I'll see you on closing bell. I look forward to our conversation then. That's Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator. We're going to do final trades next. Plus, we have a new buy from Rich Saperstein. We'll detail that coming up, too.
a trial.
All right, welcome back. I teased a move that our Rich Saperstein has made in the market. You bought Fidelity National FIS. Why?
It's a $40 billion software provider to the financial services industry.
Watch this 130 level. Watch this area up here.
But 80% of their revenue is recurring. They're growing at 6%. They have a 9% operating cash flow. So you take out the dividend, they have some CapEx, and they're going to start doing some very significant buybacks.
All right, let's see here. What we got, baby? What we got?
Still buying.
What you going to do?
Still buying it. Okay. Appreciate you mentioning it. Let me remind you what's coming up on Closing Bell as well today. We have Cameron Dawson with me, Joe Terranova. We have the former Dallas Fed president, Robert Kaplan. Also just added an interview with the Wall Street Journal's Nick Timiraos.
Let's go.
On what the Fed's going to do next. So I hope you'll join me
just
at
keep
3 o'clock
running it
Eastern
up.
time as we catch up on all things markets and I take you through the final stretch. Let's do some final trades.
I love it.
Shannon, why don't you start us off?
It just feels good to be back.
Commodities. This is my contrarian trade of the year.
Real good to be back.
We're finally getting some steam behind it. So happy to see.
All right,
some
so the market's probably not even going to move. Huh?
Chubb, a lot of excitement around insurance. Operating income was up 42%
1.3.
like this one.
Come on, let's go.
Rich Saperstein?
Chevron, great returns of capital to shareholders and a geopolitical hedge, and I love the sector.
All right, obviously do. Way overweight energy, says Rich Saperstein. All right, Josh Brown.
Toast. not just because I love being asked to give someone a tip when they hand me a muffin, but because they have earnings coming up on May 7th, and I think we'll see a good quarter. So I'm long here.
All right, good stuff. I'll see you in a couple hours. The exchanges now.
Scott, thank you very much. I'm Tyler Matheson in for Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead this hour. The market fixated on the macro, but that's a good thing, says one of our guests, helping to set up into earnings, which he says couldn't be better. And he's ready to put his cash to work. He'll tell us where. Plus, the street underestimating Apple once again. That's the gist of a new note from Bank of America. The analyst behind that note is here to make the case. And some 5 years after WeWork's implosion, Adam Neumann takes the wraps off a new venture. Ardita Bosa is there live, and we'll speak exclusively with Neumann in just a few minutes. You don't want to miss that.
4.671.
And Don Chu, as usual, with the numbers. Hi, Don.
All right, so Tyler, what we got right now is a market that's floating right about near session highs right now. It's been a relatively calm trade compared to what we saw yesterday after that hotter than expected consumer price index report. Today's producer price index report came in slightly cooler than expected on certain measures. Stock market is reacting commensurately. You can kind of see there the S&P 500 is up about 0.2%, 10 points to the upside. Again, right just below session highs. The Dow Industrials off about 1/3%. You can see they're down 115 points, 38,347. The Nasdaq Composite up about 0.75%, 117 points to the upside. The last trade there, 16,287. And again, at the lows of the session, the S&P was down roughly 22 points. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also, thematically, that interest rate trade, we talked about it yesterday. The 2-year yield is seen by some traders as more of a proxy, if you will, for what the Fed could do with interest rates over the course of the next several months. Right now, those 6%. It pushed towards 5% at one point right before those numbers came out, got as low as about 4.92%. So again, a volatile trade there, but still holding near highs that we saw from yesterday. And then it's a not merger Monday or takeover Tuesday. We'll call it a takeover Thursday story on this Friday Eve. And that's Alpine Immune Sciences up 37%. Vertex Pharmaceuticals will buy Alpine Immune for roughly $4.9 billion in cash. That equates to $65 per share.
4.671%. Yeah, I gave that to you before anybody.
Vertex's biggest acquisition to date is give them more access to a kidney disease treatment portfolio that Alpine has. So a big move in the merger markets on a Thursday. Ty, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Don, thank you very much. Stocks are stabilizing today after PPI, a measure of wholesale prices, rose 0.2% in March. That is less than expected, but just by a smidge, providing some relief after the big jump in consumer prices yesterday. One of our guests says the market's fixation on macro issues means the setup into earnings season could not be better. Joining us now, Andrew Sliman, Senior Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management, and Subhadra Rajappa, Head of U.S. Rates Strategy at Societe Generale. Welcome to both of you. Andrew, let me begin with you. If I'm understanding you correctly, your theory is that people are so focused on rates, the macro picture, that they're going to be positively surprised after this period of sort of consolidation when earnings
4% pullback on macro issues. But yes, we get the banks tomorrow, and then next week is kind of a lull, but then the week after that is really earnings season starts in full, and I think it's going to be pretty good. The indications it's going to be good. And what you don't want to happen, Tyler, is the market to be red hot into earnings where expectations are really high, and then if companies meet, then the stocks go down. But that's not what we're seeing now. We're so fixated on the macro issues, people have kind of forgotten that earnings are around the corner. And then don't forget, right after earnings are over, the blackout windows, real companies can start buying back their stock again, and stock buybacks are a big driver of the market.
Does history confirm this sort of thesis that you're putting forward here, that if the market's got its eye on one ball and the other ball comes in, it's going to move higher?
What we know is kind of how a stock's done recently has a perverse, inverse relationship. So if I look at a stock like NVIDIA, let's say, well, the stock's just dropped 100 points. The stock's actually not done very well the last few weeks. So kind of the setup is good. So the data suggests that you always want to be wary of stocks that are red, that have done very, very well recently.
Subhadra, how does Andrew's thesis strike you, number one?
I feel like I missed that long. I missed that long off Taiwan Semiconductor. That sucks. You know, see if we couldn't have taken that back to the high a day. It's probably a trade that's still there. I would just be careful, you know, especially if you're playing options. Give yourself time, like a week or two. At least, you know, when I say a week, I mean next week, not tomorrow. That's not a week. Or go out 2 weeks, so that would be a 3-week expiration. You know, I could see us testing a high... Dude, what? I don't know about this mouse, man. Seriously. But yeah. I'm going to go step outside. I'll be right back. We're getting ready to get what's his name here on CNBC.
Headline as well as core. So I think this is, we're looking at a picture where inflation is going to take a lot longer to normalize, and the Fed is probably going to have to keep policy on hold for a lot longer than the market was anticipating coming into this year.
We will come back to that thought because it's a very provocative one. It is, I guess, a little bit of an outlier, certainly compared with where most strategists were 10 months ago. Meantime, 30-year auction of bonds up for auction. Rick Santelli has the results for us. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Tyler. Indeed, this is the third tranche of the Treasury offering of $119 billion of coupon supply in the form of $22 billion 30-year bonds. It's a reopening, second time adding to an issue. What was the yield? The yield was 4.671. 1 basis point tail. The one issued market was trading 4.66%. So a higher yield in the auction means the government sold at a lower price. My grade for the demand at 1 o'clock Eastern for this 30-year bond auction by investors, a C minus. C minus, better than yesterday's 10s. There was one bright spot. It wasn't the pricing, and if you looked at the bid to cover, the indirect bidders or the dealers, in each case, it was the worst number since Nova of last year. So not a huge amount of time, but definitely in the wrong direction. The one very bright spot is that direct bidders at 18.3% was above the 18% 10 auction average, Tyler, and it was the best since September of 23. You can see yields pretty much didn't move much on that, but that isn't the point. The point is that whether you're looking at 5s, 7s, 10s, 20s, or 30s, all their yields are higher, building on yesterday's big move that occurred, of course, at 8:30 Eastern on the hotter-than-expected CPI. We want to continue to monitor whether these long and mid-dated maturities remain higher in yield, lower in price versus yesterday, because that would mean fresh high-yield closes for all those maturities over the last 5 months. Back to you.
All right, Rick Santelli, thank you very much. Subhadra, let me go back to you and sort of pose a longish question. You know, if I look back 6 months ago, an awful lot of people who sat, maybe not including you, but an awful lot of people who sat in seats like yours, and the market more broadly, seemed to be predicting or discounting the possibility of as many as 6 interest rate cuts in 2024. You've now gone all the way to the possibility or probability of no interest rate cuts in 2024. Why and how has that happened? And where were you on this issue 6 months ago?
So we were unfortunately on the wrong side of the equation coming into the year. We were on the camp expecting nearly 6 cuts for this year and an expectation for a recession by the middle of the year, and that really hasn't panned out. The data has been extraordinarily resilient. Inflation remains high and sticky. So really, and you look at corporations and corporate profit margins, they've been extraordinarily resilient to higher interest rates. So what you're seeing right now is a recalibration, if you will, on the policy path from both the Fed as well as ourselves. Given the fact that inflation has remained high and sticky, and growth has also surprised to the upside. You're looking at above trend growth for the first quarter, perhaps somewhere between 2 to 2.5%. So the momentum coming out of the fourth quarter has really continued in the first quarter, having, and that's part of the reason why we've had to recalibrate so dramatically this year.
I appreciate your candor and your confessional spirit there. And I have to say, one of the signs of intelligence is the ability to change your mind when the situation warrants it. Andrew Slimman, let me turn to you. Can the market continue to move forward if interest rates don't move lower markedly this year? And oh, by the way, what's your assumption on where markets will end the year? I mean, excuse me, interest rates will end the year.
Gosh, I'm a portfolio manager. I think it's on the equity side. I think it's as long as rates don't go substantially higher, I think the market can go higher and end of the year higher for a key reason. And one of the things I've always said is I hope there aren't 6 rate cuts. I've said this all year because if the Fed can stay on hold and not have to cut, it means the economy is doing well.
Doing okay.
And if the economy does well, remember, Tyler, at the end of this year, we're going to be pricing off of next year's earnings.
Man, like GLD is just not liquid outside of weeklies.
If all I do is put this year's multiple,
I felt like
that gets you to mid 5,000s on the S&P.
I felt like when I played this in 2022, going into 2023, for gold to go higher, I bought like 3 to 4 months out. And I was able to, like, I thought that it was fairly liquid. At least when I was looking at it. And that was the 180s, I think it was. I went way out of the money. I don't know. That's really weird, guys, if you ask me. That's really weird.
Saying we have the wherewithal to be patient
is a good thing.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. Andrew, always good to see you. Subhadra, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Always good to see you as well. All right, coming up, Deirdre Bosa is sitting down exclusively with Adam Newman as he unveils his newest venture aiming to, quote, transform the residential experience. But is it really disruptive or just another real estate play disguised as tech? We will ask him after the break. Plus, Wall Street back at it again, according to B of A, underestimating Apple despite its historic outperformance. The analyst behind that call joins us next with why he still sees Apple rallying more than 30% from here. The exchange comes back right after this. See you then.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Welcome back to The Exchange, everybody. Nearly 5 years after WeWork's implosion, remember that? Adam Neumann is back now in the spotlight unveiling his newest venture. It's called Flow, and it aims to, quote, transform the residential experience. And he's already got the backing of Andreessen Horowitz, who gave Neumann $350 million a year and a half ago. That is the largest individual check the VC firm has ever written in a funding round, valuing the startup at $1 billion. Adam Neumann joins us now, along with Deirdre Bosa, who's in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for Flow's initial launch. Deirdre.
Tyler, thank you very much. And Adam, it is nice to see you. Thanks for welcoming us here for launch day. You're launching your new venture today, Flow. I know that you've been heads down over the last few years, just concentrating on developing it. I want to get into it. I want to get into WeWork, which I know you're trying to buy back. But first, I thought we might just address the elephant in the room. Some people might be surprised to see you on our screens again. What are you going to do differently this time around?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for coming down here to Flow Fort Lauderdale. It is an extremely exciting day for us, but let's start with that. We built a global brand. We had over 10,000 employees that were so passionate. We helped redefine a category, and every single thing we did had to do almost anything and everything with community. I am the kind of person that actually learns more from their mistakes than from their successes. So all the great things we did in the past, we're going to do again. But then I had time to reflect. For example, partners. I'm so grateful and lucky to have Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz from A16Z as my partners. For those of you who don't know, they both come to my board meetings, and our boardroom is exciting. And for those of you who don't know them, they speak their mind, if you want them to or if you don't.
So there's more debate in the boardroom than there was before.
Debate is an understatement. There are lively discussions that can go all over the place. They're also a great partnership themselves, so it could be them and me and
They
us.
hold you more accountable?
Everyone's holding everyone more accountable. And I have the pleasure to working with them, and they are entrepreneurs. This is actually their third business. So it's one thing to have investors who are giving advice. It's another thing to have entrepreneurs who you consider peers that are working with you. That's one example. The other one is something you just said. I've taken my time. We did not rush to launch this brand. We've been running this business for the past 2 years. We built our operating systems. We built our technology, back end and front end. We rebuilt processes. We rebuilt a property management company. And we did all of that to practice and test and see what works and what doesn't. And even before we launched the brand, this building that you're in now is 95% full. Other Florida location is 96% full. And that was before the brand.
Right, so I want to get into Flow and this business model. Your mission, I'm going to read from your website, revolutionize the residential experience as a vertically integrated real estate owner, operator, and technology innovator. What does that mean?
So I'm not sure where you read that in the website, but it's actually more about coming to your higher self between you and yourself, your neighbor, and the world. So our mission is actually bringing everybody together. What you read, I think, is from the bio, which is a little bit of what we're doing. But I will explain.
Is that accurate, though? Are you a real estate owner, operator, and technology innovator?
Extremely accurate. So Flow is an experience-first residential real estate company. We're vertically integrated, so we have technology, we have operations, and we have the people that bring it all together. Also, as you can see around you, design is a very important aspect of what we do. And by bringing all of these things together, we had a theory 2 years ago that the buildings will become more valuable. In both of our Florida properties, we're already starting to show that with much higher performance.
Are the buildings more valuable than when you bought them?
So more valuable, now we're asking a real estate question of cap rates. But if you're asking if the buildings have a higher NOI, net operating income, than when we bought them, this building you're sitting in has a 40% higher NOI than when we took over 18 months ago.
And does that mean that you've increased rent? Also a metric important in the industry.
That's a great question. We also increased rent growth, but some of your viewers might say, oh, Miami's rent growth are up. So actually, Fort Lauderdale, where we're at, rent has gone down 8% in the past 12 months. So we've increased our rent, but also we lowered churn. When people like being in a building, when they actually feel like they're part of a community, they stay. When people stay and there's no churn in the building, it increases occupancy and increases the value. But that's just one example.
So just to be clear, you are increasing value, and that's reflected in the value of the real estate that you own?
So I'm going to answer it very precisely. Another lesson. I'm going to answer it very precisely. we've increased the net operating income of the building you're sitting in by over 40% since we took over 18 months ago. If you want to say what it's worth, that's a question for people who buy. It's a different metric, but NOI is how we're measuring it, and the value of the building. You only know, by the way, what a building is worth is when you sell it.
So what you're describing, there's another word for it. It's purpose-built rentals. It is a large category already. It's not new, and it's not technology. So why is Flow different? Why are you calling Flow a technology innovator?
Great question. We talked about partners. Mark and Ben are technology investors. When we started...
Well, now they're real estate investors also.
Well, you know, it's funny. Tesla company. So I think we live in a world today where you can look at entire categories. If you're not leveraging better, then you're stuck in the past. Technology systems in real estate were literally built in the 60s. And they used to just be accounting systems, able to connect people. One of the way in Flow we make the building more valuable is we make the residents happier. One of the way we do it is we'll with each other. We allow them to do something we call passion sharing. Our residents, some of them are very excited about give back. We facilitate that. So there's a lot of different things you can do in a building. Technology represents the backbone and the front end of running all those things.
Right, and you were showing me the app, which launched today as well, but I'm still wondering, how is it disruptive? Because when I look at this purpose-built rental category, it's around, you've got people like One Hudson, or even a Toll Brothers is doing something similar. So what is the actual technology in your building that separates it from one of them?
So this is an interesting question. You could build a tech company that's only, and you can build a branded operating company that's only the operation of the business. The only way you can build something integrated is if you're doing both at the same time. There's not one, as far as I know, all the names you just said do not build their own technology. They actually rely on third parties. So if you're using an app in any of those, you'd have one app probably for payments, another one for parking, another one for guest registration. You'd be using 3 to 5 different systems just to operate in the building. We've created a seamless experience, but more importantly is the data. Everything that's happening in the building, you know who to connect to who. You know how to price things, algorithms. You can do a lot of different things leveraging technology. But I think the real answer is, I think we live in a world where we should look at things. There is not, as far as I know, a branded residential real estate company for rentals in the US today.
Not the ones I just named?
You and I might define brands differently. For me, a brand means there's a television show.
Okay. So are we going to get a television show, a media offspring from this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, let's go on, I guess, a little bit. And you're building all the technology in-house. That is a really important distinction. How many engineers do you employ as part of this team at Flow?
So we've been very picky, and we're very lucky to have a great leadership team in engineering. Again, another partnership with A16Z. Actually, Ben Horowitz helped me choose the CTO. So we took a long time to look at who we thought were the best CTOs in the country. His name is Scott Ryder. He came from WhatsApp. Before that, he was in charge of a lot of things and doing a lot of very interesting things. And when we hired him, one of the things we decided is we're going to stick to the highest tech level, tech talent possible. So in your tech team, you have approximately 50 people between engineers and product people and support all around. But we're actually recruiting aggressively and growing fast.
You've mentioned Mark Andreessen a few times, and this sort of points to this broader ambition here. You've talked about this, and Mark Andreessen wrote about this in his blog when he first invested in Flow, and that is you want to help solve the housing crisis in America. There's a lack of supply, there's rising prices. How are you doing that? And I wonder, you scooping up 3,000 units, does that take supply off the market, or is the calculus changing for homeowners? Is the dream still there, and how are you fixing it?
I think you're touching a very serious point. So I think we're part of a renter generation. Just a little bit of numbers for the viewers. Over 2/3 of 35-year-old and younger in this country today are renters. They spend 34% in average of their total income on rent, which means you have a whole generation that probably from age 20 to age 40 is going to be a renter. Buying a home has never been more expensive. So if that is the case, and as a young adult you're not able to buy a home and you want to rent it, you want to get an elevated experience. You want a seamless experience. But there's also another problem. Because we can't buy homes, I think for human beings, shelter and a home is one of the most, if not the most important thing we can have. If I don't have a home that I can feel proud of and I don't feel connected to, then how can I connect to myself? I think we live in a world where we're so connected with our phones and devices, we've never been more disconnected. So something else Flow does, through events, through community, through everything that we've been good for a long time in doing, we bring people together. And it's funny, it doesn't take that much work to help people come together, because I think these experiences, as technology goes forward, AI goes forward, as we progress, I think physical, real-world connections have never been more important.
You're also trying to give your renters a sense of ownership, right? Is there a way that you can give them an actual ownership? I know that that's something that other real estate companies, property developers are trying to do. Fractional ownership is really difficult, but are there any other ways? Because if people are renting, but the ultimate aim is to own a home, how do they get closer to that goal?
So let's divide your question into two. I think the ultimate aim is to actually feel proud of where you live. If you own it, if you're renting it, if you're sharing it, whatever it is, you really want to feel at home and you really want to feel connected, as we said before. We're on a journey of exploring all those different things. We're starting with loyalty programs just to find a way to create a win-win scenario between the renter and ourselves, and we're just the beginning of it. But if you want to solve this problem, you're going to want to, over time, get into all these challenges that you spoke about.
Okay, I don't want to let you go without talking a little bit about WeWork, because there's been news in the media recently. You're trying to buy the company back. Have you made any progress? What is the status?
So most important thing, and I'm sorry I'm repeating myself so many times, whatever I'm doing through Flow. Okay. So Adam is not trying to do anything. Flow knows that the future of living and the future of work are really connected. It's a hybrid world. Do I think people need to work from the office? I actually believe that face-to-face connections are very important. But the reality is that different people are going to work in different ways. So for Flow, exploring WeWork made a lot of sense, so we're exploring.
Can I ask you why you would like to buy back WeWork? It seems like you have co-working spaces here in your Flow buildings, and it's in a dire financial situation. In January, I think it brought in revenue of $90,000, lost $150,000. Why do you want it back?
Slowly, even though I don't know the numbers by heart, it probably brought revenue. WeWork's revenue is north of $2 billion a year.
1 month.
So no, so 1 month would have to be north of $150 million a month. But put that number aside, I actually don't know the exact numbers. As I said, the future of living integrates work into it. It makes sense for Flow to consider to do it through WeWork. If that works out, excellent. If it doesn't work out, you're gonna have to find a way to connect the two no matter what.
Okay, and if I could sort of wave a magic wand and say you have control right now, what would you do to fix WeWork? Does it need fixing?
So I think something maybe people confuse about WeWork, it's only declared bankruptcy in the US, not globally. WeWork has a lot of global places where it's very profitable, like Israel, India, and a lot of European cities. If I were to wave the magic wand, I would take the things that I just spoke about, Flow, our values of give and grow. You know, we talk a lot about Flow, about giving. Giving is receiving. Our residents, we didn't talk about give back, but our residents are very excited about give back. Our employees are very excited about give back. We had this morning a give back event, and yesterday a give back
You did that with WeWork as well, though.
We did do it with WeWork. We did a lot of it, but I feel like in Flow, we're taking the best of the best and putting that in the DNA on the first day, and I think that's the big difference. So I will take the best things we're doing in Flow right now, from design, from give back, from values, integrate them into WeWork or whatever it is, the future of work that's going to solve the problem.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing how that evolves. Adam Newman, thank you very much for spending the time with us today.
Thank you very much.
And Tyler, I will hand it back over to you in Englewood Cliffs.
Deirdre, thank you very much, Deirdre, and Mr. Newman, we appreciate it. All righty, let's get some reaction now from two folks familiar with the world of startups and venture capital. Duncan Davidson's partner with Bullpen Capital, and Dan Premack, Axios business editor. Welcome to both of you. Gentlemen, I'm going to confess that as I listened to that, my skepticism antenna were high. I wonder, Duncan, what you heard there. I heard a lot of high concept verbiage built around what is fundamentally, to me, a residential real estate, or maybe it's residential and mixed use, a residential real estate concept.
Well, he's a great promoter.
All right, here we go. That's the level. Oh wait,
and
that's
he did
Tesla.
make one
Yeah.
comment that resonated positive with me, which is he learned from his WeWork mistakes. But
Let me go to
fundamentally,
SPY. So,
WeWork is a real estate risk. It may have tech in it, but it's not
sorry,
a
my
tech
nose
play.
is stuck.
I think the market's figured that out. The same thing.
This
with,
weather keeps
Flow.
changing. I'm
It's a
sorry,
very
guys. It's
interesting
warm one day,
idea,
it gets
but
chilly
it's
the next.
largely a real estate deal. So I thought if you're going to buy WeWork,
Sorry,
you might be able to
440
do something
resistance.
like restructure the real estate
Long off the
side,
50-day
maybe
support.
split the
One.
technology part away from the real
That's the
estate
Qs.
part.
436 and
catch a bid. But what he said on the call
435.
was
So let's go
they
look
need
at the
to be
Qs.
integrated
We said
like
this
Tesla.
morning.
So he's going to
Or
go
I
with what he's
said,
gonna go with. He
you
might
know,
get a
I
bid
thought we
from
would
a
go
big
higher.
sovereign wealth fund, maybe Massa will come
438.
back, or some large.
So it looks like we never got
like
down there.
Andreessen Horowitz again. I think in general the VCs won't.
Excuse me, sorry about that.
All
So
right,
we never
and
quite
would
got to
you
the
put
50-day outside of pre-market.
No.
So pre-market is where
All right,
you
there
really
go.
started
Dan,
to rip
let me
and
turn to
rally.
you. I heard phrases like,
So this was
is
the
about,
guy
quote, coming to your higher self. It is about connecting
with
people.
WeWork.
Heard that one before. Passion sharing, giving back,
like
seamless systems, pricing.
I guess it was.
algorithms.
I haven't seen the movie.
I don't know.
Personally, I don't know if any of you guys have.
But maybe it's a genius marketer,
So,
a genius conceptualizer.
we'll see if it works or if it
but
doesn't.
In the end, what is it?
I felt like I was living 5 years ago or 6 years ago. There was so
Yeah.
much deja vu from what Adam was saying here to what he used to say at WeWork, from talking to him about that. Really, if you replaced home or apartment with
You know,
with
I
co-working
think
space, it would
again,
really
I
be the exact
mentioned
same
that
argument. Deidre kinda
they
got
keep
into
holding
a
this
little
market
bit.
up.
And then
I'm
when
not
she
going to
kind
say
of pushed up
exactly
the
why I
Duncan
think
made,
so.
which
I
is,
have
you know,
my
why is this
reasons.
not a
I'm going to
real
wait
estate
and
play?
save that
Adam's
for
response on why it was a
a
technical
watch
play,
list
outside
tonight.
the fact they have an app, but so
I want to save it for a watch list tonight because you know, I just I do. You know, I don't mean to be like that, but but I'll give you guys some insight. If there is anybody here and wants the insight, I will give it. You know, it's not like we have a bunch of people on. So wow. I hope that wasn't. Oh man. Okay, so here's our 20-day test. What's today? That's wild. They want so much for that. That's crazy. So we'll go through the scanners. All-time high for 30-year bond auction. And that was 4 months ago. So this morning I specifically mentioned to technology, the Qs, right? Does anybody remember that from the pre-market? I don't think there are many people here right now, but I will say that you know, I mentioned that that's where we want to be if we want to look to go higher. That was the sector that was going to technically lead us back to that 20-day moving average. The 20-day was the target because we needed, you know, I felt like we needed to retest it. It looks like that's what we're doing. You know, I still think you have a little bit to worry about. That's all I'm going to say. I think we have a little bit to worry about. But on the same token, every single time you had a sell-off limit, you know, pre-market, there were they were right there to hold it up each time. All right. Yesterday you had a little bit. Let me go to like a 3-minute chart. Yesterday you had that little rally off the bell, but you barely put in a new low, and then it just rips right back. So this right here, like all this is just showing you guys that they're here to buy. They're still wanting to buy, and that's what we have to do. I would look for a pullback to 516. In my opinion, we have Bostic here in just a few minutes. He might be on right now. We have Fed Bostic. Let's see if I can find it and get it for us. Let's see if we can find Fed Bostic, but Fed Bostic is coming up. Let me do this.
Has a chance where there's a scenario and where maybe it doesn't make any money at all and it goes to full loss, but you know that full loss going in. It's very customizable, so wherever that strike selection is going to be paramount. You're really wanting to select a strike that you think is realistic for this stock to get to and be at throughout the duration of the trade. So in this case, the 167.5 call is the strike selected, but that's just one way to look at it. Jenny, $50 in risk, looking for an upside move.
Yeah, looking for that upside move and looking for this strength to continue here. As I know we are no longer at peaks, but market's still looking pretty healthy, I will say, on a daily basis. But we will leave it there for FOMO. Now, coming up next, we'll be talking more about that Apple story. News we just got regarding overall that they're intending to overhaul their Mac line and what that means for their AI-focused chips, the M4s. Renita Young will have more on that story. We'll also be talking more of the streaming space, Disney, Paramount with Kevin Green coming up next.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Every morning, our analysis is your blueprint for the day. Bonds, stocks across all asset classes on Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network.
Oh shit, I'm sorry guys, I didn't know you guys were here. I'm thinking about a trade right now. I'm thinking about trying this short off of this area. See if we can't take it back to VWAP on the SPY. I'm looking for a daily. Shit.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time
was
to
some
look
very
at a
nice
developing
volume though
story.
here, guys,
We're
so be
talking all
aware of
things
that.
Apple with some Mac news, and here to break that down
Be
for us is
aware.
Renita Young, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. And
Look alive,
Renita, I have
look
to say, I
alive.
wanted to look at the intraday chart because since we got this news, I mean, about, say, like at this point, 30 minutes ago, we saw shares rise $2. So based on then the shares we see, that added about roughly $31 billion. So that was a $31 billion headline, we could call it. It's amazing.
Absolutely, and it's all about the next generation of processors. And
Is
it's
this
a
too
report
loud?
circulating from Bloomberg that Apple is going to overhaul
shit,
its
I was trying to
entire
find Fed
Mac
Bostic.
line with its new M4 chips that'll be coming out. Now, this is going to bring AI capabilities and memory improvements, and it'll come in at least 3 main varieties,
Wait, I
according
can
to
just
that
pause
report.
it. Yeah, I can just pause it. Palantir, yeah, give me 1 second. Oh, come on. Anyway, Fed Bostic is speaking. I don't know where. I know it's here in just a couple minutes. Why do they do this? I don't understand. It's April 11th. Where's it at? They don't want y'all to know. His public engagement also. Oh my gosh. It's not going to tell us. Wait. Wait. 25th. This summer. Okay, so he hasn't been on Twitter. Let me see. Let me look real quick. Just give me 1 second. Dude. Where, not you, like, but I'm like, why is it so hard to find out where he's speaking at today? He's not even a voting member anymore. Just so we all know, he's not even a voting member. So, I don't care. I'm not even worried about him. Shit, man, I missed my short. I missed it. Nah, we still got time. We still got time. Dude, that's so expensive. Look at this. They still want $50 for a daily. That's $2. That's like $1 away. Here, let's look at Palantir real quick. Oh, shit. I know Palantir was consolidating. I think the last time we traded it was here. Yeah, we got long Palantir right here when the whole market was down. And then it just, boom. So, it took about, let's go look at a daily. I mean, it's not bad. It's just let me see. Let's see where the monthly. What are we? 11 days into this month. Yeah, so you got a little bit of resistance up here, but you gotta reclaim this level. I gotta be honest. I think this might reject up here, unless there's news. Like, look at the volume. Just even looking at the volume, anytime you get up there, it's so much bigger than what you have going up to it. That once you get up there, it's just like, are the sellers exhausted? Like, look at the amount of sellers, even back here. So I personally think Palantir has like let me throw up a 15-minute chart. I think it has a little bit of upside, very little. Like maybe up here at 23, but 23.19, maybe 23.50, but I gotta be honest. Oh shit, is that the daily chart? Let me see. Or 50-day moving average. You have a couple things going on here. Let's just come up with as many. Oh my gosh. This is nice. This is putting a little wedge in here. I mean, that's always a good sign for a reversal. So you have this wedge here. I just got a migraine out of nowhere. It's not that great there, but yeah, it pulls back. You know, I think you should be able to test high a day. I would be careful. That's all. I think you have a little bit more room. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll get above that level just a little bit. Sorry, I was getting a headache a little bit, just like out of nowhere, some weird, like a weird pain in my head. This is why I think we can get up a little bit higher with this 20-day, 50-day. Maybe you just, maybe you meet that 20-day and you start meeting your moving averages like right in here. And then, you still have a while for their earnings, and maybe you take, if you get paid or if you wait, let it pull back, which I think it's going to do. Get the pullback if there's a week or two in front of earnings, and then, maybe the trade would be to get to that 20 and or 50-day. A little bit of support there right here at this area. Now it's trying to turn into resistance. If the market, if the market keeps going higher, I mean, this stock's at high of the year. And this technically is just a consolidation. Technically, if you want to be outside of everything, if you wanted to swing this is where you do it. Because you have a nice rally here, and all that this is so far is a consolidation, like it did back here. Now, how long does it consolidate? We could get into this, that, the third. We don't know, but one thing we do know is Palantir is still in an uptrend. It rallies, consolidates, rallies, consolidates. 1, 2, and you would be buying the low. So you're going to know very quickly if this trade is wrong or not. But I'm going to be honest. I think you have. Oh my gosh, man, my mouse. I hate this mouse. I got to get a new one. So resistance, yeah. I think the next pullback. That's what I would say. Fucking 15, not 5, 15. I would wait for this next pullback here and see if you can't get a 2260. A 2260, 2265, 2270, right here, possibly high a day. I would wait for it to pull back to VWAP. You could see yesterday it made this area right there, 2260 support. It did it again today. I think she needs a pullback and then the long. New company has no debt from income statement interest. 136, 1737, 48. Yeah, I would too. I mean, it is a good setup though. There's a little bit of relative strength there. From yesterday? I don't know. I can't remember. According to the SPY and stuff, yeah, so we kind of it's all doing the same stuff. All right, here we go. I think this is our second opportunity here to try to grab this try to grab a pullback here on the S&Ps. Go ahead, keep rallying. All right, let's do it. I'm doing it, guys. Man, that volume. Excuse my language. I should have went long today. I mean, I should have what I should say is I should have traded the indexes and thought about it. Like, I think that's one of the biggest problems that I have. Do I sit and watch the SPY and the Qs, or do I go trade a stock? So, I mean, it doesn't matter. I made money today. The trade didn't work out like I thought it would. I mean, I don't know why I would wake up, why I would feel short-minded yesterday, and it happens today, but then I come in today and I feel a little bullish. I mean, I have an idea why. But that put that I talked about yesterday, the 160 puts on Tesla for next week, we could have got them at like the high 90 cents, like $1.03, $1, $1. They went to like 140. Obviously, they probably went more on Tesla, those puts, but with this bounce back, they're probably 8 up by now. So the thesis was right, kinda. I think maybe they're giving us another opportunity. I gotta be honest. I don't know. I know I sound a little mixed. Here's how I feel. I feel like they've shown us they're holding the market. They've shown us they're holding it, and it feels like they're holding it. Like yesterday, today, right? We sell it off, but we hold it and we retrace back. They sell it off, we retrace back. I think it's because they want to be back. So we've got data points that the market wants to know about. We've gotten it. What is the one thing we have not gotten yet? Earnings. And we're just retesting the 20-day. That's the other part to this. We broke it. This could be a lower high that's about to be put in, where we're going to find out right now, do the sellers step down? Doesn't look like they're going to want to, because the buyers are stepping up in a decent way on the 1 minute. Got some nice volume there. But, do they? That's what we have to find out. That'll tell us another piece to the puzzle. But I think we're kind of just going back to where we were, because we're about to get earnings. And it's going to be like, okay, look, we're holding the market up here. If these earnings are bad, then okay, we're going to start pricing in a pullback in earnings in whatchamacallit, and we are going to let earnings speak for themselves, which would go towards the multiple, price to earnings and stuff like that, PE ratios. So I think we've gotten PPI, we've gotten Fed, we've gotten a lot of things. And again, remember, we have retail sales next Monday, literally Monday, not Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, Monday. So we'll start the day off with a banger next week. I think, they're doing a really good job of holding this up. We still have not tested the 50-day. We still haven't tested it, which is crazy. I hear you, buddy. Go ahead. I walked outside myself. I was falling asleep a little bit. I also didn't I fell asleep at a decent time, but then I woke up at I don't know. I had the weirdest. Oh, here's what happened. It was funny. So last night my cat jumps on the desk and I had the window open. I have a screen and everything. It was just getting some fresh air because it was warm, and it's like, I'm not going to turn the AC on and everything like that. It wasn't hot enough for it, number one. And number two, the weather's just going to come right back down. She jumped up on the desk, and I'm just I don't know why I freaked out. I didn't freak out, but I got up because I'm paranoid, you know what I'm saying? with the window. So after that, I was up for a little bit. She tried waking me up to feed her at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I got up at 4:45, and then I just stayed up. So I am a little tired. I only got a little bit of sleep yesterday, but I'm all right. I'm good. So I do. I have thought about that a lot, actually. My mom just bought one. And I actually thought about the same thing. It's funny you say that. Literally, like, yesterday I thought about it. A couple days ago I thought about it. They are useful for that reason, especially if you're a person like look, I'll drink a Red Bull, right? And then I'll crash because I'm sitting and I'm not moving. You know what I'm saying? But it works for a little bit. I gotta charge my fucking phone. So yeah, I need to start getting the cases of the sugar-free ones because I don't crash off of them like I do these. But let's see here. Let's see. Can we get a scalp to the downside, man? It's what I want to know. I think we can. It's just where do we let it try to extend higher and then it fails? I mean that volume is pretty damn consistent. So what I would look for, guys, is a pullback to 516. I would look for a pullback to 516 in the S&Ps. I love how they don't give examples like CNBC, what they're talking about right now. Like, it's cool to talk about it, but talk about it in depth. They're like, if CNBC really wants to help people, this guy could give out strategies.
Net, you can go from paying 50% of your earnings on your investments to tax to paying 0%.
Right. Let's talk very quickly about 2025 when the 2017
specifically
tax cuts
listen to this.
expire or need to be renewed. What do I need to do now, if anything? Those things may get renewed. A lot of them.
What do I need to
some
do?
May not.
So the first thing you need to do is exactly what we've been talking about. Set up your investments so that they are tax smart now.
Well, duh. But how? Municipal bonds, what are some all I'm saying is like this guy could be saying like some things that would help people out. Like, here are a few things that depending upon the state that you live in, check, you need to check your state and local laws, but here's an idea. These are some things you could buy that are tax-free or very small tax. Like, give us an example. Like, I'm not here to like pick and nag and pick about like some things, but
right. See you then.
I make money trading. Oh, cool, man. How do you trade? What are some of the things you trade, and how do you trade it? Nope, I just traded, but I can't give you that. Just telling you I'm trading. That's it. Can't tell you the how. All right. So was it beneficial for me how was it beneficial for me to know that you trade to make money? I don't know. Listen. I'm sitting in front of this screen. It'll get you, I can feel it in my eyes a little bit. I was a little close to the monitor today, but doesn't seem like Bostic's coming out and saying anything crazy. But yeah, you get a little weird. Get a little loopy staring at the monitor.
Big show for you. I think the first thing to note is that the
Ma.
Dow has moved into positive territory. It was down the fourth day, but has turned around since earlier.
Look, she's
today.
smiling
and
at me.
In the S&P right now,
She said, "Boy, you need to clean your ass up."
We We are looking at
I just
big
took a
bank
shower.
earnings. Those will kick off tomorrow. We'll get you prepared for J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. They all prepare to report.
I need to get cleaned
Central
up a
bank
little bit.
activity is in focus. The ECB
Don't worry, I will. I'll get back to me. You guys only have to deal with it for a week or two.
Our panel standing by to discuss.
And I'll repeat the whole process over again. What happened? Hello?
In the meantime, here's a look at the market.
Dude, these AirPods should not be dead. They've been plugged in.
We have digested this morning's PPI, which came in a little lighter than expected. And you do see a turnaround after a couple of days of selling for sure. The S&P 5197, the NASDAQ is up 1.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.1%. Had it been down, I was going to say fourth down day, but turned around here. Russell 2000 up more than a half.
Can't put it there.
So you look at oil and gold. Oil is pulling back 85.08 the barrel, 23.73 a troy ounce for gold.
There it goes. She's just gonna climb higher.
You see it above 105 there, and Bitcoin.
This does not surprise me.
70,650. That's up 1/3 of 1%. For some of the biggest stories in the markets, we welcome in Kevin Hinks, Senior Equities Contributor at Schwab Network. And we are seeing a partnership. They're partnering up Amazon and NVIDIA. Tell us more about that.
All right, here we go. 520.
Chinese government enlisting Amazon
520.
and NVIDIA to fund a new joint AI research program. NVIDIA, Amazon, ARM Holdings, Microsoft, along with Japanese companies providing $110 million for AI research between the University of Washington in Seattle and Tsukuba University in Tokyo, as well as Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh and Tokyo's Keio universities.
Here, you'll see.
Positive analysts. It had dipped into correction, meaning down 10% from the recent high of $974 a share. That was March 8th, Tyler.
All right, let's take a quick detour here and go to Rick Santelli with more on the PPI and the bond market. Rick Santelli.
You know, Tyler, today's bond market was mostly in short maturities that most closely are aligned with the Fed. Yields were a bit lower.
I said CME, I meant CBOE.
And if you look at an intraday chart of 10s, you can clearly see that the 10-year side of the equation, yields were higher. And not only were they higher today, if you look at a 2-day chart, they're building on what was yesterday's CPI. But the short maturities really paid most attention to the month-over-month data, which reversed on headline especially that huge up 0.6% from last month. So on a month-over-month basis, you can extrapolate and annualize. We've played that game before. It didn't work out so well with other inflation metrics. So 3 month-over-month data points, all a bit lower. But the 3 year-over-year data points, as you see on the charts, headline, 2.1 versus 1.6. Strip out food and energy, 2.4 versus 2.1. Strip out food, energy, and trade, up 2.8 versus 2.7.
I should have just went long this morning, bro.
Whether you're looking at CNBC write-ups or you look at BLS themselves. Gasoline,
I hate when I say something and I just don't do it. I didn't expect this though. I did expect a rally to the 20-day.
They showed gasoline prices up a little over
above
1%.
it, hold, and start goofing around back up here at the 520 level.
5.75%.
That's wild.
What did today's
It's not wild. It just shows.
It showed up 5.75%.
They still want to own. They're buying
because
the dip.
it's seasonally adjusted. Seasonal adjustments, whether it's in claims data, jobs data, or inflation data, really makes traders wonder what the post-world COVID world looks like in reality versus the seasonal adjustments. Deirdre, back to you.
Actually, it's Tyler and Contessa today, but let me ask you a question, Rick. Where inflation is now, does the Fed need to merely be patient and assume that keeping rates where they are for a little longer, a little higher, is going to wring those last drops out of inflation, or does the Fed need to raise rates?
Well, I think the whole hypothesis of wringing the last few drops out is where the flaw is. How do we know it's not going to stabilize close to 2%, but not at 2%, and move higher down the road. There's a lot of issues where it's sticky, whether it's home insurance, car insurance. I know my premiums have gone up. Do you really think they're going to be going back down? So I guess to answer your question, I'm not going to guess what the Fed's going to do. I'm not going to play that game. And Fed fund futures, they're only really accurate for the next meeting. What should the Fed do? Hey, the 2% is their target. I understand that. But the big issue here is even if inflation gets close to that, they're going to have to be careful. I think inflation is going to be bumpy versus the way it was flatlining pre-COVID.
All right, Rick Santelli, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Well,
you guys see that inverse cup and handle here? This is a picture perfect inverse head and shoulder, or a picture perfect cup and handle. Take notes of it. I don't know why it didn't work, because you got everything that should have gotten you a reversal and a rejection right there at 515. That's where the rejection should have came in at. That's wild. That's wild.
Now, the sense is that those will be watered down somewhat. The banks can return more capital to shareholders, but we will be covering it all with JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup reporting tomorrow morning.
It's such a busy day for you. When we're looking at the unexpected inflation readings today, how does that end up translating not just to what we saw last quarter for the banks, but in the color they're likely to give in the earnings calls?
Well, we will definitely be hearing kind of these macro pictures. And why that is important is that the banks have done reasonably well throughout this cycle. And that is partially thanks to the fact that the economy has been holding up. Regardless of kind of what inflation is doing, the higher interest rates have been okay for...
I think he may run for president. I see something to the thought of that in the notes. You're watching these banks. Tell me some thoughts there.
Well, let's talk about Jamie Dimon first of all. I don't know if you read his shareholder letter that he publishes every year. It's always very insightful, always very interesting. I thought this year was a bit weird in the sense that he was talking basically about America's leadership role and the need to rally the Western alliance together. And it didn't look like a letter from a bank CEO to his shareholders, but much rather looked like a political manifesto or someone getting ready to run for some sort of political office. And I don't know what that might be. He's a bit late for the presidential race, but maybe he's aiming at something else. I'm not sure. I guess he's 68 years old now, so he's starting to get a bit old to be a CEO of a major bank. He's been running JP Morgan for 20 years now, but he's still very young to be president. I mean, maybe he has to wait another 10 years to catch up with Joe Biden and with Donald Trump in terms of age. Maybe his 68 is just too young. But so he seems to be angling for something. It doesn't look like he's thinking that much about the future in terms of CEO of a bank, but much rather looking for something political to do, I think. And who knows what that might be. I suspect he would aim at the very top. He wouldn't go for some sort of minor position overall. But in terms of the banks, I expect JP Morgan in particular to do really well tomorrow. We've seen a bunch of equities analysts basically think that the banks are going to set aside a lot of reserves now for credit losses with the anticipation of the economy weakening and unemployment going up, and therefore they're going to see some delinquencies or high delinquencies on their loan portfolios. I think that's going to be probably off the mark. As I mentioned before, we've seen unemployment remain very low. We've seen the economy continue to grow, and those are the major two factors that banks look at and consider when they're trying to forecast what their credit losses are going to be in the future. So those two indicators are looking very, very good indeed. So for someone like JP Morgan, that's positive. I don't think there's a big need for them to reserve more and set aside more for credit losses. And a whole bunch of their other businesses are doing really well. If we look at the investment banking side, we're starting to see some life in basically deal making, mergers and acquisitions, IPOs, and equity issuance has gone up to much higher levels than we've seen in a couple of years now. There's true on the fixed income side too. We've seen some activity, nice activity on the M&A side. And on the trading side, fixed income and equities trading, we're seeing very high volumes of trading there. And that's always good for banks like JP Morgan in their market-making activities in terms of commissions that they receive there as well. So these things all look really positive, I think, certainly for JP Morgan. For Wells Fargo, it's a bit different because Wells Fargo has a much, much bigger exposure to the mortgage sector, and that is sort of contracting. So we see these very high mortgage rates, and now they're up above 7% again. That's not good for mortgage origination, and so I expect Wells Fargo to suffer a bit as a result of that. And Citibank is kind of the wild card.
That's crazy.
I mean, the Citibank stock price is done.
That's wild. She's just gonna go now. There ain't no looking back.
promises that CEO Jane Fraser has made in terms of restructuring the bank. Now, we haven't seen that flow through to the bottom line yet. And this quarter, I expect she's going to have to take a whole bunch of charges as part of this restructuring. So that's going to drag their earnings down. But we haven't seen the impact yet of that. And we're going to have to start to see that.
Morgan Stanley.
Starting to get close to
check news.
The 9-month mark in terms of her restructuring efforts. I think the markets are basically going to give her about a year, and then going to want to see some solid results on the bottom line as a result of all the work that she's doing in terms of reorganizing the bank. But we haven't seen it yet.
I loved that.
Wall Street Journal.
It was very detailed.
They've had this stuff going on.
Particularly on the JP Morgan, because you really delved into that.
That's a nice
JP
rejection
Morgan,
there.
Most of the guests that I have on often pick JP
Damn it.
Morgan.
I don't know where the level
is.
That
they like, the one that
what
they
is that?
feel
88.
is set up best. You also talked some about Wells Fargo and Citi.
Yeah.
Which banks do you think are positioned best? What's your advice
Money
to investors?
laundering.
Should you be buying
I
some
knew
of
it,
these
bro. I
stocks?
knew they were shady. You guys just heard me talking about E-Trade.
In terms
I told
of the
you guys they were
markets, in
shady.
particular,
It wasn't
Goldman
E-Trade,
Sachs
it's Morgan
and
Stanley.
Morgan Stanley should do quite well this quarter. So certainly in terms
Did he
of earnings.
just say Morgan
now, does that
Stanley?
get fully reflected in the stock price, or has the market
Come
already
on, give me
anticipated
88,
that?
bro. They're gonna
That's,
stuff it without me,
difficult
bro.
to say. I mean, we were talking earlier about Citi.
I knew it.
And compared
Fuck.
to JP Morgan in
I can't
terms
get
of
it.
its book value ratio.
Damn it, I'm too slow.
Certainly true
No!
that Citibank looks, or Citigroup, so it looks kind of cheap in comparison. But it's very misleading to rely on book value for these banks, because they really don't mark that much to market in terms of the book value of the things that they're holding. So it's
that
not
trade's
a terribly
done.
insightful figure to look at.
It's already
so
up
I'd be very, very cautious
300%,
about
guys.
doing that. I think someone like
I was
Citibank,
looking at the
where
88.
the stock has been on a tear over the course of the past 6 months,
Fuck.
have done phenomenally well.
I was
I
so
think
slow,
investors should be
man.
quite cautious there. We're going to have to wait and see for some real results to come in there. So I think
Fuck.
JP Morgan looks good, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. I think those three for me stand out.
Nope,
The ones
bro.
I might be
Your
cautiously
bald head needs
optimistic
to
about
check the news,
are
bro.
Citibank. Wells Fargo, I think, is going to carry on going through a slightly tougher time as mortgage origination
Morgan
does
Stanley
not do as well as
is
has over
bumming
the
it
course
right
of the past
now,
couple
bro.
of years. So that's sort of the basic summary there.
Little do you know.
Octavio Lorenzi, thank you so much.
I knew it, bro. I knew Morgan Stanley was doing something.
Coming up next, Jeffrey
I knew it.
Kleintop is standing
I could just
by.
tell
He'll
there
talk
was
more
some
about
shit going on
ECB.
with
Now the thought is that
with
June's
E-Trade.
it for
I
the
knew
ECB
it.
to do the first cut.
I knew it.
What will the Fed do next? Much more to discuss with Jeffrey Kleintop next here on Schwab Network.
I can't believe that. We were so close.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join
Did
in
anybody
on the latest
take
market
those?
trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market
That's
trends.
crazy.
Schwab Network is available
Well,
anytime,
another one.
anywhere,
They're
on
getting
any
better.
device for free.
They're getting better. They're getting it out
Schwab
before
Network.
Everything's all, like before the move's done. Look, 150, 120. That's wild, bro.
There's no place
my
like
God,
the New
we'd
York
be in the
Stock
money
Exchange.
right
We've
now.
got you
Look, they
covered,
just
the
went to
biggest stocks, the
300.
biggest trends, all the market moves.
Dude, I should.
The
I knew.
watch list with
Part of
me,
me
Nicole
said, "Yo,
Petalidi,
still take
2
it. Still
p.m.
take it.
Eastern on
You
Schwab
should still
Network.
take it, bro. You should still take it at 44 cents." I wasn't sure because of all the stuff prior
Welcome
that
back
they've
to the
already
Watch
had,
List.
and
I'm
I was
Nicole
like,
Beverly, live on the Florida
it'll
New York
probably
Stock
stop
Exchange.
around
So
here.
we have some more movers for you
And it
right
didn't.
now.
Of course it didn't.
Slipping. After its first quarter earnings did miss the estimate.
Oh my God, I wanted that. I needed to just.
But adding that core issue.
This is what sucks about me being on my phone and me needing to get this computer up here, is so that I can get my orders and everything, like just by the click of a mouse, bada bing, bada boom, have everything there. Instead of physically touching the screen, I can just mouse it, bang, boom, boom. See how fast I can move this?
To $113 from $110, saying the company
That's
is
big,
taking bold
guys.
steps to transform
That's
ahead of
big.
the Olympics and
You're already in the money from 20 cents. Yeah, good job, bro.
Software development company.
Good job,
also
bro.
gaining on an upgrade from Barclays. Overweight from equal weight. The analyst boosting the price
Send it back. Pay it forward.
From
the 88s, bro. I said it. I'm like, yo, get them. I knew there was some shady shit going on with Morgan Stanley. I knew it. E-Trade was never like this. E-Trade was never like this before until Morgan Stanley got a hold of it. And Morgan Stanley was never like this until the guy left. Until the old CEO left and the new guy took over. I'm not saying it's his fault, but it's just kind of funny how things happen. You know, once an action's taken, there are other actions for the action. I don't know. Yeah, well, it should have bounced off the 50-day, didn't I? This is pretty big, so. But yo, we had those at 20 cents, and they went to 40, and I'm like. I'm like, yo,
ECB's first move will be in the summer.
Like, in my mind, I'm like, it's probably still good. It's probably still good to get. I did not expect that. I didn't expect this. Like, there for a second there, they went to $3 with like a one something, like something crazy. Now the spreads are tightening up. Yo, that's still 2, 4, 6. Let's see, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20. That's still a 500%. I mean, $100 on that. $100, you get $1,000. Or 500. That's a hit.
Notwithstanding these outflows that you mentioned. So what that points to is there must be physical buyers of gold that we aren't able to see. We don't know where they're coming from.
I called her out. I'm like, yo, Morgan Stanley. We got that early. We got that pretty early. Because the options didn't move. You saw the stock price. Like, I was looking at the stock, and it had pulled back, and it was bouncing back to VWAP like, hey, what's really going on here? The options were still 25 cents. 20 cents. 20 cent bid, 25 cent ask. Then they went to 44. They just went, they went from 20 to 44. 100%. And I'm like, I can't do it. Can't do it. But I probably should do it. I still think it had more room to go, and apparently it did. That's a big, that's with the news that just came across, that's some pretty big news. So, that's pretty serious. Here we go. Morgan Stanley right back in the long arm of the law about fraudulent shit going on, about money laundering and this, that, the third. That's not a good look. At least somebody was able to grab it.
In the last couple of months on a global basis. That's
and at
good news for that recovery.
What's even funnier is at the same time, the one guy sitting there talking about how Morgan Stanley's ripped this, that, the third. Or I thought he was talking about Morgan Stanley. And I'm like, you might want to start checking the news, my guy. I don't know. I have felt like there's been some shady stuff going on at E-Trade. Like, I ain't even going to say it. Because I don't know, right? I don't know.
Last year.
Right, understood. And when you see our inflation here at home, what do you think about the moves that the Fed may do here at home?
Well, it may take a little bit longer, right? So looking at the comparison around the world, expectations for the Fed have really come down in terms of the number of cuts this year. They've moved down a little bit for the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, and the ECB, but nowhere near like what we're seeing in the US. And so that means we might see more valuation support for stocks outside the US. The return to more favorable financial conditions could be good news for the price to earnings ratios, particularly in Europe. You know, we've seen them go from 12 to 14 over the last 5 months. That's really helped European
That was
stocks
rough
outperform
because
US stocks. And we've seen that in Japan and other markets as well. So if
that would have really added on to the day. And that trade too would have been paid for with the profits from Tesla. Like that would have been a trade that and part of me still thought about it, but that would have been paid for by that was a free trade. Technically, that would have been a free trade.
Should they buy a fund like yours that invests in miners? Should they buy an ETF that holds physical gold? Should they buy?
All right, so we sit and wait. We sit and wait for more news. That's still crazy that they're up that way. They're still trading at $1.50 in the money. We got that early, man. That was another clutch one.
So if you want some
versus the dollar. Still around 150, 152, 153 versus the dollar. So we've seen some yen weakness this year, but more than offset by incredible improvement in Japan's stock market. Japan's stock market still up about 20% this year, still outperforming the US, even on a dollar basis. So I wouldn't get caught up too much if you're an investor focusing on these currency moves, because in the background underneath that is a recovery in the manufacturing sector and earnings tied to that, and valuations rising as well. And that's more than offsetting those currency declines.
Right. And as far as earnings season, which is kicking off now, I wanted to ask your thoughts about investing here at home versus abroad. You gave us the ticket when it was time to go international with our portfolio. What are you saying now?
I'm still an international bull. As the earnings season gets underway here, Q1 is expected by analysts.
Part of me feels like I want to get it. I want to try to go after some 515s. I mean, they're 10 cents. They're 10 cents. It's got a high... No, hold on. Delta's 50%. No, actually it's not.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones.
It sucks.
30 years ago, State Street created an ETF that inspired the world to...
Alright, so what is this? 515. You need to buy closer to the money on a daily with only a few hours to go. 2 hours to go. That's not a good look to buy way out the money like that with just a few minutes. But I'm looking at this area here and I'm like, bro, you have not made pre-market highs or that initial morning high support. You have not made that opening price at 515.71 support. And I think it's going to. It's going to try. And that is a test of Tuesday's close. Or, yeah, what's today? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, yeah. Let's see what tomorrow's are going for.
Outlooks that we're going to get from managements over the course of the next few weeks, pointing to a brighter outlook for earnings as we get to the end of the year, even brighter than those Mag 7.
All right. Well, Jeffrey Kleintop, thank you so much for being with us, Chief Global Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab & Company. Jeffrey, great to see you always. Coming up next, we will dive into alternative investment opportunities. Yesterday may have seen real estate getting hit really hard, but there are opportunities as well, says our next guest. Let's find out what they are. We'll be right back.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 5 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with no monthly service fees or account minimums, unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Always live.
Of Stanley's wealth management. Last November was a report done by the Wall Street Journal showing that the Federal Reserve had been looking into some issues as to how Morgan Stanley was vetting clients who were at risk of money laundering. And today's headlines show, and they cite people familiar with the matter, that probe has been expanded to encompass the SEC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and other Treasury Department officials. The issue, according to the Wall Street Journal sources, that regulators are looking at boil down to whether Morgan Stanley has been sufficiently investigating the identities of prospective clients, this from the Journal, and where their wealth comes from, as well as how it monitors its clients' financial activity. Some of those probes are focused on the bank's international clients, according to the Wall Street Journal. I have put out a call to Morgan Stanley for comment. I have not yet heard back, but you can see their shares now down about 4.6% on this news, guys.
Leslie, thank you for that. Let's get back to the big story of the day, this morning's read on inflation, which seems to be sending different signals than yesterday's consumer inflation number. And how are traders digesting the news and interpreting what it means for the Fed? Rick Santelli in Chicago, and he rejoins us. Hi, Rick.
Hi, definitely we need to talk to a trader. Let's see what the people in the middle of this are thinking, especially after yesterday's hotter CPI and potentially cooler PPI. Mike Palmer, you saw the numbers yesterday. You saw the numbers today. What's your thoughts?
I think inflation is the clearest catalyst we have in the market right now. We came in with a hot CPI number yesterday, and we saw the market sell off. Today, the PPI number was a little less hot, so we saw the market rally. But inflation is being the event that moves the market, and everything else is really secondary to that. Now, as such, we've seen the chance of the Fed cutting. That's what we've been talking about all year. We talked about it being in March. There was a chance, it seemed like a big chance it was going to be in June. Now it's looking about 50-50. It'll be in the late July Fed meeting. That's still a big chance we cut before the year is out. In fact, if you go all the way to the end of the year, you're almost at 100% chance we cut. So the market still has a positive event out there. So we're not seeing huge moves on these inflation numbers, but it is notable that they are coming in hot.
You know, what about the VIX? The VIX has been up above 16 briefly on an intraday basis. Not today, but in the last couple of days. So it's hovering near 5-month highs. It's come off a bit today. Your thoughts on volatility in general in the equity space?
I think in the lead up to CPI that we had yesterday, even last week, you saw volatility kind of come into the marketplace. You saw a lot of people buying protection. That made people also nervous about other catalysts that could be in the market. For the most part, it was inflation. I think in the lead up to the next CPI, that's like May 15th, I believe. The lead up to next May, I think that people are going to want protection then too and be scared of these inflation numbers.
And personal income and spending and all those numbers. All right, let's go into a very hot topic, especially the last 24 hours, seasonality. Now, seasonality is the adjustment process built into every number that tries to take advantage of things that happen on a perpetual basis, whether you shut down automotive industry for maintenance or things like that. But I guess the real question is, do you think seasonality is different post-COVID?
I think it is an interesting thought. I mean, right now, again, we're looking at inflation. And we only have these CPI numbers 8 times a year, whatever the number is, 10 times a year. These are now all little events, all the little seasonal adjustments. Everybody's looking at all of them. They're wondering how accurate the numbers are in that moment in time, they're getting adjusted up, they're getting adjusted down. They're all catalysts. People care. It's hard for me to say exactly how accurate they are at all times and what the seasonality does. I do think that if they were off, we would see an opportunity in trading. As it seems now, the market's absorbing this inflation without really having big moves. So
excellent. And real quickly, we have 20 seconds left. Real quick answer. Fed fund futures, are we going to finally retrain people to understand
Hold
you can't
on.
look 8 meetings down the
Hold
road
on.
to a Fed fund futures contract and think there's going to be something accurate there?
Unless
really?
he's talking about
that's exactly right.
the
I
CPI
think anything beyond
number.
6 weeks, you're really guessing right there.
Thank you. That's what traders think. Tyler, back to you.
Rick Santelli, thank you very much. Meantime,
Oh, man,
natural
I
gas
missed
down
that.
about 6%.
I missed that. Whoa. He said we're not seeing big moves. What? Bro, that's a 523.50 to 513. That's a $10 move. 521.50 to 511. Another $10 move. And here we are, right back to the upside. This is volatility. Gotta love it. Should have just went ahead and took a long this morning, but what are you gonna do? You know, you never know if this. You know, until early on. You know, first half hour, I wasn't looking at the overall markets as far as like for a trade, so it is what it is. You know, I didn't know that there was going to be this type of follow through. I did expect upside, but it's all good. I'm not worried about it. I made some money today. Let's scan the markets and see if we can carry something into tomorrow. And let's do the damn thing. I'm going to go walk outside real quick. I'll be right back. It's 2:30, so let's get ready for some power hour.
In all, they say he stole around $16 million. Prosecutors emphasized today that they believe Otani is a victim. They say there is no evidence he was involved. 4 railroads are trying to get an appeals court to throw out a Biden administration safety rule. The rule announced last week requires 2-person crews in most circumstances. The railroads filed identical suits in different courts this week. They called the new rule arbitrary. And the Coast Guard says palm leaves spelling out the word help led rescuers to 3 men stranded on a remote Pacific island earlier this week. The search began after their niece reported they experienced mariners as missing. A Navy aircraft spotted the message, and a short time later, they were successfully rescued and returned home. The island is about 100 miles northwest of where they live. Contessa, such a wild story.
Wow. I mean, you know, you just have to have such intention and resources, like the ability to think that far ahead so that you can get help, and the fact that it got spotted is amazing. Thank you, Julia. Coming up, Andy Jassy's balancing act via Amazon CEO vowing to double down on growth initiatives like AI, at the same time pledging to curb the company's costs. We'll discuss when Power Lunch returns.
I'll be right back. I'm just stepping outside real quick. I'll be right back. That's the last time I let a news headline like that go by me like that. And I don't just pay up for it. I'm going to start paying up for it when we get news like that. That one sat with me for a minute. You know, it did go up 100%. You know, that's how I stay profitable, though. Right? That's how I don't just, you know, just shoot from the hip and consistently stay profitable. You know, it's you know, understanding I was right there. I had it up. I was getting ready to click. Bang. You know, even if I clicked and they went up 40%, okay. Which probably would have happened, possibly. But if I was a little bit early, it was very close. So next time we get some news like that, I will probably... I'm just going to start trying to pay up for it. I'm going to wash my hands real quick. And I'm going to... oh my gosh. So yeah.
We have said to Congress that we want to continue to work with them to make sure that the Key Bridge is back up and that the Baltimore gets what it needs, certainly to be whole again. And obviously, we're getting that port open. We've been in regular touch with Governor Moore. You know, the president was with him very recently, and they have had continuous conversations about what Baltimore needs. The president said when he was in Baltimore, we will be with Baltimore and the state of Maryland for as long as they need to get this done. I don't have a specific readout to share with you, but we've been in regular communication.
Watch the volume on this pullback.
Communication with members of Congress.
Pay attention to the volume, even though I think we hold up.
Affairs folks, Tom Perez, has been leading on this issue as it relates to Baltimore. And
watch the cues, watch IWM for any of them to start leading us down. I'll be right back.
Has been very involved as well, making sure, you know, dealing with the economic situation and how we can help on that front as well. So don't have anything to read out as far as conversations, but we've been there for them.
And is there any better sense now that we're, you know, another week past this and the president's conversation last week and the briefing he got there on an estimate of how much this is going to cost?
So I don't have an estimate for you. We're going to talk to the Maryland delegation, have those conversations. Don't have an estimate for you to share. Department of Transportation announced $60 million really right after, the week after the bridge collapsed, and so we know that's there to help. Don't have a final estimation. Obviously, we're going to continue to talk to the delegation. Okay, John.
Thanks, Doreen. Back in late December, President Biden, in response to a question that I asked him, said that he could not think of one reason for presidents to receive total immunity from prosecution. 4 months later, does the president continue to have that same belief?
I don't have anything beyond what the president shared with you.
And in 2 weeks' time, a Supreme Court case will happen. It's Donald J. Trump versus the United States. Earlier this week, there was an amicus brief that was filed by more than a dozen retired generals and admirals opposing this legal theory that Donald Trump and his lawyers have, that he does have total immunity from criminal prosecution. Does the White House, the administration, plan to file an amicus brief of their own on this particular issue?
I would refer you to Department of Justice.
Is there any effort to have the former presidents that you know of to file an amicus brief taking one side or another on this particular issue?
Say that one more time.
Is there any effort that you are aware of the former presidents, the predecessors of President Biden, President George W. Bush, President Bill Clinton, President Barack Obama, Jimmy Carter, to file a joint amicus brief, either taking a position one way or another on this particular matter?
No. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. I'm going to ask you about inflation. So yesterday in the Rose Garden, the president said that when he came into office, inflation was skyrocketing, but it was 1.4% in January of 2021, and that was the 11th consecutive month at that time under 2%. So was the president misleading Americans?
So when the president took office, and you know this, there was a pandemic. It was closing down businesses, closing down schools. And so it was drastically disrupting the supply chain. Let's not forget about that. And so that's what was going on. And that caused inflation around the world to increase. We know that. And then further increasing inflation was the Russia's war in Ukraine. And in fact, many other countries are even worse off because of that, because of what we've seen.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with China.
So the president took historic action to deal with the disruption of the
factor
supply chain. Let's not forget what he did with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And so we have made progress in lowering costs. We've made progress in dealing with
goods,
inflation.
back and
but that's
forth.
what was happening when we walked in. The
And
pandemic,
they don't mention
the
that for
disruption
some
of the
reason.
supply chain.
Like,
all of these things were happening when
everything we get comes from China
Didn't
or
say
is
the
made
supply
and
chain
manufactured.
was being disrupted. He said inflation was skyrocketing.
But that's what he was referring to, right? That's what was going on. Those were the things that were happening right before us. The pandemic, it was taking thousands of lives a day when he took office. Schools were closed, majority of schools were closed. Businesses were closing. And we had a supply chain that was disrupted. And so that's what the president was speaking to and laying out. And then inflation down the road became even more.
Look how the
increased
IWM
even more because
is
of
just
the
above.
war that Russia had.
Excuse me,
had
just
taken
above
on
pre-market
into-
highs.
The
Getting
Fed
ready to pull
supply
back
chain
in.
measure actually went down in November at
Way
that
above,
time.
down.
So is the president being honest about inflation?
The president has said what he said what he saw when he took office. The pandemic was happening, right? It disrupted the supply chain. You know what happens when the supply chain is disrupted. You know what that leads to. And so that's what he was speaking to. And not only that, we also saw a war in Ukraine. That Mr. Putin, an aggression that Mr. Putin was putting into Ukraine, set forth. And so the president had to take historic action, take aggressive action in dealing with our disruption in the supply chain. He released the Strategic Petroleum Reserve so that we can deal with the supply chain. And he continued to take action to lower cost. And that's what we've seen, whether it's healthcare costs, whether it's dealing with junk fees, whether it's prescription drugs, lowering those costs. That's what the president took action in. But we saw what was happening when the president took office. We did. Okay.
Thanks, Karine. As you know, there's a tradition dating back to the Truman administration of offering intelligence briefings to major party presidential nominees. President Trump was declared the presumptive nominee on March 6th. Has the White House offered intel briefings to former President Trump, and if so, how have they begun?
I would refer you to the ODNI. That's for them to speak to. Okay. Thanks,
So
everybody.
I'm thinking about two different options here. All right, they're talking about I don't know if anybody's coming up next. Usually John Kerry would come out. I don't think he is. I'm trying to figure out whether I want to buy the pullback. I just think a lot of this is very low volume. What is the leader of the day? Let's look at that. Let's go look and see what the leader is. Semiconductors. Man, close. And I never looked at AMD. Well, I did, but it wasn't giving us like momentum. Yeah, see, AMD is it's just not like the rest for some, for whatever reason. Oh, okay. SMCI also pulling back. Let's see what SMCI looks like. This looks like a nice little pullback here. SMCI still has a lot of volume to the downside. 915. I could see a 920. 915s are going for 767.80. They don't have... Oh, damn. Okay, there's a lot of 900. So there's your put wall there. Your call wall would be up around probably higher than this, because I'd imagine people are only spending $100 to $200 on it, especially with the little bit of time that's. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm going for it. I'm doing it now. All right, look, I'm gonna put a small position on Tesla. Man, 170 might not be reachable though. Fuck. I might go for it. I might go for a 170. I think the 170 250s might be a better option. Let me do some work real quick. Alright, we're going into power hour. It feels like this power hour might get fun. Might get fun. Just give me 1 second. So if I take a short, it's gotta be, man. See, we fully recovered. It would only have to be like a scalp, and then I'd like to be able to flip long, and grab. Let's look for next week. Let's look for next week. What we have here. Okay, so they're a buck. 180. Shit, man. Look, 41, 170. We can try it. I might try it. The 170 puts. Hold on, because it's holding. The volume isn't really there. I feel like. Shit. No. Alright, I'm gonna take this. Fuck, it's gonna break. Give me that bounce. I still think it needs to bounce a little bit. I might miss it, guys. This thing may fall out of bed. I'm looking at the 170 puts. Oh my gosh, come on, bro. Get up there. We could have got him at 30 cents, so that was a bit late. Was a bit late. All right, let's take it in a power hour. Let's finish off strong. Let's finish off strong. I gotta see my what my risk is. Hold on.
This current path between the split between
look at the odds on Tiger Woods winning here. So if you,
not bad. You have bet 100 to get 15,000.
Well, actually, it is a little bad.
So let's see. Like that would be pretty good. That'd be a pretty good takeaway.
Scotty Scheffler, though, you can see all the money's flowing that way, right? Only 450. Yeah. But bet 100 to win 450.
Part of me is looking at that.
And he's the #1 golfer in the world for a reason.
Tom, thank you.
You got it, guys.
Thank you for watching Power Lunch.
Part of me is watching for 180.
All right, closing bell starts right now.
Part of me is watching 180.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break.
Did anybody buy Apple with us yesterday?
Stocks rebounding after yet another read of inflation. This one, though, softer than expected.
Did anybody hop on the train that is Apple yesterday and add some?
President Robert Kaplan. He's coming up in a little bit. In the meantime,
near term, whatever you want to call it.
60 minutes to go in regulation. Got a very interesting final stretch underway because a cooler than expected PPI has stabilized interest rates, and that's been good enough to give stocks a bit of a lift today. NASDAQ outperforming, as you see there. Several mega caps are catching a bid this hour. Amazon among them. That stock's going for a new record closing high. And you bet we're going to track that throughout this final stretch. A nice move as well for NVIDIA.
Right,
it's recovering from its correction territory.
I'm thinking about it. I'm close. I'm getting ready to press it.
$70 a share. There
I just want to be able to break this level.
That's a nice gain of 3.5%. We got some news coming up on Apple too.
We
You don't
should
want to
do
miss
it,
that.
but I'm just.
It does take us to our talk.
I don't want to get stuck inside a consolidation. That's a nice long tail there
for the Fed and for the markets. Let's ask Cameron Dawson, Chief
I'm
Investment
just
Officer
gonna
for New
hold
Edge
off.
Wealth, and Joe Terranova of Virtus Investment Partners. He's also a CNBC contributor, and they are, as you see, here at Post 9. Cameron, I begin with you. Did we unravel anything big yesterday? And if we did we fix it today?
I suppose it's insofar as the inflation and yield story doesn't question the growth story underlying this market, then the risk on rally can continue. As long as we continue to see earnings estimates drift somewhat higher, have an optimism about the underlying growth of the economy, then risk on continues. The bigger issue would be is that if you start questioning risk because yields are so high or because the Fed stays hawkish.
I said, Joe, we stabilized yields today. That helps the story. The S&P, as I look over Cameron's shoulder here, is retaken 5,200. So we've taken back that level. It sure looked a little dicey yesterday. Nerves were definitely tested. I'm not saying we're out of the woods today, but it's a whole different story because of the inflation read was a different story.
Well, it looked dicey at 9:15 in the morning, but once the market opened, it stabilized because NVIDIA and the Mag 7 showed up once again. That's an intriguing dynamic over the last 24 hours. I'll touch on that in 1 second. But just as it relates to yesterday in the Federal Reserve, look, I've said this all along.
Man, maybe
Number
we should
one,
go
we
for
know
a
the
scalp
Fed's
here
not
at the end of the
adversarial.
day.
Full stop. But
Because the volatility is there, we know it. I'm just going to look at the SPY,
to
guys.
cut
Take
rates.
that. I'm
They
taking
didn't
Tesla
get the
off the
reason to
table
cut rates.
right now.
What did-
I'll
what
look at
dropped
it
late
again
the
in
day
another
yesterday in the business
15
media?
minutes or so.
The news surrounding the balance sheet, the possibility that they'd be paring back the balance sheet runoff. That's dovish in its nature. The
Yes.
ECB follows
Thank you,
it this
Joe.
morning and says
Thank
you
you,
get
Joe.
potentially,
I've been
a
saying
June
the same
rate cut.
thing.
And now in the last 24
They
hours,
can try to
Scott, you've
paint
got
whatever
the Mag
picture
7
they
coming
want,
back once
but
again.
that's
It's
dovish.
intriguing to me, a little bit
That's
concerning
liquidity.
to me because of the strategy I run, but it's certainly relevant, and it speaks towards the market is focused and prioritized on earnings because that's
There
where
you
the
go. Is that the
spectacular earnings
resistance
come from.
level at
So we start tomorrow with
174.51?
earnings, but we're still fixated, Cameron, on when we're going to get these rate cuts.
174.51.
Some people would say if ever this year, but
174.51.
even the Fed speakers out today, voting members like the New York Fed
there,
President
and look,
John
see if she
Williams,
rejects
no
it.
need to do anything
Let's see if
quote,
she
in the
rejects it.
very near term, but he does expect the PCE to get to a level that
she's
is
just
good, right? I'm
getting knocked
paraphrasing
back.
that. It's
I don't know if you guys can see it.
2.25% this year before moving closer to 2%
74.51.
next year. Barkin
Trying to
today,
get
not
knocked
where we
back.
want
It'll
to
probably
be, but we are
rally.
heading in the right
Look,
direction.
see, they knocking it back.
Collins, expect it will be appropriate to begin cutting later
Knock
this
it
year.
back.
More time's needed now. Similar story, right? The bottom line is they're
she'll
still
just
talking
pull
about
back,
cuts, just not
hit
yet.
the MA.
Yeah, they really want
See, that's
to
a
cut,
bear flag
which is why
filled.
they ignored the inflation data from
Break, or
January.
it
They did it
starts
in
now.
February, and now
The
it
volume's
sounds like they're
dropping
going to
off,
do
too.
it for the March data as well, to look through it, see it as a bump and not a reverse trend in direction.
going higher.
So it means that
She
as we
going
get closer
higher.
to the May meeting, we get
Hot
April
damn.
data. If that continues to move in the opposite direction
Shit.
of what they want, it really will challenge them to keep this narrative. We think that the 3 cuts that they have put down in the dot plot is far too high, given the amount of inflation, given the resilience of growth, and given the fact that financial conditions are so
that
easy.
it?
There's no
180? I
urgency
think we
for them
want-
to
she
move.
wants to go to
So we think at the
180.
end of the
I
day,
do.
it's going to be less than 3 cuts, and it likely is back and loaded to the back half of the year.
Is the market going to be cool with that? Patient enough to wait?
They're cool with it, again, back to growth estimates. As long as growth is holding up, as long as we're seeing GDP estimates hold in okay, that means that the market can forgive a lot.
I
also
think
have
we
to
still
remember
need to
there
pull
is
back
a
to
liquidity
172.
dynamic happening here, and it's a little nebulous, but we know that liquidity has supported this market. So you add growth, liquidity, you can shake off a Fed, and apparently, as of today, you can shake off higher yields.
Okay. Yeah, no, you can. But, Joe, at some point, I go back to the Pasquarello.
Bro, they
Tony
went from
Pasquarello
40 to
Goldman note.
60.
When do
Or no,
higher
there's
yields
one-
begin to bite? It all roads lead. Roads
that's so
lead to
weird.
that question. Yesterday, we were unnerved because we felt like they were going to start biting sooner
know
than
what
we
happened
thought.
We're still
Maybe
on
we
top.
reset our expectations there as well.
I think it will
thought
begin
these
to
were
be
40-some
problematic for the
cents.
market when earnings do not deliver. And I solely
I don't know
focus
what's
on what
going on.
happened in Q3 of 23. You really didn't have the significant growth in earnings that we're witnessing just yet. It was kind of isolated at that point. Here we are now moving into an earnings season, and if we can get 3.5% growth on revenue, if we could get the 5% growth on earnings, that's going to be okay. If it doesn't deliver in earnings, then to your point, it's going to be troubling to look at Treasury yields at those elevated levels.
Well, because then you question the multiple, right?
Yeah.
Cameron, you've had multiple expansion, right? That's
on,
how,
man.
how
Where are
we've
we
gotten
headed
here.
to?
It's
You got to have
Where are we
supported
headed
by
to?
something like
That's all I want to
earnings.
know.
And you could probably make the argument that
Where are you
at the
trying
end
to
of
go?
March at 21.2 times forward, maybe that was the peak multiple given this yield backdrop. The thing about earnings to watch really closely is that they become more back-end loaded. If you look at it, you kept the earnings estimate for 2024 the same, but it's all put into the third and fourth quarter. Fourth quarter growth is expected to be 11%. So we're listening closely for guidance from the companies as we go into earnings season to see if that kind of growth in the back half of the year is possible.
Worst sector this week, Joe? Financials. Why is that concerning? Well, because they kick off earnings season in the morning. Are they going to deliver something uplifting, or are we going to be writing off a group that's done reasonably well of late? Year to date, it's up near 9%, but that, that reflects the pullback more recently that this space has had.
No, I don't believe that we're going to be writing off the sector, because the sector, as you point out, the performance has been strong year to date. I do think elevated yields reintroduces a little bit of a problematic scenario for the regional banks.
I wish I knew if anybody was with us
Full
yesterday.
disclosure, I'm personally long JP Morgan.
If anybody added Apple to the long term or bought it, it's up really nicely today.
Significantly higher, but there's enough within the financials when you're looking at consumer finance, capital markets,
we need is a
asset
piece of news
managers,
of some
private
sort.
equity, and then insurance companies. And insurance companies, whether it's auto or property and casualty, you're going to see significant revenue growth.
Part of me
So,
saying
Cameron,
take
I mean,
this
investors
Tesla.
in some respects can't have it both ways, right? You can't say, well, lower yields and expectations of cuts are good for all of these broadening sectors that are, sensitive to the economy. And
Especially
then now,
with
if we're
how
talking about higher rates for
how
longer
far
than we
this
thought,
thing went down.
say, yeah, well, those sectors can still do good because growth is just fine and everything's just perfect. Do I need to rethink where the broadening trade has gone and where it may go from here?
Because I don't want to get stuck in a short
showed a
squeeze
board
and then just
of where
pop.
bond yields are.
Sorry, I know that was loud.
What I see, 457
Pow.
on the 10-year.
Step Brothers.
Okay, we were worried that it was going to get over 4.5. Well, here we are. There it is, 457.
Yeah, I think that there's two camps of the broadening trade. One that's hurt by higher yields and one that can do okay if yields are higher. The one that does okay is your cyclical sensitive sectors, the industrials, the materials, the energy, benefiting from higher commodity prices and a recovery in manufacturing. The stuff that gets hurt from those higher yields is your small caps, your lower quality parts of the market. Those with
So
bad
175 is the best place to take those.
That higher for longer means that they are going
because
to
your risk to reward is at its greatest, and you might be able to take profit off and or keep that stop really tight,
like 2.5%
above 175, unless you want to give it a little room.
Hotter than expected CEI, but
you still have a gap fill above you on Tesla.
Let's tackle that for a second. Let's put small caps off to the side for a second.
Your gap fills at 176.
First of all, in Q4, if you look at revenue growth for the Mag 7, it was 15%. For the other 493, it was 3%. 600 basis point margin expansion versus only 60 for the other 493. Elevated yields, what do investors see? They're looking towards earnings and they're saying, okay, where do I get the sustainable, reliable earnings? I get them from the Mag 7. So I'm going to tell you, sitting here, running an equally weighted strategy, I am looking at the price action in the last 24 hours. I'm saying to myself,
here we go again.
Come on. Don't do this to me again. Come on. Because we had it going in the right direction. We had the broadening out trade. S&P equal weighted was doing well last 2 days. S&P equal weighted is trading
Don't
awful.
worry, Nova.
We're seeing some areas of the market like industrials
the market's
and financials.
pulling right
where
back. It's still strong, and it held every down move we did this week. It held it for the most part.
You're going to have this divergence.
You never got the continuation to the downside. That's a story in and of itself.
But when you're looking at hardware,
half the reason why I was
communications
bullish
equipment,
today,
electronics
especially in tech
equipment,
names,
that is not going to look so good.
Because if you're going to have a little more of a defensive tilt within your bigger picture offensive stance.
That's why I say you had to add it, man. I knew it was coming. I should have bought some calls with it.
At $900
yeah,
now.
here's
You're going to
Apple.
go to Microsoft,
Wait, no,
which is up near 1.5%, or Amazon, which is trying to hit
that's
that
what
new
I mean.
record
You
high,
had to add
as
it
we
up there.
suggested today, or Alphabet, which is up 2%.
It took a couple days,
but is Apple, which is one of the best performers on the day today as well.
It's not a today event, by the way. This started yesterday on the open, came right out of the gates when yields rallied.
We are keeping an eye on shares because they are trading near the highs of the session today.
It's a nice
on reports, the company's gearing up for its
I
first
think this has
big
been
AI
shorted, so
product
you
push.
got a little
Steve
bit of a
Kovac
short
following
covering
that story
here
for us,
as
and
well.
he joins
And
us
a lot of
Steve.
people also on
yeah,
top
this
of
is
that,
based on a,
want to
Bloomberg
just
report earlier.
own it, and are taking the opportunity to own an asset, on the low. Buy low, sell high. It'll pull back. It'll probably get back to 168, 170. I'm sure it will. But, damn, it's already back at 174. I wish I would have backed it up with a few calls. I mean, knowing me, I would have probably backed it up with some more puts, but I wouldn't worry. I just wanted to own a little bit. Just wanted to at least start to add. It's not like this is a crazy, went crazy. I've owned Apple for, forever. You know, I just felt like yesterday we had to stuff that in the long term. Had to. Well, it's down there at 167. She was shaping up like she wanted to rally. I just didn't know when. I felt it. I knew it was coming. It felt like it just gave everything up yesterday. And it was like, wait. You know, it was like giving off that. I'm like, what is going on with this thing? Like, I was seriously wondering what the hell was going on with Apple. Because I'm like, why is she just getting beat? And I'm beat to a pulp. Or whatever they say. And that's why I said, I'm like, yo, we got to go buy some here, guys. You got to buy. And I think it was right here, bright early in the morning on that sell-off. Once it broke those levels, it's like, you got to. It doesn't feel right. It might not feel right. It feels right to me. I don't worry about it. That's what I want. I want to be able to buy stocks like that. You get rewarded like this, you know? On a company like that, you know, you can't just buy shit companies
puts
either.
enormous pressure on themselves
You can,
to actually deliver a really killer
you probably won't get a
announcement related to
reversal or
artificial
anything like
intelligence
this.
that will run on these chips, but again, it's the user-facing stuff.
So I think that's helping the overall markets out.
High of the day.
Microsoft is doing okay today as well. A lot of big cap tech today.
It feels like a good minute.
Is what it
since
feels
Apple was
like.
at
I think Amazon is
$175 a
also
share.
up.
It's been stuck at
Yeah,
168, 169.
Google,
Looked like it was about
Microsoft.
to have a more
What about
significant
Meta?
move lower.
Meta's
and here
flat.
we are. And write these shares off at your own peril, I suppose.
Oh, exactly. And
Netflix is
I'm just
up.
hoping that Apple rallies another 7 to 8% before April 30th when we do the quarterly rebalance, because the momentum on Apple looks awful. It looks negative right now.
It
but
does.
The fundamental
It really
story
does, Joe.
Is intact. I think this is
He would like
evidence
to be
that
able
they
to
are
take
going
take some off the table, is what he's saying.
incorporating AI into their products
And loosen up on the
their consumers. They
the
benefited
holding.
clearly from COVID.
He
with,
runs an ETF. I might
computer
actually.
sales and the work from home environment. They needed a catalyst coming off of that after experiencing weak sales in 22 and the early part of 23. And I think here it is, refreshing the entire line of Macs and iMacs, inclusive of AI. I know that's going to incentivize me to go buy a few.
But do you think that this AI announcement that we expect at WWDC in the beginning part of the summer, Joe, is going to be enough to get their mojo back?
I do. I really do. I think they're going to deliver on it. I think they are, and I think it's going to be the iPhone 16 could potentially be as relevant and as impactful to them as iPhone 6 was.
You're watching shares of Apple, right? I mean, for the overall market picture, it hasn't of late had the impact, I suppose, that it once did in terms of, you know, as goes Apple, so goes the market. We haven't talked like that in a long time.
Well, certainly. I think that the challenge for Apple going into this year is that it was part of the Mag 7, but it didn't have Mag 7 quality earnings growth. Its earnings are expected to grow just 7%
So I
this
feel like
year
I might
versus
just
triple
play the
digits for a name
index
like
as if I
NVIDIA.
can.
So the question will be, is this enough to move the needle for earnings growth for Apple? It's 7% this year, 8% next year. It's trading at 25 times. Do we see that needle move? We're watching 184 really closely. That's important resistance for Apple. It's a 100-day and 200-day moving average. Overhead resistance could rally into that. That's
So
where you
Goldman
judge
Sachs
if it
has
rolls
earnings
over,
next
then
week.
there's
It
still
looks like
trouble.
Tuesday.
If it can break on through, then maybe this is a new day.
I mean, Joe, the Bulls would be extraordinarily happy if you were talking about 184.
Sure would.
Because the last time it had a significant move lower, it recovered reasonably quickly. It did. Now we have the AI announcement to look forward to. We're going to get earnings, obviously, well before that. I think around the first week of May-ish. They're going to have to deliver something decent there as well. Give us something on the revenue growth side, right? Because we're begging for that again.
I think they're going to have to give us something there. I also think we're going to have to see.
Could
an
be a nice
improvement in
rejection
China.
there.
I think we're forgetting about that. I think that's important. Are we beginning to see a little bit of a lift?
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. I was actually
General.
just looking
Kevin,
at
how do you view this space?
over here.
We
I was
wanted
just
to
looking
write
at the
them
scanner.
off and figuring that it was time to go broader. Are we back, as we've discussed, you know, with Joe already? Are we back focusing on those areas? If the market's going to get a little choppy, if volatility is going to pick up a bit as we sort of debate when the Fed's going to move and by how much, we're going to go right back to these stocks?
I think that they remain incredibly important, right? Is that we can't have the Mag 7 break down and have the overall market do well simply because there's such a large weight in the index. So we have to root for the Mag 7. As to whether or not they will be leadership, we do know that they still have powerful earnings growth this year, which means that they can still outperform and lead those with the best earnings growth. The question is, that starts to decelerate a lot in the fourth quarter and into 2025, and that's when we probably start talking about these fading in some of their glory simply because the earnings growth will not compare to other parts of the market.
What if earnings get off to a rocky start tomorrow? Does it matter? Do we care? And does anything matter really until the mega caps report anyway?
Well, I think that is the moment of confirmation of whatever the general trend is going to be in the early part of the earnings season. I think the jury is going to remain out until we hear from the technology companies for sure, even if the early part of the earnings season is not as strong as we'd like it to be with financials.
The problem is, though, you took J.P. Morgan out earlier. J.P. Morgan is one of a number of stocks in a number of sectors, large cap stocks that have done really well, that have hit either new highs or still, even with recent pullbacks, are trading at near new high levels. That to me raises the bar on almost every sector because of the broadening. If you didn't have the broadening story, you'll say, oh, well, it just matters when the mega caps report. Well, now a lot of sectors and stocks have done quite well since, let's say March 1st.
I haven't. Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
I think it does, because if you look, there's quite a few sectors that are trading near 20-year high valuations. Industrials, materials, healthcare, financials, which means that the bar is high for upside surprise. You have to deliver on the earnings.
Yeah, that's what I figured you were saying. Yeah, I'll have to check it out tonight.
And we have notably seen some momentum start to fade and wane in this market over the last couple of weeks, which just says that
yo, them boys get wild in the afternoon. You guys notice that? There's like all kinds of shit that goes on at the
I'll get you the
Nasdaq.
last point, Joe. Big takeaway from this week thus far.
My big takeaway from this week so far is that 2024 has been a year in which the bull market continues to get stress tested. And I think we have another example of that this week. And with this latest stress test, we're not all rooting for the Mag 7 to outperform, okay? Let's be clear on that. But with the stress test of this week, it was the Mag 7, the definition of quality, like you said, that has returned once again to lead the market off of what would appear to be a deeper correction.
It's been a resilient market because in many respects and at many times this year, it seems as though just when the bears thought they were going to get the upper hand, it didn't materialize. This market's proven to be a lot more resilient than people have thought, mostly, I think, because economy good, expected rate cuts. Who cares if they're further down the road than we thought, and the earnings story and the economy are going to just remain good enough. I appreciate your time. I like the conversation. Cameron Dawson, thank you. Joe Terranova, to you as well. Seema Modi has a look at the biggest stocks moving into the close today. Seema?
Hey, Scott, 40 minutes left in trade. Take a look at shares of Nike moving higher after a positive analyst call. Bank of America upgrading the footwear and apparel company to buy from neutral, basically on valuation. The bank said investors should look to buy the dip as estimates and valuation look more compelling. Tune in to hear from Nike CEO John Donahoe on CNBC tomorrow in the 10 a.m. hour. Let's switch focus to CarMax, though. Shares are tumbling today after a weaker than expected earnings report. The used car retailer also warned of a slower recovery for the used car market and that it may fall short of sales targets as high monthly payments continue to hurt customers. Scott?
All right, Seba, we'll see you in a little bit.
Yo, there is no sell volume coming in at all.
Get it?
Yeah, they're going to wait and let them run this thing up to the highs. It feels like. SPY might even go back up to test 520. Oh, 518, 20 day. Unreal. Unflippin' real. It's gotta at least pull back to it if it wants to like have a real extended rally here towards the end of the day. Okay, so the buy volume actually fell off just a little bit right there. Never mind. Yep, I knew it. It's on low volume. So be careful. Do not try to do what the market doesn't want you to do. Just keep your money, save your money. It'd be the best thing. You know, it might suck sitting here watching, but it's not doing anything. It's just sitting up here at highs. I was hoping it would be a little volatile, but doesn't seem to be that way. Now, I will take notice that the fact that the IWM is not is retracing its move. It's below the initial morning high, or pre-market highs. The Dow is also about to be back under pre-market highs, so just got to look at that volume and stuff. Just use everything that you have and this sucks. I'm kicking myself in the ass for not putting that. I just wasn't looking at the SPY or the Qs. I mean, like, I wasn't looking at them to trade is what I mean. I should have just took that damn Morgan Stanley trade and paid 100% for it and sold it for 300%. Instead of being a little bitch. It's all good. I made money on Tesla today. I did all right. Just keep knocking in base hits. Keep getting paid. Keep getting paid. Keep getting paid. Keep getting paid. All right. Let's go look around the watch list. ARM, AMD. What else was on it? So Reddit ended up going a lot higher than I thought. Oh no, look, it's pulling back on some volume here. I feel like Reddit is a little spready though. I don't know if it's worth trying these options out. 15-cent spread. That's wild. You like to live your life dangerous. 15-cent spread. That's your whole damn profit, bro.
I'll try. Welcome back. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ making a bit of a comeback today with some of this year's top performers once again leading the charge. Our next guest sees reasons to be cautious, at least in the near term. Chris Verone, head of technical and macro research at Strategas, is here at Post 9. It's good to see you.
Great to be here.
Let's be clear on what you think. You're not talking about a change in your overall view, which has been positive. It's just it could be a little bit volatile in the next days, weeks?
Yeah, that's right. I think everything we do at least is incremental. And you think about the last couple of weeks, you have this move in yields, you have gold unbothered by it, you have hot oil, you have dollar up. Tactically, does it make sense to maybe watch your back here after a 20+% move in 5 months? Absolutely. But as we were saying earlier, I don't want to lose the plot of the movie here. And the plot of the movie here is this is an ongoing bull market. Bull markets pause or consolidate from time to time.
Absolutely. It's showing you that.
What I want to be a little bit mindful of are maybe some flashes of some leadership change under the surface. I've been finding it curious that stuff like utilities have quietly perked up here a little bit, an unusual mix given the move in rates. So I think it's more about rotational impulse than it is some outright distribution or selling.
Hasn't there been, though, a twist in the plot, right?
Yeah.
The plot of the bull market was economy good, Fed cuts coming, and Fed cuts coming soon, and rates are going to move lower. Well, we've had a plot twist because we think now rates are coming later, with some suggesting they may not come at all. And we're hoping that the economy can withstand the Fed staying higher for longer. So how do I square that?
So I think the key to macro is distinguishing between what should happen and what could happen. What should happen, the Fed probably shouldn't cut rates here, given the persistency we've seen in the economy, what the inflation data has looked like. But that doesn't mean that they won't cut rates. And if you look at the message of gold here, gold, I think, is behaving as if the Fed is going to do exactly as they have said and cut. So I'm hesitant to get too negative or too cautious in that environment. And
you think that backdrop is what's been driving this incredible record run for gold?
I think
can I ask
gold
you guys
is
a
becoming
question?
the release valve of what ultimately could be viewed
why
as a
do you
policy
think
error
these
cutting into a very
guys?
strong economy. Now, I think you make a good point.
Why do these? Hey, look, he's on CNBC. He's at the NASDAQ. He's got an education. He knows more than me. All right, but can he trade? He's not a trader. He's an investor. My question is, or my statement, whatever you want to call it, why can't they just, like, is it wrong for gold to just finally get back up with the pace of inflation and time? Gold hasn't rallied since 2010. That was 10, 12 years ago. Houses and everything else has went up. Why is it such, like, that doesn't mean we have to have a recession or anything. Gold is just catching up, right? Everything is just leveling up. We'll get up here. We'll sit there for a little while. We'll go to the next level. So I don't know why they try to make this big deal with gold. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff with currencies and stuff. I'm not saying that, he's wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to state, like, why is it, like, hard to believe, or why do we have to, like, think that it's this big major event when gold probably just needed to be up. It's time for gold to catch up with everything else. It's been lagging for years. I wouldn't say for years, but I think that's my opinion. Maybe it does have some type of resemblance, but I don't think gold's going back down. Wherever it's going, I think it's going to go there, and then you'll see it consolidate. And you'll put in your little cup and handles, and it'll go up, it'll go down. But it feels like it's just moving to that next stage in a generational, age of inflation, right? We have inflation since that's what we all, I guess, kind of live on. Not us, but like the way the world's ran on. And I think it's just time, in my opinion. You have China opening up. You have a lot of reasons to, I don't know. That's just my opinion, is that, like, I just think it's time. Like, everything else has went. Gold has not caught up to everything else. Your suit might cost a little more money, if you know what I mean. If you've ever heard of that one. Like, what gold's good for.
Bitcoin to be a part
or
of that.
resembles of, right? A nice suit.
Is a really key level. I think under 64, you begin to question, well, wait a second, is maybe the liquidity condition is starting to evaporate or deteriorate here?
And I will turn down the bell before the bell rings, too. I will turn it down.
Apple is obviously the charts, which you watch.
I need to find something, man. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't want that day to end.
I mean, today is stocks up
I'm just
more than
upset I
4%.
wasn't
How do you
looking at
view
the
that? Because we
overall
just talked about
indexes.
it on some new news and on the anticipation of what they're going to do in
So
June.
I think when you look at this Magnificent Seven, if we're still going to use that name, what the Mag 7 is not.
If we get to 520 and we still have like a half hour, 15 minutes, and we start to see some volume with light volume bounce to 520, I will try to scalp a short going into the close. LQ, okay. So it is 3:30 now. We're probably just gonna close it right up here. That sucks.
Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan, he is back with us. How he is now sizing up this week's conflicting inflation reports, and whether he thinks the Fed should push back its rate cut timeline. That is after this quick break.
If you guys see any small caps or anything you think there's an opportunity, feel free to, spam it in the chat, and, man, that sucks. Well, I think I'd have been, I don't want to say that I'm not happy with my Tesla trade, but because that easily, I wouldn't have let it go sideways. That's why it's always important for me, if I get a nice extension, when you buy right, buying right, it's not going to happen all the time, but like, even if you market order in, you should be green, when that order comes back, or however you want to, whether you limit order, market order. But usually when I went in now. I don't care that I'm paying the asking price a few cents up. And you should be green. I'm not going to say that you should be, but, that kind of helps you know that you're buying right. I do it a lot with the SPY, and that's one of the first things I kind of gear towards, is like, okay, am I already red? Am I already red when I first get in, or am I green? because I bought correctly. But Morgan Stanley, though, I should have just took that. It is what it is. I think, after those two, from now on we get piece of news that's like that. I feel like it doesn't take much time to realize that that's some major news. I'm just going to start paying up for it.
Welcome back. This week's inflation report's only adding to the debate over when the Federal Reserve might begin cutting interest rates this year. Former Dallas Fed President Robert Kaplan, he joins us now with his own view. He's also the former vice chairman of Goldman Sachs. Mr. Kaplan, welcome back. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you, Scott.
How complicated did things get this week for the Fed?
I think that the narrative continues that goods are disinflating, not perfect, but disinflating. Services is sticky, and the CPI and the PPI, I think, were somewhat conflicting, but confirm that. And I think the other narrative here is you've got very restrictive monetary policy offset by an underestimated impact of very stimulative fiscal policy, unspent ARPA money, Inflation Reduction Act projects, Infrastructure Act projects. So I think the net of it all is you're seeing some confusion, and I think it'll likely cause the Fed to be very careful about moving in June. But I think they should keep their options open and let the situation continue to clarify.
So you don't think the door is fully closed on June, it sounds like?
It's I think from a risk management point of view, I'd say the waiting is such, if I were there, I think the bar's gone up for me to want to cut in June, but I'd keep an open mind. I'd be careful about making prognostications, and I would wait right up to the June meeting to make a decision. But I think the market should be prepared that they won't cut in June. But I'd keep my options open if I were at the Fed.
How lively do you think the debate is now going to be in the room itself? And what do you think is the impact from that kind of a debate? Remember, we move from what has been unanimity in terms of there haven't been any dissents on any part of this regime since the Fed started hiking. Are we at the precipice of a change?
Yeah, you may have heard me say before, I think the Fed is at its best when there's debate and disagreement. I like that there's disagreement. And here's why there ought to be disagreement. Again, what's the impact of fiscal policy? We have this issue of labor supply looks like it's going up due to immigration. Is that sustainable? We don't know. Is productivity growth improving? Is that sustainable? We don't know. You also have this perverse effect that higher rates may actually be making rents higher because multifamily owners have to charge higher rent to cover the debt service. I think all those things mean that this is kind of homework time for me if I'm at the Fed, in that keep an open mind, do your analysis, talk to contacts, and listen to counter arguments. And I think debate is healthy right here and disagreement. And I'd be learning from my colleagues, but I probably myself would be risk averse about acting in June, that's for sure. And I'll take it meeting by meeting.
So Williams of New York, who is a voting member, of course, says today, there's no need to adjust policy, quote, in the very near term. Can you decode that for me?
Yeah, he's saying we'd like to cut rates at some point.
I'm so tired,
it will
gang.
Help the banks. It may help small business lending. There are other positive
Gotta
effects.
get a stand-up, John.
We're at full employment.
Market putting me to sleep.
Because we're at full employment, we have the
So
luxury
don't mind
of
me. I
patience.
might drop my
Let's
phone.
take
I might just go to sleep and call it a day.
The fact we're at
I'm
full
just trying to
employment
wait out
and take
the
advantage
last
of
little
the
bit of
fact that you can afford to
volatility,
be
see if we
patient.
get something.
Of course, they can afford to be patient for all the reasons that you said. The economy is strong, but at some point, the longer you wait, the more perhaps the risks of a mistake go up. How much do you think that's being discussed?
It's being discussed, but I got to tell you, again, we ran 15% of GDP deficit in 2020, but we know why, COVID. We ran another 15% in 21, and a lot of that money was ARPA still being spent. We ran 7 and a fraction last year. We're on our way to 7 and a fraction, I'm afraid, this year, unless tax revenues bump. You've got very strong fiscal policy. And we've got programs going on that you would normally do after a recession. We're doing them pre-recession. And so it would give me some confidence. We've got a bit of a tailwind, and I want to make sure to wrestle this inflation to the ground, and I don't want to declare victory prematurely.
I mean, I'm looking at the meeting schedule. So let's just, for argument's sake, take June off the table. We've got July, we've got September. We have a decision that will come down 2 days after the presidential election, and then we have December, of course. So let's assume they first go in July. Would they go in September, or is that too close to the election?
I mean, my own view is I would do everything in my power to screen out political considerations. And so I'd want to do what I felt appropriate. I think the one decision they will make in May, by the way, is on the balance sheet. I think they will telegraph in May a plan to slow the runoff of the balance sheet, and that's a very significant development.
Well, that's a significant development for where yields may go and how the stock market might take all of that, which leads me, I suppose, to a question about the stock market itself. And if this record-setting rally in stocks has played a role as well, or at least given an additional insurance policy to the Fed of feeling comfortable enough that they don't have to do anything now.
Yes, the increase in wealth, and I'd also say still relatively tight credit spreads. I'd keep my eye on credit spreads. As long as credit spreads stay tight, that's almost more important to me than the stock market, but both give a tailwind to the economy. The fact of the matter is, though, the Fed has the luxury of patience. Let me let you ask the next question. I'm going to make one other comment then.
No, that was my final question.
Okay, so let me also say there is so much focus on monetary policy because it's easy to understand, and we can understand 2 to 3 rate increases, and everybody can play. I think the Fed will do its job this year. I'm not sure what they will do, but I'm confident they'll do their job. 2 years ago, I thought they were out of position. They're in position. I think more attention should be spent on the fiscal situation, which worries me much more. Debt to GDP well over 100%, interest expense moving toward $1 trillion next year, squeezing out other items. This money will eventually run out, and I think some of this strength in the economy is inorganic. It's artificial, being based on government spending, and I think more time needs to be spent on that.
Yeah, but I mean, and I guess I am going to ask you another question given your answer there, because you are insinuating, I suppose, that somehow the government's going to come together and do something, the political parties are, about the deficit. And when people say that, eyes roll and say, yeah, right. And you know exactly what I mean.
I'm not insinuating what they're going to do, but I am. Listen, the order
what they should do. You're suggesting what they should do, where people would say there's no way in heck that that's going to happen.
So if you're a business person, which is my background, you first diagnose the situation, then you figure out what to do and how to do it. I'm still at diagnosis. I'm saying in our diagnosis of what's going on, we would be well served to highlight part of what we're seeing is very strong government spending. I don't think that's being properly recognized right now.
Okay, fair enough. We'll talk to you soon. I appreciate your time very much, Mr. Kaplan. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into the close. Seema Modi standing by once again with that. Seema.
And Scott, weak industrial production is really starting to catch up with key stocks in the sector. Is this a warning sign ahead of earnings? We're going to discuss that after this short break.
I don't know if there was just a text. Let's watch the spy here. Watch the spy. And for anybody who took the time out to like this stream, I want you to know I see you, I appreciate you, and you the real MVP. And that's why Karma gonna come back, and you're gonna get that giveaway that I'm doing. If not, I'll make sure of it. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. I'm not hearing anything else. So up here on the SPY, 520.50. You know, I think we get above it, but this bounce back was low volume. Maybe we get some shorts to cover.
We're less than 15 from the bell. Let's get back to Seema Modi now for a look at the stocks to watch. Seema.
Scott, let's start with shares of Fastenal on pace for its worst day since February of 2022. Here's why. First quarter earnings coming in weaker than expected due to sluggish demand for industrial parts. Now, Fastenal specializes in key components used in machinery and construction. It's a potential warning sign for some of the bigger industrials that get set to report earnings in the next 2 weeks. Stock is down about 6.5%. But take a look at Global Life. Shares are tanking on an unverified short seller report that alleges fraudulent practices. Wells Fargo analyst defending the stock, reiterating its overweight rating, but that's not stopping shares from underperforming. Currently the worst performer, the insurance company, on the S&P 500. And remember, Global Life has seen scrutiny in the past as a subject of a Business Insider investigative series in February of 2023. Scott, down about 53% right now.
All right, Seema, appreciate that update. Thank you. Seema Modi. Still ahead, we are on record close watch for Amazon after those shares hit a new intraday high for the first time in nearly 3 years. We're going to track the move in the final minutes of trade. We are back on the bell right after this.
Well, I'm going to call it a day. I'll wait here till the bell closes. I'm going to turn this down so that we don't get our eardrums blown out. I will see you guys tonight for the watch list, and then again tomorrow. You guys have questions, and we start going here on the roll, like down to the downside pretty quick. I might take a scalp. I don't know. I'm really tired. So, yeah, it's just holding.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you sure you're an orthopedist?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Are you a certified financial planner? I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP.
I use my future building as a garage and a man cave. And I love it.
I knew it. You freaking jerk. God dang it. Right on time. I knew it, man. Right on time.
Morgan Stanley shares under pressure late day here. That after a new report that the bank's wealth management division is being probed by regulators. We're going to bring you the latest inside the market zone next.
Call now.
Coming up next, Morgan Stanley shares under pressure late day here. That after a new report that the bank's wealth management division is being probed by regulators. We're going to bring you the latest inside the market zone next.
those easy.
We're now in the closing bell market zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Kate Rooney's with us today on Amazon's record-breaking run, and Leslie Picker on why Morgan Stanley shares are selling off late day into the close today. And Joe Terranova, he owns that name. That's why he's still here too. Mike Santoli, we do begin with you. What a difference a day makes, and sentiment certainly is not what it was a day day ago.
It has.
I cannot wait for this day to end. I am tired.
Really buckle the
it's
market
the end of the week.
This way. Mentioned yesterday.
It's been a long week.
The
well,
lows
it's been
that
quick,
down
but
in the market on that CPI number, and the lows were just
HKD is getting a
last
pop.
Thursday's low. So we held in the range.
Sorry, I'm
It's
so
very
tired,
tough
guys.
when the
You guys will have
problems
to
or the
bear
stress
with me
points
for a
on the
minute.
market are
Tired.
yields going up, and we have to question about Fed policy, and maybe we're going to have to wonder if the economy can handle it. That the biggest stocks in the market are the ones that get bought in those scenarios. They're not yield sensitive. They're not cyclical.
Yeah, let's play
They're
defense when
enormous.
we have to.
And everybody also recognizes that we're getting into earnings season. The other characteristic of this market for a long time is once the known catalysts are passed, even if they didn't go right, you know, CPI, PPI, and then the Treasury auctions, it's like, okay, we got through it. There's no more volatility storms ahead that we can be aware of, and so we hold in here. I'm not saying that means this little choppy episode is over. What it means is we've been going sideways for 4 or 5 weeks now. That's a good thing. You had the momentum trade cool off. Still don't have great breadth today, but that's where the higher yields tend to bite.
Yep, the higher prices are in those mega caps, as Mike was talking about. Kate Rooney, I'm looking right at Amazon. This would be a new closing high.
Yeah, Scott, we're headed there. Amazon hitting close to an all-time high in terms of the close, going back to its IPO in 1997. It's one of the Dow leaders today. That record coming on the same day as CEO Andy Jassy's annual shareholder letter. Jassy talking about balancing some of the cost discipline with spending and artificial intelligence. A lot of focus on Amazon's profit margins and so-called cost to serve. On its Prime Video business, Jassy says, quote, "We have increasing conviction that it can be a large and profitable business on its own." That was new, but does not plan to spin it off. According to his interview with Andrew this morning, Evercore's Mark Mahaney, meanwhile, reaffirming Amazon as its top pick today. Mentions AI, says a lot of the AI workloads could drive some more demand for AWS, but also expects North American retail segments to hit record margins and sees record free cash flow in the quarter. Also says the valuation is reasonably dislocated.
All right, guys, you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm going to go ahead and turn this down here in just a minute, so our ears do not get blasted and your speakers do not get blown.
Report, apparently down here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange as they get ready to ring in a new record closing high for Amazon. Thank you for that. Let's go to Leslie Picker now. She's following the financials, most specifically Morgan Stanley. Those shares are down and pretty significantly late day.
Yeah, you're not used to seeing a move like this in Morgan Stanley, down more than 5% right now after the Wall Street Journal published a story about a wider regulatory probe into the firm's wealth management division and how it's vetting clients at risk of money laundering. At issue, according to the Journal's sources who were unnamed in the piece, is whether Morgan Stanley has been, quote, sufficiently investigating the identities of prospective clients and where their wealth comes from, as well as how it monitors its clients' financial activity. Some of the probes are focused on the bank's international clients. The Journal reported in November that the Fed had been looking into similar issues, but today's story says there is also involvement by other regulators as well, including the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, among other Treasury Department offices, the Journal sources saying in today's piece. Morgan Stanley declining to comment, as did the OCC. Morgan Stanley reports earnings next Tuesday. Scott.
All right, Leslie Picker, thank you very much. We said Joe Terranova was hanging around because he owns shares of Morgan Stanley, so we wanted you to weigh in. What do you make of this?
I think on Tuesday we're going to learn how Ted Pick handles the adversity, how he's able to speak to the analyst community and to the shareholder community. They've got to clean this up. This is something that's lingering from 2023. The Federal Reserve in November obviously was unhappy with some of the measures that Morgan Stanley has taken. There's a lot of scrutiny right now.
I might watch HKD in the after
on these
hours.
Firms, and we'll find out on Tuesday if, in fact, he's able to handle it.
Not necessarily going to, call this a crisis, so to speak.
No, but the wealth management division, it's the engine.
That's their engine.
It's the engine.
And this is his first test of sorts.
first dealing with significant adversity.
Yeah, that would have hurt. That would have hurt. That would have hurt. That would have hurt.
To address that, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it has to have been one of these ongoing things that every single institution gets scrutinized over their AML practices.
Yep.
It's such a core thing for the compliance that you know that it was an ongoing
HKD ripping and roaring.
now maybe it's been elevated, or maybe that they feel as if they need to push for more substantive change. So I don't know, we don't know the details. We don't know if this really is material to earnings as much as it is about the franchise and brand.
Significant enough, again, that you at least.
Man, that's a big rally. That thing just jumped quick right there.
Because it's such an outlier move, especially ahead of some of these financial stocks reporting earnings. All right, pretty good recovery today for stocks. Joe, thanks for sticking around. Say again? There you go. Okay, we're trying to get there.
All right, guys, I love you all. Have a great rest of your afternoon. I will see you all on the watch list. Peace out.